Welcome back to Worlds of Proththea audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Proththea, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Proththea's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Proththean audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofproththea.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Charlotte. My feet are soundless on the dirt as I walk through the corridor. I keep close to the shadows just in case. Clutching my cloak, I hurry along, hoping I won't run into anyone. If I do, well, a lot of people's lives depend on me not getting caught, including my own. A sound up ahead forces me to halt, ducking into a nearby crevice. I peek out after a moment, squinting my eyes in the dark. I recognize her immediately. We've snuck around for long enough. I'd know that long hair and nightgown anywhere. I re-enter the corridor and make my way towards her. "You scared me," I whisper once I'm close. "I'm sorry. I wanted you to know I was here," Laura whispers back. "Better than jumping out at you in the dark." I look into her large eyes that match the shade of mine almost perfectly. Deep, warm amber. I'll always find that colour to be comforting, soothing. "Are you ready?" she asks after a moment. My throat bobs, a lump forming as I swallow. I know exactly what's about to happen, but no amount of preparation could have gotten me ready for this. I shake my head. Laura and I don't lie to each other. We never would have survived if we had. "It'll be okay," she assures me. "The orcs in Burning Sun are different than they are here. You're going to be safe." Again, I shake my head. "But you won't be." My eyes fall to look at the bruises that take up every spare inch of her skin. Some are light and some are dark, almost black. Next to them are scratches and scabs. "You should come with me," I find myself saying. I already know what she'll say. She's said it 1,000,000 times, but I can't stop myself from trying one more time. I can't. If Burning Sun is so safe, then why? I don't understand. Because I can handle this. I know the Chieftain well. I know how to survive him. If I go with you, he will just choose another girl. A girl who will surely die soon after. What kind of monster would that make me? It wouldn't make you a monster. It would. To subject another human to the things I go through every day. Not everyone can handle this. I'd be responsible for the death of countless girls. You wouldn't. He would. Laura puts a hand on my cheek. "Please, Charlotte, don't do this. I need you to get out of here, and I need you to do it now, tonight, without me." I sigh, looking around the darkened corridor. Timing is vital tonight. The longer we stand here, the worse my chances get. "Where's the letter?" I ask. She reaches under her thin, nearly see-through nightgown and pulls out a folded-up piece of paper. How she was able to attain it, I don't even want to ask. "Keep it safe," she warns. "I will." I take it from her and shove it into one of the pockets in my cloak. "You are to give it directly to Loki. He's the leader of the Burning Sun clan. It contains all the evidence needed to prove that Jadestone and some other clans have been putting up a front. Burning Sun is good. They need to know of this betrayal. They can help." "How do you know they're good? What if they're just like Jadestone?" She presses a hand to the side of my arm, squeezing it through my cloak. I promise you, they're nothing alike. They'll protect you. And if they don't believe me? Laura's expression grows pained. It's a reality we've thought about but have tried to ignore. If they don't, then they'll still offer you shelter. They are good. They help humans. They wouldn't just cast you out. I nod, hoping she's right. But Charlotte, they must believe you. Her eyes bore into mine and I can see it. The longing, the sadness, the hope. I know what it looks like, because I feel it too. I'll do everything I can, I promise her. We should get going. If Chieftain Amzo catches us, it won't be good. He'll punish us both severely. We walk, keeping our steps quiet, stopping every so often to make sure no one is around. How did you sneak out? I ask. I just want to keep hearing her voice until the very last second. Who knows when I'll hear it again? It doesn't matter, Laura replies, but I'll be okay. I can get back into his quarters unnoticed. I bite my lip hard to keep the tears at bay. 20 years she's protected me, kept me as safe as possible, and now I'm leaving her all alone. As we shuffle through the dark, I think of ways to convince her to come with me. She's my sister. I can't just leave her, not when I know what I'm leaving her with. Or rather, who. We reach the end of a hall, one I've never been in before. It smells moist, and the ground is rough under my feet. Where are we? I whisper. There's a tunnel inside that door, behind a rock. I'll move it aside for you and then put it back in place. It will take you out. You just have to run straight ahead the whole way. And once I'm out? Once you're out, you run straight into the woods, and you keep going until you reach the waterfall. It stands on the border of burning sun. It's huge, you can't miss it. And you'll hear it a good while before you reach it. The water is really loud. Okay. I stashed a bag of food for you to take inside the room. I don't know how long it'll take for you to get there. It could be days, so try to ration it. There are some water skins as well. Okay, I repeat. I follow her into the room. It's small and obviously used as some kind of storage space. She grabs something from one corner, a bag, and hands it to me. I sling it over my shoulder. I glance at the rock she mentioned, but my eyes look away from it. How can I just leave her? Laura, please come with me. I sob, hot tears spilling from my eyes. They slide down my face, coating it, and they don't stop coming. I swipe an arm across my cheek to wipe some of them away, but it's useless. They're just replaced by more. If you're already here, then just go with me. Nothing is stopping you. We can be safe together. One tear falls down her face. I've never seen her cry before. Not once, not even when the Chieftain took her as his. I need to be here, she whispers, her voice hitching. What if they find out what you did? What if they notice I'm gone and they suspect you? They could kill you, and then he'll just find another girl anyway. It'll be for nothing. It won't be for nothing, because you'll still be saving all the humans in Jadestone and all those other clans. But not you. I have to take that chance. Even through my blurry eyes, I can see how hard this is for her. I know in my heart that she wants to go too, but she will never allow herself to. I have to be strong, like her, and do this alone. Throwing my arms around my sister, I squeeze her close, breathing in her scent, committing it to memory. When we pull away, Laura moves the rock aside, and I'm surprised by her physical strength. She'll be okay, I tell myself. Please stay safe, I beg her. Stay alive and I'll save you and everyone else. I will, I promise. I love you, Laura. I love you too, Charlotte. And I'll see you again, okay? This isn't the end. I duck down until I'm level with the hole, trying to ignore the emotions threatening to take over. I have to do this while I'm still brave enough. One more second and I might just hold on to her and never let go. I put the bag in first and shuffle inside on my hands and knees. It's pitch black, but I can feel the tunnel is a lot taller than the hole. Before I stand up, I poke my head back through. Laura is crouched down inches from me. She leans in and places a kiss on my cheek. We look at each other for a moment, neither of us speaking. There are no words, none that could do us any good at this moment. I memorize her whole face, every single beautiful inch of it. And when I'm done, I back away and stand up, staring down at the small hole. A couple of seconds go by, and then I hear the shuffling sound of the rock moving. The moment it's in place, I clasp a hand over my mouth, holding back a sob. I don't want her to have to hear me, to feel even worse about not coming. She's done so much for me. She doesn't deserve it. I grab the bag she gave me and start walking through the tunnel. It's so narrow, maybe 3 feet wide. It's even more damp than that corridor was, and the earthy smell is overwhelming. As I run, I let my cries loose, practically choking on my tears. I fall at some point, tripping over something that I can't see. My arms take most of the impact as I hit the ground. My shoulders jolt, sending a wave of pain throughout my back. My bag falls off my shoulder, but I slip it back into place. I try to find what I tripped over, feeling along the ground, but it's so dark that I can't even see my own hands in front of me. "Damn!" I scream, scuttling back. Something crawls over my hand, up my arm. I jump to my feet, shaking my arm all around to get it off. As soon as the crawling stops, I run even faster. I need to get out of this tunnel. I do not know how long it is, but it can't go on for too much longer. At least that's what I tell myself to keep my feet moving. It's impossible to tell how much time passes, but it feels like hours when I reach the end of the tunnel. I come to a stop at a wall. When I place my hands on it, running them along, I feel something jutting out of it. I think it's a rock, same as the one back in that room, only it's much bigger. I get on my knees and use all my strength to move it to the side. At first it doesn't want to budge, but I'm able to get it just far enough. A soft breeze flows through the opening. It's still nighttime out, so it's dark beyond the hole, but it still provides enough light that I can see what's in front of me again. I shove the bag to the other side just like earlier and crawl through, picking it back up when I'm completely out. When I stand up and turn around, I realise that I can't move the rock back into place from the outside. "Damn," I mutter. I hadn't thought of that. I begin searching around for a solution. From the outside, it looks like a small hill with a hole in its foot. It's too obvious. After a few minutes, I find yet another rock. It's heavy, but I manage to shove it towards the hole and prop it up. Stepping back, I check my work. It looks natural enough, and I can't spend much more time on it anyway. It has to be good enough. My eyes leave the rock, and I look over the hill. Just far enough away that I can't make out any details, I see a soft glow. The lanterns that Jadestone keeps burning at night. Laura is out there in Amzo's bedchambers, lying next to him, where she's been every night since I was 13 years old. I still remember when we were brought here. The Chieftain took a liking to her because she was so beautiful. Jadestone was going to take her and leave me all alone, but she convinced them to take me too, to protect us, in exchange for her devotion to him. They agreed, though they didn't really follow through on the protecting aspect of it. They made me a slave worker, and her, well, needless to say, she has it a lot worse. Over the years, she's always protected me, no matter how bad she had it. My hand goes to my neck. I can feel it under my cloak, the necklace Laura made for me years ago, the only thing I have left of her. For now. I square my shoulders and wipe the last of my tears away, turning around to walk into the woods. This is my chance to repay her for all she's done for me. I refuse to let her down.
Chapter 2. Jaod. I walk into one of the patrol tents, grabbing a water skin. I down it all in one go and somehow still feel thirsty afterwards. As I'm about to walk out, Sakor, one of the orcs on shift with me, walks in. Jaod, I was just about to come find you. I finished my patrol of the north border. Anything of note? I ask. Nothing. I triple-checked. I even widened my perimeter just in case. I appreciate that. Well, if you have nothing to report, then you can go home for the night. Are you sure? I don't mind staying and working a little longer. After everything that's happened, it's really no problem. I wince internally at his words. After everything that's happened, I suppose we're all a bit more careful now, some more so than others. It's okay, you're good to go, Sakor. Your maid is at home waiting for you with your children. They would understand, sir. I shake my head. I'm already staying late, so it's not necessary. He nods in understanding. You're a good leader, Jaod. I grunt in response as I leave the tent, keeping my thoughts on that statement to myself. If I was a good leader, 4 teens wouldn't have died during my shift. I think back to that day, when they were found in the woods near the waterfall. When Vice Captain Oligar was caught, he tortured all 4 of them brutally, and none of them survived. None of us could believe that he did such a thing. Our own clan member, and a captain of all things, killed our young, the most coveted and precious members in our clan, since children are so hard to come by these days. And I haven't been able to stop blaming myself ever since. Even now, months later, it weighs on me heavily with every step I take. I second-guess myself even more now than I already did. Double and triple check my patrols. Watch each and every orc closely, even the ones I've known for decades. It sent me into a spiral, almost as bad as the one I had when Anita died. I feel an ache in my chest when her name crosses my mind, right where my tattoo is. My hand instinctively touches it above the fur I'm wearing. Her name will be there forever, and so will her memory. I walk towards the main patrol station where someone is always there, keeping watch. Draco is there now. It's his job to keep track of who is out on a patrol, as well as any reports anyone has made that day. It's my job to give out assignments and make sure nothing happens in the first place. Mostly, this job is keeping people from wandering outside of our clan's borders, where they could encounter danger. A lot of the teen orcs think it's not as dangerous as we say. They don't take it very seriously, that is, until one of their friends gets mauled to death or worse. Another big part is keeping unwanted creatures out, and on the opposite end of that, helping anyone who needs it. It's not uncommon to find humans wandering around, trying to escape their captors. Draco, any reports in the past couple of hours? No, sir. Nothing in the past day. I nod, looking out towards the woods. I can't help but feel uneasy when there haven't been any recent reports. The night Oligar was found with those teens, it had been 2 days without any incidents. Nothing appeared out of sorts. The woods were quiet and calm. Except they weren't, and I should have been there to stop it from happening. Sir? My head whips back to where Draco sits, looking at me curiously. What? I asked if you were about to head home for the night. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm staying over. He nods, and I detect the slightest hint of sadness in his look. That incident didn't just affect me. It affected each one of us. No one is quite over it yet. Is your replacement on his way yet? Draco shakes his head. Not for a couple more hours, but I don't mind. All right, well, I'll be back before then. I'm going out to do a full sweep, starting just over there on the east border. When's the last time the waterfall was checked? This morning, he replies. I'll swing by there after I check back in with you. Draco writes on the paper in front of him. I check that all my weapons are in place and adjust the fur around my neck before heading off towards the trees. A thorough full sweep usually takes around 2 hours for one person, but these days it's more like 3. When I get deeper into the woods, I slide one of my smaller swords out of its sheath. There isn't a lot to fear out here for someone like me, but it's always best to be prepared for a fight. There have only been a few times where I encountered a wild animal that decided to make me its target. Being way bigger than them, I'm able to kill them in about 2 seconds. But most of them aren't here for me. Most of them lurk around, waiting for something smaller and weaker to walk by. This job This routine of mine is pretty much the only thing that gives my life purpose now. Some days, I wonder if there is even any sense in me walking home, or even having a home in the first place. I can barely sleep at night anyway, and if I'm just walking back a couple of hours later, what's the point? It's not like I have a family at home waiting for me. That's one of the reasons I never let the others do overtime. It wouldn't feel right for me to go home to my empty house, leaving them to work while their mates and kids are alone at home. I tell myself I don't mind not having a family. I'm used to it by now. When Anita was alive, it was different, and I'll always cherish that time. But maybe that was all I was meant to have. Maybe I'll never have anything like that again. And I'll just live every day alone, doing the same job, the same routine. And maybe I'm okay with that. I use my sword to cut some vegetation out of my way as I walk between two trees. It slices easily, the weeds falling to the ground at my feet. My stomach grumbles loudly, surprising me. I hadn't noticed myself getting hungry. Reaching into one of my pockets, I pull out a chunk of bread. Most days, I never really sit down for proper meals, so at the start of my day, I make sure to pack something for later. I bite into the bread, chewing it slowly as I look around me, checking the tops of the trees. I make sure nothing's hiding in them before moving on to the next spot. After doing the same along the rest of the perimeter, I head back to Draco's station. Another orc is there, checking in with him. Full perimeter sweep is done, nothing to report. I want a team to go out and do another one in about 30 minutes, I tell him. Got it. Night shift is arriving soon. I'll tell them to start that right away, Draco says. I'm going to check the waterfall now. If anyone needs anything from me, send them out that way, I instruct him, before walking away. As I head towards the south end of our territory, I hear Draco and the orc begin talking again. Draco's good. I trust him a lot more than anyone else. He was on shift with me when the teens died that night, and he was just as devastated as I was. You can't fake that kind of emotion. The waterfall is near the southern edge of Burning Sun's territory, not far from the border. The sound of rushing water signals that I'm here, and after walking past a bundle of trees, I see it. It's tall, water cascading down the jagged rocks. The water almost seems to glitter as it falls. Moss covers the wall on either side of it, running all the way down and lining the bank. It's absolutely stunning, and the kind of beauty that makes you wonder how the creatures on this planet can be so awful. It's sad that this beauty now holds such a terrible memory. Horrible things happened here that night, and I'll never forget when I burst through those same trees and saw what Oligar had done. I shake my head, looking away from the waterfall. I can hardly bear to see it every day, but I've gotten it into my head that this spot needs to be checked more often. It takes around 30 minutes for me to check the whole area until I'm satisfied. Finally, I turn to walk back towards our settlement. I pass the trees I had entered through and start on my way, but immediately stop dead in my tracks. The woods go deafeningly silent. Never a good sign. I turn my head to the right, then to the left, seeing nothing. After a minute, I start to think maybe I'm just being paranoid when a blood-curdling scream rings out through the air. Jolting into action, I run in the direction it came from. It sounded like it was over in the deeper part of the woods, just to the left of the waterfall. My feet move as fast as possible as I barrel past the trees. Maybe someone wandered out here. Except it sounded like a female scream, and they aren't usually the ones to sneak out like that. It doesn't matter who or why they're out here, I just need to get there in time.
Chapter 3. Charlotte. Are you edible? I ask, staring at the berries in my hand. My stomach feels like it's going to cave in. It's been 2 days out here, trying to find the waterfall. Shortly after I started my journey, I lost the bag of food that Laura gave me. Better than my life. I was being chased by some kind of animal. I'm not really sure what because it was so dark. I couldn't run fast enough, and it was about to reach me, so I dropped the bag of food, hoping it would smell it and stop. Thankfully it did. Since then I've been extra careful trying not to bring any attention to myself. It's hard, especially because the ground is basically covered in twigs that snap loudly when you walk over them. But I've gotten better at dodging them. I stare at the berries, wanting so badly to take a bite. Most likely they're fine for humans, and I can practically taste how sweet they are just by looking at them. But there's no guarantee. And it isn't just my life I'd be endangering, but all the humans that rely on burning sun to get this letter. I drop the berries, watching them bounce and skitter across the ground as my stomach growls yet again. Soon I'll die of starvation, unless I find that waterfall. I let out a long sigh, leaning against a nearby tree. The moss is soft on my palm and slightly damp. I force myself to focus on that instead of how badly I need to eat, how badly I need water and a good night's sleep, or how badly I already miss my sister. I think about her every second of every day, and during the little sleep I've gotten, I dream about her. The same dream, every time. Charlotte, are you awake? I sit up, squinting in the dark. Laura stands at the end of my cot, holding something. I sit up slowly. What are you doing in here? I grumble, still half asleep. I brought you food. I heard they didn't feed you guys today. Something about a punishment. Laura, I whisper. If the other girls... I brought enough for you to share. I'm not a monster, she interrupts. I grin. She always thinks of everything. What did you bring? Some bread and cheese, and a few candies I swiped from the Chieftain's office. Oh, and a few apples. My jaw drops. That's basically a feast. Even when we aren't being starved as some sort of sick punishment, the slaves are only fed things like porridge or some kind of meat slop. I haven't had bread and cheese in ages. I trail off. I know. She smiles, but then her face grows sad. I'm going to try to bring you things like this more often, okay? I promise. I shake my head. No, you shouldn't risk getting caught. Laura comes around my bed and sits next to me, pulling me in for a hug. You're my sister. I'd risk anything for you. The dream isn't just a dream, but a memory. It happened years ago, and I'll never forget waking up the other human slaves when she left and surprising them with the food. It became a tradition after that, and despite my worries, Laura never got caught when she brought us food. Or if she did, she never told me. And now, every time I let myself drift off, I hear those words. Charlotte, are you awake? I brought you food. It's the sickest form of torture. Seeing her face and hearing her voice is hard enough, let alone being reminded that I haven't eaten in days. You can do this, I whisper to myself. Just keep going. I push off of the tree and start walking again, ignoring every ache and pain in my body as I do. I stifle a yawn as well, not even wanting to let myself go down that road. It's sometime between mid-afternoon and evening. I know that by where the sun rests in the sky. Soon it will start getting dark, and I'll have to survive yet another night out here. I can barely bring myself to sleep at night, out of fear. There are so many strange noises and things out here. I'm terrified to find out what they all are. I clutch my cloak around my body, feeling how weak my arms are just in that simple act. One of my hands slips down to the pocket where the letter sits, while the other slips up by my neck, hovering over the necklace from Laura. I stumble over a thick branch, but save myself from falling by grabbing a tree. Steadying myself, I continue walking again. At this point, nothing can make me give up. I've made it this far, and I've already encountered so many things that should have made me want to quit. But I didn't, and I won't. I'm making you proud, Laura. I still wish more than anything that she were here with me. If she were, we probably would have already found the clan. She would have never let us lose our food and water, and if we had lost it, she would have known exactly which foods were edible out here. That makes me smile. I'm so lucky to have someone like her as my big sister. I start growing really tired. So tired I feel like I can't walk or keep my head up. The sun still hasn't set, but it's starting its slow descent down the sky. Maybe I can muster up enough strength to climb a tree and find a spot to rest, or I can find a thick bush and sleep inside of it. If I can just get enough sleep, I can probably make it the rest of the way by tomorrow night. One of the hardest things has been making sure I'm going in the right direction. It's hard to tell if I've changed course, especially when I'm so weak I can barely think straight. Roughly 30 minutes go by, and I'm still forcing myself to keep going. I want to make it as far as I can before dark. A noise makes me stop walking. I hold my breath, trying to figure out what it is. It's loud and almost sounds like wind. My heart starts to pound, realizing exactly what it is. I grin and start walking with renewed vigor, faster than I've walked since the last time something chased me. I follow the sound, and before I've even reached it, I see it. Through the trees, still pretty far away, a waterfall stands, tall and majestic. I've never been more relieved in my entire life, except for maybe when that animal accepted my bag of food for dinner instead of me. The surrounding woods become thicker as I make my way towards it. Something about my environment feels different, but I'm not sure what. I stop when I start to get closer to it, letting myself take a short break. Laura said the waterfall was on the border of Burning Sun, so I'm basically here. I made it here in one piece, without being found or dragged back to Jadestone. I did it, Laura, I say, keeping my voice low. I glance up, ready to meet this new clan, when something catches my eye. Looking towards a nearby bush, my blood runs cold. Big eyes stare back at me from the bush. They're mean and calculating, sizing me up. I'm frozen to my spot. My feet feel like they're stuck in mud, and my brain all but stops working. My body refuses to move. The eyes move as the creature steps out of the bush, and I recognize it now. A panther. It's about the same size as the thing that chased me the other night, and this time I have nothing to give, nothing to offer it. The panther slowly moves towards me, its eyes never leaving mine. I'd probably think it was beautiful if it wasn't about to kill me. My eyes widen just before the panther lunges towards me. I scream, my body finally moving as I attempt to dodge out of its way. I stumble, almost falling to the ground, but I manage to keep my footing. The panther looks furious now, and this time when it lunges, it slashes out a paw. I scream again as its claws cut straight through my cloak, ripping a large piece of it away. I watch the shredded pieces of fabric fall to the ground. But isn't just fabric, I realise. No! I shout, trying to dive for the letter. It's ripped, but surely I can try to piece it back together. The panther lunges again, stepping right over the letter. I stumble back, staring at it. It sinks back onto its back legs, getting ready to pounce again. I know what's coming. I see it reaching towards me, jumping with its paw outstretched, heading directly for my face. But I just stand there, staring at it. The letter is gone. It's gone. The one piece of evidence I needed. The evidence my sister did everything in her power to get. Just before its claw is about to touch me, something else joins the mix, jumping out of the nearby trees and slashing off the panther's paw. Blood splatters across my face. Still, I don't move, diverting my attention from the panther, who has fallen to the ground in pain, to the giant orc now standing in front of me. The orc that looks even angrier than the panther did. "What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you dodge?" he demands.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Proththea are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Proththea's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Jaod. My head goes into a bad space every time I approach the waterfall. The memories of the bad things that have happened here haunt me. But I don't let it get the best of me. In fact, this motivates me to do a better job and be more thorough. The road of the cascading water fills my ears, but it still can't drown out the memories. Every rock, every shadow holds a bitter reminder of past failures. Stay sharp, I growl to myself, tightening my grip on my weapon. My eyes dart from tree to tree, scanning for any sign of danger. The mist clings to my fur collar, chilling me to the bone. I can't afford to miss anything. Not again. Never again, I mutter, pushing through the undergrowth. Each step is deliberate, and each breath is measured. I check behind boulders and peer into crevices, my muscles tense and ready. The weight of responsibility bears down on me heavier than any armor. I stride through the dense forest, my powerful steps leaving imprints on the damp earth. The scent of decaying leaves and the musty aroma of moss fill my nostrils. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shatters the stillness, and I whirl around, my hand gripping the hilt of my blade. In a small clearing, a human female stands frozen, her eyes wide with terror, as a sleek panther stalks towards her, its lithe muscles rippling beneath its ebony coat. Foolish girl! Why doesn't she move? I've seen orc children react with more sense than this pitiful creature. Move, you addle-brained fool! I bellow, but she remains rooted to the spot, her body trembling. Cursing under my breath, I charge forward, my blade flashing in the dappled sunlight. With impeccable timing, I swing my sword in a vicious arc, catching the panther's outstretched paw mere inches from the girl's neck. A guttural roar erupts from the beast as crimson spurts from its mangled limb. Tail tucked between its legs, the panther turns and flees into the undergrowth, leaving a trail of scarlet droplets in its wake. I turn to face the human, her eyes still wide with shock, tears streaming down her delicate features. What the hell are you doing? I growl, sheathing my blade. Why didn't you dodge? She doesn't respond, her gaze fixed on the spot where the panther had retreated. Cursing again, I shake my head in disbelief. Humans are such fragile, senseless beings. She remains unresponsive to my biting words, her frail body racked with sobs. A low growl rumbles in my throat as I glare at this pathetic display of weakness. What's wrong with you, woman? I snarl, sheathing my blade with a harsh rasp of steel. Is she so feeble-minded that she cannot comprehend the mercy I've shown by sparing her life? I open my mouth to berate her further, but the words catch in my throat as she sinks to her knees, slender fingers scrabbling through the fallen leaves and detritus. What are you doing? I demand, baffled by her strange behavior. She doesn't acknowledge my question, continuing to gather scattered scraps of parchment with trembling hands. Has the fear addled her wits? I watch in bewilderment as she collects the tattered pages, cradling them against her chest like a priceless treasure. Hot anger flares within me once more at this inexplicable display. Are you mad, woman? I roar, taking an aggressive step forward. She flinches at my harsh tone, her watery eyes widening in a mixture of fear and desperation. For a fleeting moment I glimpse something haunted lurking in their amber depths, a profound sorrow that gives me pause. Despite myself, a tendril of uncertainty winds its way through my righteous indignation. Clearing my throat gruffly, I reach up and unclasp the thick fur draped across my broad shoulders. The familiar weight falls away as I hold it out towards her, the coarse pelt dwarfing her slender frame. Here, I grunt, unable to meet her eyes. Cover yourself. She regards the offering warily for a moment, before tentative fingers close around the fur. Slowly, reverently, she drapes it over her shoulders, the generous folds enveloping her like a crude dress, preserving what modesty remains. With trembling hands, she wipes the dampness from her cheeks, red-rimmed eyes flickering up to study my features with a guarded expression. I return her cautious gaze, feeling ill at ease under her silent scrutiny. Desperate to break the stifling tension, I expel a weary sigh. "What were you doing out here, provoking such a beast?" I demand, struggling to keep my gruff tone impassive. "Don't you know how dangerous these lands are?" For a moment, I'm uncertain she's going to respond. Then, haltingly, she opens her mouth to speak. Her lips part, but the words seem to catch in her throat as a tremulous breath escapes her. I narrow my eyes, irritation flaring once more at her apparent fragility. "Well," I growl, folding my bulky arms across my barrel chest. "Why were you wandering foolishly through these woods? Do you not understand the peril you court by straying so far beyond the clan's borders?" She opens her mouth as if to speak, but no words come out. Her dazzling eyes dart around looking at the forest. She seems like she's searching for an escape. For some reason, this fuels my irritation. I shake my head in disbelief, scarcely able to fathom such blatant disregard for the sanctioned territories. "Humans are forbidden from venturing here," I rumble, leveling her with a stern glare. "Your kind is not safe on these lands." At last she finds her voice, the words tumbling out in a strangled whisper. I'm not from the Burning Sun clan." The unexpected admission gives me pause, my brow furrowing as I regard her anew. Now that I look closer, I can see the subtle differences marking her as an outsider, the strange lilt to her speech, the unfamiliar style of dress. But how could a lone human have braved the treacherous expanse separating our clan's domain from the realms of man? Suspicion tingles at the back of my mind as I study her drawn features, the pallid hue of her skin. "Then where are you from, girl?" I demand. "And what madness possessed you to wander into lands you do not belong?" She winces, haunted eyes brimming with unshed tears once more. I brace myself for her explanation, equal parts baffled and wary of what circumstances could have led this frail creature across our borders. A heavy frown tugs at my features as I regard this slight human before me, perplexed by her claim. She doesn't look particularly hardy. In fact, her delicate frame and haunted eyes paint the portrait of someone who has endured profound hardship. Yet, she must possess an iron will to have ventured beyond the safety of her own realm and into the perilous unknown of our territories. As if to underscore her apparent vulnerability, a low rumble emanates from her midsection. My frown deepens at the telltale sound of hunger pangs. How did this foolish girl survive for even a single day, braving the myriad dangers lurking within these savage lands? Each mile harbors a fresh threat, from the ferocious beasts that roam the forests to the harsh, unforgiving elements themselves. I fix her with an appraising stare, my gaze roving over her haggard features as a slew of questions wrestle within my mind. Who is this human, to have dared trespass upon the sovereign domain of the Burning Sun clan? From whence did her journey begin? And what desperation could have driven her to take such an unimaginable risk? My jaw clenches as I fight the urge to bombard her with the rapid volley of demands burning on my tongue. I must resist such impulsivity. She's clearly rattled enough without my harsh interrogation compounding her distress. "No, I will hold my tongue for now and allow the fragile creature a moment to collect herself. But make no mistake, I will have answers soon enough. The truth behind this inexplicable situation will be laid bare." Her fingers toy with the coarse fur draped about her shoulders as she draws a steadying breath. When at last she meets my gaze, her amber eyes hold a haunted resolve. "I know you must have questions," she begins without preamble, as if expecting my demands before they can leave my lips. "My name is Charlotte. I was a slave in the holdings of the Jadestone clan. Her voice trembles, but she forges onward with grim determination. My sister, she uncovered evidence of a conspiracy. A plot against your clan, the Burning Sun. I stiffen at the accusation, eyes narrowing. That's quite the claim, girl, I growl, scarcely able to credit her ludicrous words. The Jadestone are steadfast allies to the Burning Sun. Our clans have been bound by brotherhood for generations. She shakes her head, disheveled locks swaying with the vehement motion. I speak the truth. See, these are the fragments my sister gathered as proof. Her slender fingers uncurl to reveal the tattered scraps of parchment she collected from the forest floor. A derisive snort slips past my lips as I eye the pitiable items with open skepticism. Some scattered leaves, nothing more. You expect me to take the word of some human over my clan's most trusted compatriots? I fix her with a withering glare. You insult us both with these baseless allegations. To her credit, she doesn't wither beneath my contemptuous stare. Please, you must believe me, she pleads, desperation lending intensity to her words. The Jadestone have betrayed you. They mean to turn on the Burning Sun once their wicked scheme reaches fruition. I can scarcely believe the audacity of this fragile creature. Yet, as her impassioned claims hang heavy between us, a sliver of unease needles the back of my mind. What if, no. I crush the errant thought before it can take root. Surely she spins fanciful lies, nothing more.
Chapter 5. Charlotte. I stand before this towering orc, my heart sinking in disbelief. My claim seems to cloud his thoughts for a moment, but still he doesn't give in. Why doesn't he believe me? I've poured my heart out and my soul, yet his expression remains the same, skeptical. You believe that our most trusted partner, the clan of Jadestone, is going to betray us. It makes no sense, human. It's impossible for me to believe that. He responds, with a tone slightly more angry and annoyed than before. A massive wave of disappointment washes over me. My shoulders sink as I search for words that might convince him, but nothing seems to come to me. Please, I beg one last time with my voice barely above that of a whisper. I speak only the truth, and you've got to believe me. The orc growls in frustration, his nostrils flare up and he snorts dismissively. I can see that now he doesn't want me to continue talking about this at this time. I bite my lip to ease the frustration that's building up inside of me. The hulking orc towers before me, his piercing gaze scrutinizing my battered form. A heavy silence stretches between us, charged with unspoken tensions. At last, he breaks it with a gruff rumble. Can you walk, human? I swallow hard, my throat constricting with a mixture of trepidation and steely resolve. Giving a small nod, I force the words past my lips. I can manage. He regards me for a beat longer before gesturing with one massive hand. Then get up. We move out now. My legs tremble as I struggle to my feet, agony lancing through my abused body. But I cannot, will not, allow weakness to overcome me now. Not when the truth I carry is so vital. Wait, I interject, the urgency in my tone lending it an unexpectedly steely edge. We should bring the accusations before your leader. Loki, was it? His brow furrows at my boldness, but I forge onward with the zeal of one who has glimpsed the face of enlightenment. What I have to share concerns the welfare of your entire clan. Loki must hear the truth about the Jadestone's vile treachery. For a tense moment, the orc's expression is utterly inscrutable. Then, finally, he gives a curt nod of assent. Very well, you shall have your audience with Loki. His piercing stare bores into me with grim intensity. Drawing myself up to my full height, I nod once more, this time with grim determination. Then lead on, I'm ready. The orc's gruff acquiescence ignites a fierce blaze of elation within me. searing through the fog of pain and fatigue that had threatened to sap my very will. I can taste the metallic tang of justice on my tongue, driving me forward with each arduous step. Though agony lances through my battered body with every lurching stride, I force myself to match the orc's unhurried pace. My breath comes in ragged gasps, the merciless throbbing of wounds rendering each movement an exercise in fortitude. But I cannot allow such frailties to impede my sacred mission. On and on we press, the pulsing heart of the forest thudding in cadence with our march. Towering trunks dissolve into indistinct blurs of verdant hues as the world around me blurs and tilts precariously. Still, I stagger after the orc's implacable form, clinging to consciousness through sheer force of will. Then, without warning, he draws up short, his bulky frame swivelling to face me once more. I nearly careen into him, my dead legs screaming in protest as I stutter to an ungainly halt. Chest heaving, I drag my gaze upward to meet his scathing stare. "Why are you so slow? Not all humans are this weak. Nor are they as strange as you are," he grumbles, the words dripping with ill-concealed impatience. "Do you believe me?" I manage, holding his intense stare with as much dignity as I can muster, given my compromised state. "About the Jadestone's betrayal." The orc's expression doesn't so much as flicker as he replies in a tone as immovable as granite. "I don't, and as I mentioned before, I don't know what to think about this. It's impossible for me to believe such a thing." The blunt declaration pierces me like a barbed spear, sapping what little wind remained in my sails. But before I can spiral into despondency, he continues on. "But this is a grave accusation you level against our clan's sworn allies. I cannot simply let you go if you prove to be lying." His piercing stare bores into me, stripping away all pretense until only the naked truth remains exposed. "Make no mistake, human. If your claims are found false, there will be a reckoning." I swallow thickly against the sudden lump of trepidation clogging my throat. But even as dread's icy tendrils slither through my veins, that unshakable kernel of inner fire flares with renewed intensity. If this is to be the gauntlet through which I must pass in order to spread the truth, then so be it. My heart pounds in my chest. It's a mix of fear and determination coursing through my veins and pumping really fast. "I'm not lying," I insist, the words bursting forth with far more vehemence than intended. Pushing past the leaden fog of pain, I stagger closer, until I'm near enough to discern the flecks of gold threading through the orc's green irises. He frowns, that severe brow furrowing as I intrude upon his sphere. But I cannot bring myself to retreat, not when the gravity of my purpose demands complete conviction. I swear on my life, I speak nothing but the truth. For an endless moment, we remain locked in that charged standoff, the weight of unvoiced challenges hanging dense between us. Then, finally, he breaks the silence with a weary sigh that seems to emanate from the very depths of his massively muscled frame. "You're injured," he states, as if just now taking full stock of the battered state I've been reduced to. A look I can't quite interpret flickers across his rugged features. "Foolish girl, pushing yourself to the brink like this." A strangled sound catches in my throat as I'm abruptly swept into the orc's powerful embrace, my battered form cradled against his hulking frame with seeming ease. My first instinct is to recoil, to struggle against this unwarranted proximity to such an imposing creature. But as his words reverberate in my ringing ears, incredulity swiftly smothers that knee-jerk reaction. "You're hurt worse than I thought," he rumbles, as if I required the painfully obvious statement to be voiced aloud. "Humans like you are so fragile, sensitive." He exhales a put-upon sigh that ruffles my tattered tresses. Troublesome creatures. Outrage crackles through my veins with searing intensity. I open my mouth, fully prepared to disabuse him of such insultingly misguided notions. But the vehement tirade withers on my lips as I take full stock of my present circumstances. Battered, drained to the dregs of my diminished reserves, and now quite literally at this orc's mercy, as he bears me effortlessly in his bulging arms. At that moment, I'm acutely aware of just how minuscule and feeble I must appear from his vantage. My shoulders slump in impotent resignation as the futility of protest sinks in like an insidious poison. An oppressive silence stretches between us, rendered all the more stifling by the relentless judder of the orc's gait and my own ragged breathing. I'm poised on the precipice of shattering that fragile quiet when his gruff baritone breaks over me like a cresting wave. "Don't say anything, just shut your mouth." The words are clipped, brooking no argument, yet they lack the true sting of malice. My fingers knot in the softness of his furs as I'm helplessly jostled with each measured stride, clinging to this creature who could so effortlessly crush the life from my fragile form. Is this truly right, I wonder, unable to shake the nagging sense of sheer wrongness pervading the situation? My sister's words echo through my mind like shards of a fading dream. The Jadestone clan conspires against the noble burning sun. You must expose their vile treachery before it's too late. Her grave warnings, delivered with such feverish conviction, now ring increasingly hollow with each jolting footfall. As the foreign surroundings bleed past in a verdigris blur, I can't quell the growing disquiet flickering within my battered heart. The doubts cloud my mind like a noxious miasma, seeping through every crevice until I'm nearly overwhelmed by their insidious weight. How can I hope to gain any credence, to bring the Jadestone's vile machinations to light before it's too late? Yet, as I study this towering orc from the corner of my eye, a furtive spark of realization kindles within my battered heart. For all his gruff demeanour and dismissive words, there's an underlying vein of gentleness, paradoxically enough. Each lumbering stride is measured and smooth, seemingly tailored to jostle my injuries as little as possible. The arm cradling me is a sturdy, implacable band, but not so unforgiving as to cause undue pain. A frown tugs at the stern cut of his features as I peek up at him. Is it my imagination, or does that perpetual scowl soften ever so slightly as our eyes meet? I hastily tear my gaze away, cheeks flushing despite myself. But in that fleeting instant, a new understanding blossoms in the aftermath of my sister's dire warnings. "Is there something on my face, human?" he asks. "No, nothing on your face," I stammer in a rushed exhale, my face burning hotter than ever as I tear my gaze away once more. The orc regards me through narrowed eyes for a lingering moment, before grunting an acknowledgement. "I see. Well, you'd better brace yourself, human." His words carry a grim weight that brooks no argument. Loki won't go easy on you, especially if your evidence proves lacking. A tremor rattles my abused frame at the mention of their clan's formidable leader. Of course, in my haste to spread the truth, I'd nearly forgotten the gravity of the situation I now find myself ensnared in. Levelling accusations against such a powerful established ally. If I cannot substantiate my claims, the repercussions could prove catastrophic. Or worse, fatal. Mouth sandpaper dry, I can only manage a small, tremulous nod of understanding. Thank you for the warning." He doesn't respond, that penetrating stare fixed resolutely ahead as we press onwards.
Chapter 6. Jaod. I continue walking through the forest, my stride unforgiving, but my mind as tangled as the vines at my feet. The human girl in my arms is a stark contrast to my rough movements, her slight form adding little weight to my burden. Her words echo in my head, each one a pebble dropping into the still pond of my thoughts. Could it be true? I mutter to myself, glancing at her. Her amber eyes meet mine, wide with a mix of fear and determination. There's something genuine there. Something that tugs at my battle-hardened heart. You all right? I grunt, surprising myself with my concern. She nods, a small smile flickering across her face. I'm okay. Thank you. I turn my focus back to the path, conflicted. If she's lying, it could mean her death. But if she's telling the truth, it could mean a war, or worse. I clench my fists, the weight of the situation pressing down on me like a mountain. The dense forest gradually changes as we approach the outskirts of the settlement. The girl that's in my arms senses the difference in our surroundings and starts moving around as if to see more of the road ahead. I set her down gently, keeping a firm grip on her arm. We're here, I grunt, gesturing toward the road ahead. I'm taking you straight to the elders. They aren't only wise counselors. Their word is like law around here. I stride into the council chamber, gripping Charlotte's arm firmly to ensure she does not flee. Her amber eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and determination as she takes in the assembled elders. Who is this, Jaod? Loki's gruff voice cuts through the tense silence. She claims the Jadestone clan plots against us, I announce, prompting gasps of shock from the elders. Charlotte wrenches free of my grasp and drops to one knee before Loki. Please, you must believe me. They scheme in secret, gathering forces to wage war upon the burning sun. Her voice trembles with conviction. Loki's brow furrows skeptically. These are grave accusations against our allies, girl. I beg you, heed my words, Charlotte pleads desperately. The proof was lost, but I speak only the truth. Murmurs of disbelief ripple through the council as they exchange doubtful glances. Loki raises a calloused hand, silencing them. The council chamber erupts into heated debate as the elders argue over Charlotte's accusation. Skeptical sneers and dismissive scoffs fill the air, casting doubt on the human woman's claims. Clearly she speaks falsehoods to sow discord, bellows Aegon, the first elder to speak, his weathered face twisted in contempt. The Jadestone would never betray our alliance, another agrees, with a derisive snort. I remain silent, observing Charlotte from the corner of my eye. Her shoulders are tense, knuckles white as she clenches her fists. Yet her gaze does not waver, smoldering with the sincerity that gives me pause. I had proof, she interjects, her voice ringing out above the rabble, but it was lost on my journey. You must trust my words. My instincts churn, torn between loyalty to my clan and the flicker of doubt her impassioned pleas have kindled within me. She seems so certain, so desperate for us to believe her. Could the Jadestone truly conspire against us? The notion seems abhorrent, unthinkable, and yet uncertainty gnaws at my resolve. I catch Charlotte's amber eyes meeting mine, shining with unshed tears of frustration. In that moment, I find myself silently hoping her claims are meritless, lest we find the unthinkable to be a harsh reality. The Jadestone clan keeps slaves! Charlotte's accusation slices through the rancorous din, rendering the council chamber deathly silent. All eyes fix upon the young woman with a mixture of shock and outrage. Impossible! Slams a meaty fist on the table. We are like kin to the Jadestone. They would never commit such atrocities. Charlotte shakes her head vehemently. You are mistaken. They hide their crimes from you, keeping innocents shackled for forced labor. And worse. She swallows thickly, amber eyes glistening with unshed tears. My own sister is a sex slave for the Chieftain, like a traded commodity. The elders erupt into another heated debate, some giving Charlotte's claims credence while most vehemently deny the possibility of such deceit from our allies. My stomach roils as disquiet takes root. What if her accusations prove true? Try as I might to banish it, the specter of doubt has been cast over the honor of our brother clan. I can only hope the truth, whatever it may be, comes to light swiftly. The heated debate rages on, elders shouting over one another in a cacophony of clashing opinions. Some demand swift retaliation against the Jadestone for their alleged atrocities, while others vehemently deny Charlotte's claims as slanderous lies. Finally, Loki's booming voice rises above the tumult. "Enough!" An uneasy hush falls over the chamber as all eyes turn to our chieftain. Loki fixes Charlotte with an inscrutable stare. "You ask us to potentially destroy our long-standing alliance based solely on your statements, human," he rumbles. "The repercussions of such actions, should they prove false, could be catastrophic." Charlotte meets his intense gaze unflinchingly. "I understand the gravity, Chieftain, but I swear to you I speak nothing but the truth." Loki holds her stare for a long moment before giving a slow nod. "Very well. Until proven to be lying, you shall be given the benefit of the doubt." A collective gasp rises from the elders, several outcries of protest ringing out. But Loki silences them with an upraised hand, his expression severe. "We will not act rashly, but neither shall we turn a blind eye to potential injustice. This matter requires careful investigation before any decisive actions are taken." Though his words are measured, I detect an undercurrent of grim resolve. If Charlotte's claims prove true, the rift between our clans may be irreparable. "Since you brought this human before us, Jaod, she shall be placed under your charge and constant surveillance." Loki's decree hangs heavy in the chamber. I straighten, giving a solemn nod of acceptance. "I vow to carry out this duty flawlessly, Chieftain." Charlotte doesn't react, her expression unreadable as two burly guards take her by the arms and lead her from the council chamber. Though her features betray no outward emotion, I detect the barest tremble in her slender frame. Once she has been escorted away to a guarded chamber, Loki turns his intense stare upon me. "You are to watch this woman's every move, observe her words and actions with utmost scrutiny," he rumbles in a low tone. "Leave no stone unturned in ascertaining whether she speaks truthfully or aims to deceive us through falsehoods." I meet his steely gaze steadily. "Understood. I will employ any means necessary to discern the truth behind her claims." Loki holds my stare a moment longer before giving a curt nod of approval. "Then you are dismissed. Do not fail in this paramount task." Squaring my shoulders, I give a respectful bow before turning on my heel and striding from the chamber. My path is clear, yet apprehension gnaws at my resolve. For better or worse, uncovering Charlotte's truth could shape the fate of our clan. As I reach the chamber door, I stop. "Chieftain?" I glance over my shoulder, finding Loki observing me with an inscrutable expression. "If I may, what are your thoughts on the human's claims?" He's silent for a long moment, seeming to weigh his response carefully. "In truth, I wish to believe there has been no betrayal from our allies," he finally rumbles. "And yet, something about the sincerity in the woman's eyes, the conviction behind her pleas, rings true to me." Loki's brow furrows as if a realization weighs heavy upon him. "It makes me uneasy, Jaod. If her accusations prove accurate..." He trails off, leaving the implications unspoken, but palpable. I nod slowly, giving voice to the doubts lingering in my own mind. "I too am conflicted, Loki. The elders seem unmoved by her claims, but I cannot ignore the seed of doubt her words have planted." Loki meets my gaze levelly. "You know I cannot denounce our allies based on mere instinct, despite my misgivings. That is why I must task you with uncovering the truth, whatever it may be." Squaring my shoulders, I incline my head respectfully. "I shall not fail in this endeavor. The truth will be brought to light." No sooner have the words left my mouth than the chamber door creaks open, admitting a stealthy figure, Urish, Loki's most trusted scout. His eyes dart furtively about before settling on our chieftain. In a hushed tone, Urish relays his report. Though I cannot discern his words, Loki's expression grows increasingly grave. When the scout has finished, Loki dismisses him with a terse nod. As the door seals shut once more, Loki turns an intense gaze upon me. It seems prudent we prepare for the possibility of conflict, despite the Council's reservations. My blood turns to ice in my veins. War with the Jade Stone, over the accusations of this human woman? And yet the severity etched in Loki's features tells me he does not make this suggestion lightly. Jaod, he holds my stare firmly. Whatever truths you uncover regarding the woman's claims, you are to protect her with your life. She may prove our sole ally amidst any treachery. I straighten, resolute determination steadying my spine. I give you my solemn vow, Chieftain. No harm shall befall her while she remains under my charge. Loki's approving nod is curt, yet weighty with unspoken gravity. His tusks gleam in the torchlight as he grunts his assent. Turning on my heel, I stride from the chamber, my heavy footfalls echoing off the stone walls adorned with ancient orcish runes. The mantle of this critical task weighs on my broad, green-skinned shoulders. My hand unconsciously brushes the hilt of my axe, a gesture of comfort passed down through generations of orc warriors. Charlotte's life, and potentially the fates of our clans, now rests in my calloused hands. The scent of smoke and leather fills my nostrils as I step out into the night, ready to uncover the truth that could shape our future. I enter the sparse chamber to find Charlotte huddled in the far corner, shoulders hunched as she hugs her knees tightly. Though her face is partially obscured by her chestnut locks, I detect the bearish shimmer of moisture on her cheeks. Lingering tears, no doubt. The sight plucks at something within me, an unexpected empathy for this human woman whose fate currently lies in my calloused hands. She seems so small, so fragile in this moment, a stark contrast to the boldness that laced her voice as she leveled accusations before the council. What am I to do with her? Loki has tasked me with uncovering the truth behind her claims, by whatever means prove necessary. Yet I find myself reluctant to treat her with more outright hostility unless absolutely warranted.
Chapter 7. Charlotte. I exhale slowly, a mix of relief and apprehension washing over me. I've said my truth. I've done it. My mission is complete. I've told my story, and I shared Laura's warning despite the paper being ruined. My fingers instinctively find my necklace as I remember my sister. Thank you for listening. I whisper to no one in particular, but I'm just thankful I've done my job. Jaod stands nearby, his massive form a silent sentinel. I catch his eye and manage a small smile. What now? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He grunts softly. Now, you prove yourself. I nod, squaring my shoulders. For Laura, for the truth, I'll find a way to convince them. I have to. The hulking orc leads me through winding trails flanked by humble dwellings, the rhythmic thump of his footsteps in stark contrast to my own hurried pattern. Despite the lingering wariness coiled within me, I cannot help but gaze about in wonder. Children, a mix of stout, green-skinned youngsters and tow-headed human youths, frolic together, their merry laughter echoing through the rustic pathways. Orcs and humans alike tend to daily chores side by side, exchanging amicable greetings as we pass. It's almost idyllic, a harmony between our kind that I had been led to believe was impossible. You seem surprised, human. The deep rumble of the orc's voice draws my wandering attention. I meet his probing stare guardedly. I did not expect to see such, I fumble for the right phrasing, camaraderie between our peoples. I see. You hail from lands where humans and orcs live as strangers, or worse, adversaries. His words hang in the air, heavy with implications that I've just started to grasp. The stark contrast between the two clans is something I didn't imagine. I give a slow nod, suddenly conscious of the weight of the Jadestone Chieftain's heavy shackles biting into my wrists. A bitter reminder that not all orcs embrace such pacifism. The revelation hits me like a warhammer to the chest. My teeth clench as I struggle to process this information. In all my years with the Jadestone clan, I had never imagined such a relationship possible between orcs and humans. We had always been taught that humans were weak, deceitful creatures, fit only for slavery or eradication. But how? I managed to growl out, my voice thick with disbelief. The Jadestone clan. We always thought, we're not so different from the Burning Sun clan. How can you live like this? The orc before me tilts his head, his expression a mixture of pity and curiosity. Perhaps, he rumbles, the similarities between our clans are not as great as you believed. Tell me, does the Jadestone truly keep human slaves? I nod again, the motion causing the chains to rattle. The sound seems to underscore the vast gulf between what I had always known and the reality before me. This peaceful coexistence. It goes against everything I've ever been taught about the natural order of things. The orc's next words are carefully measured. Our clan values unity and acceptance, human. That is why your accusations have been met with such skepticism. We arrive at a quaint dwelling tucked against the edge of the village. Though his countenance remains impassive, I detect a glimmer of something inscrutable in those piercing amber eyes. You shall remain here under my watchful eye, until the truth of your claims can be ascertained. Perhaps in witnessing our ways firsthand, your perspective may broaden. I follow the hulking orc into his modest dwelling, my senses immediately overwhelmed by the heady aroma of wood smoke and strange, earthy spices. Glancing about the warm interior, I'm struck by how cosy it all appears. Not at all what I would expect from an orc's home. So this is where I am to be observed, under house arrest. I arch a challenging brow at my stoic captor. Is that not the entire point of me being brought here? His piercing green eyes hold my defiant stare levelly. You are not a prisoner, human, but neither are you a guest who can roam freely. Squaring my shoulders, I jut out my chin with a scoffing exhale. Is that not merely semantics? I am to be under your constant surveillance, am I not? A faint grimace tugs at the orc's lips, but he gives a begrudging nod. If that is how you wish to perceive it, so be it. But for now you should— What? Rest? I interject with a derisive snort, whirling to face him fully. You expect me simply to let my guard down within your den? The words tumble rapidly from my lips, indignation and deep-seated distrust fueling their heated cadence. I am no fool, orc. This is clearly a ploy to lull me into a false sense of security, to make me lower my defences so that you may more easily discern the truth. It's his next words, spoken in that low, rumbling timbre, that give me pause. Very well, human. I shall not insult you with pretense. Rest while you have the chance. I blink owlishly at the orc, thrown by his words. Rest while I have the chance, as if being afforded such a luxury is somehow fleeting, soon to be torn away. You cannot be serious, I hiss through clenched teeth. You expect me to lie down and slumber, to let my guard down within the den of my captors. My hands clench into fists at my sides, every part of me screaming against the very notion of vulnerability in this place. He holds my heated gaze steadily. I am quite serious, human, but the choice is yours. With a swift motion of his massive hand, he gestures towards an adjoining chamber. I follow the arc of his movement with my eyes, surprise momentarily fracturing my cynicism. The room is impeccably tidy, cosy even, with a downy pallet positioned before a cheerfully crackling hearth. Brushed furs line the rustic floor, lending an almost tranquil ambiance to the simple quarters. You are free to utilize this chamber as you wish, the orc rumbles, his words uttered in that same measured tone as before. As I said, you are no prisoner here. I shake my head slowly, perplexed confusion warring with the deeply ingrained distrust simmering within me. This cannot be anything more than an elaborate ruse, a ploy to deceive me into dropping my defences. And yet, As my gaze sweeps across the surprisingly inviting chamber once more, I cannot fully stamp out the tiny flicker of longing for a moment's respite from this harrowing crucible. Perhaps a brief rest before the true interrogations and struggle to prove myself begins. "This is my home," Jaod states matter-of-factly as we enter the tidy dwelling. "You are free to use anything here as you need." I blink sluggishly, my gaze sweeping across the surprisingly well-organised interior. Everything has its precise place, from the neat stack of firewood beside the hearth to the regimented array of glinting blades adorning one wall. It's all shockingly orderly. "You're remarkably tidy," I blurt out before I can rein in my surprise. "For an orc, I mean." He cocks an inquisitive brow ridge at me but doesn't rise to the subtle jab. "We orcs value discipline and order, but I sense you expected my home to be unkempt." A flush of embarrassment warms my cheeks as I realise my assumptions are laid bare. Clearing my throat, I attempt to deflect from the unintended insult. "It's just, you hardly seem the fastidious type is all." My gaze drifts to the unshuttered windows, framed by the fading golden light of dusk, filtering through the tree boughs outside. Frowning, I turn a querying look on my orc watchman. If I'm meant to be under constant surveillance, a prisoner within these walls, why have the windows not been boarded up and barred? The orc levels me with an inscrutable look. "You are not permitted to venture outside these walls without my accompaniment." I let out a derisive scoff, throwing up my hands. "So in other words, I'm under constant surveillance, a prisoner within the confines of your home, no matter how you attempt to dress it up." For a long moment the hulking brute remains silent, seeming to weigh my accusation. At last, he gives a relenting nod. "I'm going to prepare the evening meal," he rumbles, turning towards what I presume is the kitchen area. "You have been through an ordeal these past few days. You should rest while you can, perhaps make use of the washroom to refresh yourself." He pauses at the threshold, throwing a look over his bulging shoulder. "Unless you believe even basic self-care to be too perilous an indulgence." I open my mouth to snap off a biting retort, but falter as the weight of his words settles upon me. Rest? Bathe? Menial tasks so rudimentary that I've barely afforded them a thought these past several harrowing days and nights. Can I truly allow myself such simple reprieves when so much hangs in the balance? When my entire purpose, my mission to expose the Jadestone's treachery and save my people, hinges upon convincing these sceptical orcs of my sincerity? Or will seizing a fleeting moment of respite merely renew my fraying resolve? Indecision grips me as the orc disappears through the door, leaving me adrift in the dismaying realization that I can no longer be certain of anything. I stare at the door long after it has fallen shut behind the orc, my brow furrowed in consternation. What should I do? What course should I chart from this bewildering crossroads? On one hand, perhaps it would be prudent to accept this unexpected offer of reprieve, however temporary. To seize the opportunity to refresh my weary body and mind before the true battle to secure their trust, their aid, in thwarting the Jadestone's insidious machinations begins in earnest. A chance to fully recover my strength could be just what I need to plead my case with renewed vigour and conviction. From the depths of the darkness of Proththea,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world, to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Proththea Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Proththea at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofproththea.com. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Jaod. I stand in my modest house, my gaze flickering between Charlotte and the single window. The girl sits on a low stool, her amber eyes darting nervously around the sparse interior. My mind churns like a stormy sea, her earlier words echoing in my ears, each one a potential spark that could ignite a war. The clan leader's orders are clear, but the weight of this mission settles on my broad shoulders like a mountain. I'll keep watch over her, I growl more to myself than anyone else. I clench my fists, steeling myself. For now, she's my focus. The truth, and its consequences, will come soon enough. This is more than just a mission. It's a test of our clan's strength and honor. In true orc fashion, we'll uncover the truth through action and vigilance, not just words. The coming days will reveal all one way or another. As the shadows lengthen outside, my stomach rumbles, reminding me that even warriors need sustenance. I glance at Charlotte, noting the pallor of her skin and the slight tremor in her hands. She needs food too, I realize with a start. Are you hungry? I grunt, surprising myself with the gruff concern in my voice. She nods hesitantly, her eyes widening slightly at my unexpected question. The aroma of simmering stew fills the modest kitchen, the hearty scent of smoked meat and herbs wafting through the air. I stand over the cast-iron pot, giving it an occasional stir as it bubbles away merrily. Preparing this simple meal reminds me of days long past, when Anita would playfully swat my hands away, insisting she take over the cooking. A melancholic sigh escapes my lips at the memory. I turn to see Charlotte approaching, her amber eyes wide with curiosity. Why are you coming towards me? I remark gruffly, somewhat surprised she's approaching before I summoned her. She stands abruptly, her posture tense and defiant. The smells intrigued me, she states flatly, her eyes narrowed. I might as well help. It's not like you're giving me any other choice, are you? Her tone is sharp, tinged with frustration and a hint of sarcasm. It's clear she hasn't forgotten or accepted her current situation as a captive. Waving a large green hand, I grunt. Just take a seat for now. I'm nearly finished here. Charlotte obeys, settling at the rough-hewn table. Her gaze darts about, drinking in every nook and cranny of the modest dwelling. Is something wrong? She asks, head cocked inquisitively. You seem troubled. Clearing my throat, I turn my focus back to the stew, using the wooden spoon to give it a vigorous stir. It's nothing. I'd be happy to help, Charlotte pipes up, rising from her seat. Just tell me what needs doing. I shake my head, thick braids swaying. No need. Just make yourself comfortable for now. She hesitates a moment before settling back into the chair, eyes roaming the modest living space. This whole house is bigger than the lean-to where I sleep. My brow furrows at her words. A lean-to? Surely the Jadestone clan doesn't force their human wards to reside in such squalor. But Charlotte's face holds no guile as she continues. I make my bed on a pile of old hay in the corner. It's not too bad, at least in the warmer months. She absently rubs the simple necklace at her throat. The winters are brutal, though, even with extra furs and blankets. Setting aside the spoon, I turn to face her fully. You don't have an actual room? A proper bed? Charlotte's eyes widen slightly at my incredulous tone. No. Do orcs give quarters to their human slaves? The word slave feels like a physical blow. My mouth works silently as I struggle to formulate a response. This can't be how it truly is at Jadestone. Can it? All I've ever known painted a much different picture. This bedroom. Charlotte's voice has dropped to a murmur as she gazes about. It's far nicer than anything I could have imagined. My gut churns with a sickening unease. If what this girl says is accurate, Jadestone's practices are a despicable perversion of how we orcs are meant to treat humans. But why would she lie? What reason could she possibly have to fabricate such horrors? Charlotte's words hang heavy in the air, each one a stone weighing on my conscience. My grip tightens on the spoon until my knuckles pale to a sickly green. You mean to tell me you subsist on scraps? Leftover slops? I growl, struggling to keep my rising anger in check. She flinches at my harsh tone, shoulders hunching. Yes, unless Laura manages to sneak me something better. A fleeting smile ghosts across her lips. My sister looks out for me as best she can. But the smile quickly fades, replaced by a look of consternation. She's a great person, but the punishment if she's caught. Charlotte trails off, wringing her hands anxiously. A low rumble builds in my chest as flickering memories of witnessing severe disciplinary actions rise unbidden. The sickening crack of a lash, anguish screams echoing through the night. At the time, I'd assumed the transgressions must have been grievous to warrant such brutality. Now I'm not so certain. Her words are like a splash of icy water against my heated rage. This girl, this human, has experienced a level of mistreatment and deprivation I couldn't have fathomed. And she somehow maintains a bright spirit, courageously sitting before me now. Swallowing hard, I force my tensed muscles to relax. You've nothing to apologize for. What other horrors have these poor souls suffered? We eat in silence, the rich stew doing little to sate the turmoil roiling within me. Charlotte seems to savor every bite, as if barely able to believe such simple fare is hers to fully enjoy. The sight puts a lump in my throat that's difficult to swallow past. Her words circle endlessly through my mind like vultures circling carrion. The picture she paints couldn't be more discordant from what I witnessed at Jadestone's camp. From my infrequent but unremarkable visits, their humans appeared well treated, almost akin to how we operate here in Burning Sun. Adequate shelter, plentiful food, harsh discipline reserved only for severe infractions. Was it all merely an elaborate facade? If so, why? What purpose could be served by maintaining such a ponderous deception? The Jadestone orcs have been philosophical allies, embracing our shared values and customs regarding humans in our care. Perhaps Charlotte has some motive to be untruthful, but her words rang with no falsehood that my well-trained senses could detect. And that fragile, haunted look in her eyes as she recounted her deprivations. I find myself shaking my head slowly, heavy brow furrowed in consternation. There are too many uncertainties, too many missing pieces to the puzzle. I cannot simply accept her tale at face value, but neither can I dismiss it out of hand. Something isn't right here, and I cannot rest until I've uncovered the truth. As Charlotte attempts to struggle down a yawn, I grunt. You're looking fatigued. Get some rest while you're able. With a murmured thanks, she retires to the small bedroom, leaving me alone with my roiling thoughts and the sinking feeling that I can no longer ignore the realm's seedy underbelly. The inky blackness of night has fully descended by the time I put the quill to parchment, weighing my words carefully. Though the River Clan is but a fraction of the size of Burning Sun or Jadestone, their strategic location along the main trade routes grants them a vast network of connections. If there are any unsavory rumors circulating about Jadestone's practices, my cousin Freck would likely catch wind of them. He has proven trustworthy in the past, and I can think of no one better positioned to aid my discreet inquiry. Dipping the quill once more, I recount in coded language the unsettling claims made by the human girl Charlotte regarding her treatment at the hands of Jadestone. I take pains not to accuse outright, merely posing questions about any potential inconsistencies between their public face and private actions. When at last I've inked the final phrase, I scan over the missive with a critical eye. It reveals just enough to pique Freck's interest while still preserving discretion. One can never be too cautious when dealing with matters that could prove politically sensitive. Sanding the damp parchment, I make my way outside and whistle a brief, trilling melody. Moments later, a speckled brown hawk alights on my outstretched arm, amber eyes glinting inquisitively. I deftly affixed the scroll to her legs with twine before sending her winging into the night. As the hawk's form dwindles to a mere speck against the star-speckled sky, I allow myself a grim smile. Jadestone may be adept at keeping their secrets under wraps within their own territory, but information has a way of slipping through the cracks. If their facade is beginning to crumble, Freck will surely catch the first whiff of its stench on the winds of rumor. Then we'll see if Charlotte's version of events holds any truth. And if it does, there will be a reckoning. Long after the last glowing embers of the hearth have faded to ashen grays, I remain awake in the small hours of the morning. Sleep proves elusive, my mind an endless cycle of churning thoughts and uncertainties regarding Charlotte's shocking claims. On one hand, our shared orc values and customs strictly forbid the mistreatment of humans under our charge. They are to be provided for and protected, an ingrained ethos that separates us from the savagery of other clans. To think that Jadestone could have so utterly perverted these sacred tenets is almost unfathomable. And yet, something in Charlotte's haunted eyes, her matter-of-fact retelling of the deprivations she's endured, rings with brutal honesty. I've always prided myself on being able to sense deceit, but her words carried no taint of falsehood. Just weariness, resignation, and perhaps the faintest glimmers of hope stoked by her sojourn here. Huffing out a frustrated breath, I turn onto my side, the rough sponge sheets scratching against my leathery green skin. Have I been so eager to preserve the illusion of order and justice that I've blindly ignored any evidence to the contrary? So assured of the righteousness of our way that I couldn't perceive its potential for perversion? A low rumble builds in my barrel-like chest as doubt continues to plague my thoughts. I am a warrior, sworn to uphold the virtues and values that give structure to our world. But what if the very foundations I've based my life upon are tenuous? If Jadestone has indeed been indulging in unconscionable practices, does that invalidate everything? Gritting my teeth, I decisively shake my head, one step at a time. First, confirm the truth about Charlotte's situation. Then, if her account proves accurate, confront the reality head-on.
Chapter 9. Charlotte. It's been 5 days since I've been here, in what I can most closely compare to being a slave again. This is miserable, I mumble to myself as I flop onto the bed. I am always right under his thumb, constantly being watched, as if any minute now I am going to implode and ruin the entire universe. The only thing I do get to do without supervision is use the restroom and take a bath with hot water at that. And I do indulge in the baths quite frequently. It's one of life's little pleasures I was deprived of for so long. I try to be pleasant and make conversation with my host. I'll ask him questions about himself and life in the clan, hoping to get to know him better. Sometimes he seems to be becoming more willing to indulge in my pleasantries, but then again sometimes he seems more aggravated by my desperate attempts at conversation that I don't even try. When we eat meals together, I attempt to start up discussions about our interests, or anything really to get a better view of his world. Yet no matter how hard I try, the conversation tends to always be vague and somewhat impersonal. I want for him so bad to let his guard down around me. At night, I toss and turn restlessly in bed. Once in a while, I'll call out sometimes, just to see if anyone will engage in some sort of conversation. But most of the time I am met with silence. During my short bathroom breaks, I look at myself in the mirror and barely recognise the sad, tired eyes staring back. I'm desperate for real interaction. I don't know what else I can do to prove to Jaod and the others that I come in peace. I would never do anything to jeopardise my best shot at a comfortable life. I can prove to them I am a respectful guest and neighbour. But for now I remain isolated in this cold, quiet world of suspicion and mistrust. As the days drag on, I feel like I'm slowly dying inside being cooped up in this house day after day. The monotony is mind-numbing. There's little to occupy my time beyond staring out the windows at the outside world I'm prohibited from experiencing. I try everything I can think of to keep myself busy and distracted, but nothing seems to be working anymore. I debate on attempting to rearrange what little furniture I have within this room, but there's only so many times I can move a bed and a nightstand to different positions. But despite my predicament, I can't help but be thankful for an actual bed to sleep in. At this point, the four walls seem to be closing in more every hour. I don't know how much longer I can cope without finally snapping and talking to myself. My only hope is that Jaward will have mercy and finally let me outside soon. I've spent most of the day gazing wistfully out the windows, watching the world pass by outside these suffocating walls. I catch a glimpse of the other orcs going about their lives in the clan compound and wonder what they are like. I'm desperate to see it for myself. Lost in blissful thought, I don't realise Jaod has appeared in the doorway. He knocks, and I jump, startled by his approach. "Sorry I scared you," he mutters. Unsure if I have broken some rule, I quickly step back from the window, but he merely studies me for a moment before asking, "Would you like to go outside?" My heart leaps with excitement. "Yes," I exclaim without even thinking, but quickly the reality of my situation sinks in. "Did Loki say it was okay?" I ask, afraid my question may alter his decision. "As long as you vow to stay with me," he says in his melancholy voice. "I promise," I respond. I'd promise him anything at the moment if it means a change of scenery. I could cry from relief and gratitude. Finally, after being inside for so long, I'd be let out on some sort of parole. Maybe now I'll have a chance to truly get acquainted with this community. If I can show them I'm not a threat, perhaps they will begin seeing me as an ally rather than an outsider. The thought of feeling sunshine, the biting wind, and seeing new sights make me absolutely giddy. With Jaod closely by my side, I eagerly step outside for the first time in what seems like ages, hopeful that this could be a turning point toward greater trust and freedom. After so many stagnant days, I welcome this taste of liberation. I make a silent vow to be on my absolute best behaviour and express only gratitude for this small taste of freedom. I will not give them any reason to regret trusting me even this tiny bit. The more time I spend outside in the fresh air, I can feel the heavy weight being lifted. The fresh air and sunshine are absolutely rejuvenating. As we walk, I find myself being unable to stop gazing around in wonder, taking in every detail of the village with childlike curiosity. Jaward remains close by my side as he leads me down the main road, listing and pointing out places like the town hall, market, school, and more. I'm brimming with so many questions, but I don't want to push my luck. As we venture further into the bustling heart of the village, I am amazed by all the people selling wares, socialising in the square, some even carrying baskets of bread around. Their energy and cheerfulness are contagious. I find myself smiling brighter than I have in weeks. Unable to restrain my excitement, I begin approaching villagers, looking at their creations. I even eavesdrop on some innocent conversations. At first, everyone seems caught off guard by my presence. There were many shared glances between Jaod and the villagers, but they all seemed to understand him without him ever saying a word. I come across a woman carrying a basket of freshly baked loaves. The aroma is so tempting that I can't resist asking, "May I please try a piece?" To my delight, she generously tears off a chunk of warm bread. I've never tasted something so great in my life. "Are you new here?" she asks, genuine concern shining in her blue eyes. "Yes, sort of. I'm just feeling out the area right now, looking for somewhere to plant some roots." I smile kindly, hoping she senses the truth behind those words. She starts to respond, but quickly adjusts her bread basket to her other hip and starts to walk away while calling, "I wish you the best, see you around," as she walks away. I stand there, confused by her odd exit, and then I sense Jaod approach. "Let's go," he says, and begins walking back in the direction we came. I ruefully join him. The thought of returning is depressing. As we finally circle back toward Jaod's house, I turn to him, unwilling to suppress my feelings any longer. This place and these people are treasures. I hope nothing ever changes that. He just stares at me, as if he is caught off guard by what I just said. Part of me hopes he understands the implied message. I would never do anything to disturb this community that has so thoroughly charmed my heart in just one brief visit. As I walked through that cheery village today, I felt certain I could be happy here. The only thing missing would be my sister. Thoughts of us spending our days strolling through the market, waving hello to familiar faces, and picnicking in the meadows overwhelms me with joy and also sadness. As we finally approach Jaod's front door, I pause and turn to him. Gazing directly into his ancient eyes, I firmly state, "Please believe me when I say I would never ruin the harmony here. It's the closest thing to a home I've ever seen." Stepping closer, I lower my voice to an urgent whisper. "All I desire is to live happily and safe, blending into your community. No schemes or ulterior motives. You have my solemn word." I can only hope my sincerity shines through. This was my one chance to convey how deeply this single outing has impacted me. I want Jawad to relay to Loki and the others that they have nothing to fear from me. I wish no harm upon their treasured world, only to become part of its beauty. As I reluctantly go back inside, Jawad goes to the left towards his study, and I walk slowly to the right, back to my quarters. I notice Jawad lingering in the hallway a little longer than usual before he turns to start down the hallway. I wonder anxiously, did my words get through to him? Was I able to adequately convey the sincerity of my feelings? Jaod has always been hard to read, speaking little and keeping his thoughts guarded. But I desperately need him to understand that I harbour no ill will toward him or his people. I only wish to live in harmony here. My eyes follow his retreating figure, nervously hoping that he saw the truth in my spirit today. That underneath this cloak of suspicion, we are not enemies. We can be friends. Now I can only wait and pray he believes me.
Chapter 10. Jaod. I find myself pausing in the hall when I'm just out of eyeshot of Charlotte. Something about the sincerity in her voice, the hopeful and pleading look in her eyes, causes me to stop dead in my tracks, despite my trying to come up with every reason imaginable why her being here is a terrible idea, and that she must have an ulterior motive. I can't deny that she just spoke straight from her heart. I think of the clan, the fellowship, the usual camaraderies, the gossip from the elder orcs and the banter of the children. It's strange how you can get so caught up in the routine of things that you don't stop and take the time to see the beauty. I've never considered what the clan looks like from a human perspective. I can see how Charlotte is so entranced by all things I've long deemed as ordinary. Of course, she would see beauty and light in something that others may see strange. After all, darkness is all she has ever known. I suddenly sense some kind of gravitational pull, telling me to go outside and try seeing things through a new lens. I quickly reach the front door and throw it open, taking in the sights before me. I immediately sense the aroma of Verina's fresh-baked breads and smile. I can hear Abner polishing his sword for what probably is the fourth time today. As bizarre as it may sound, I can appreciate an orc's dedication to his weaponry. "Morning, Jaod," Hirgum greets me. "Miss Verina has a new recipe for biscuits down there. Go grab one. They're delicious," he says, with what I can only guess is probably a mouthful of biscuit. He waves as he clambers on through the village. I continue my walking and I see two young orc boys having a sword fight with sticks. Memories flood my mind, me and my fellow clan brothers running around doing the same kind of things when we were young. The boys' laughter and grunts permeate the air. A profound easiness washes over me. This must be what she feels. This must be what safety and happiness means to her. It's almost as if I'm seeing this place for the first time through her eyes. She finds beauty wherever she looks. Beauty that I, after years of familiarity, have failed to appreciate. Her presence is a reminder that I should not take the gifts around me for granted, but see them as the treasures they are. As I reflect on this, I'm shocked at how much I've taken for granted since Anita's passing. I've only been going through the motions here, fulfilling my duty to protect the clan, but detached from it all. The light in my soul was extinguished, and I saw only shadows. Though my heart still aches from loss, I feel it coming back to life through Charlotte's joy. She is illuminating my clouded eyes, inspiring me to fully appreciate the gifts of clan and kin that I have taken for granted. I'm approaching the house as something tells me to head towards Charlotte's window. She's there, standing behind the curtains looking out at the village like it is a wonder, a smile gracing her lips. I remember her happiness earlier as we walked through the village for some fresh air, seeing the sincerity in her eyes as she delighted in every small detail. I sensed the first stirrings of something beyond grim obligation. There is no deception in her. Of this, I am certain. She radiates a natural kindness and wonder that penetrates my hardened exterior. I look at her with new understanding. She is not the threat I assumed her to be. Charlotte simply possesses the rare gift of finding beauty everywhere, especially in places and people that others may disregard. As I enter the house and shut the door, I decide that I will have to go down to Mrs. Verina's bakery and try those biscuits out for myself. I decide to go to Charlotte's room and ask if she would like to join me. I have not spent the time I should have with her directly yet, still fearing the worst, but I want to see the world through her appreciative eyes some more. I make a silent vow, then, to offer more of myself to her without reservations. She is deserving of that much. As I quietly knock and open the door, I find her sitting by the window, still gazing out with a contented smile. She turns to look at me, and her smile dims a little. I don't miss the guilt that strikes when her demeanor changes. "Charlotte," I say, "I hoped you might join me on a trip down to the bakery. I've heard there are some fresh new biscuits there that are pretty good." Her smile returns, her eyes brightening. "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I've been craving something sweet." I feel a surge of anticipation at seeing this place I know so well through her appreciative eyes once more. "Then come, let's go." We make our way through the bustling village square. The mouth-watering aroma of the bakery hits us before we even open the door. I glance at Charlotte and see her eyes widen, a smile spreading across her face. Inside, the display cases overflow with glossy sweet buns, rich honey cakes, and piles of frosted cookies. Charlotte gasps in delight, clasping her hands together. "Oh, I want to try everything!" she exclaims. Her enthusiasm and awe are childlike. I can't help but chuckle. We take a seat while Mrs. Verina boxes up an assortment of treats. I watch Charlotte carefully select a cookie, eyes sparkling in anticipation. She takes a small bite, closing her eyes and sighing blissfully, as if it's the most delicious thing she's ever tasted. As I watch her savor each pastry, I suddenly have an urge to take a bite myself. I select one of the biscuits that seem to be causing quite a stir in the town, the butter and seasoning exploding on my tongue. When did food last taste this good? I find my gaze drawn to Charlotte's lips as she enthusiastically enjoys each treat. Realizing I'm staring, I quickly look away, not wanting her to catch me like that. What is this? Am I attracted to her? Impossible. I haven't so much as felt a tiny spark of anything since Anita. Yet I cannot deny an unfamiliar fluttering when I look at her. She seems to awaken something in me I thought long dead. No, I must refuse these feelings. She is still a flight risk. I am merely intrigued by her unique perspective, the way she sees beauty and possibility all around. After we finish up at the bakery, I suggest we take a longer route back, past the orchards and river. Charlotte's eyes light up at the opportunity of seeing more of the village. As we walk, I notice her appreciative gaze washes over everything. She gasps at the sight of a mother doe with 2 speckled fawns. She clasps her hands in awe when we encounter a meadow blanketed in wildflowers. Even mundane things like collecting stones from the riverbank bring her absolute delight. Everything is so real and vivid. I'm almost afraid to blink. It might wake me up if this is a dream after all, she says ruefully. Take a breath, I tell her. See, you're not dreaming. Thank goodness for that, she says with a smile. The sun starts to set as we're nearing the village again. Charlotte turns to me, eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you for this amazing day, she says. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in ages. Her sincere words move me unexpectedly. I vow silently to appreciate each day's gifts too, remembering the wonders that still remain even in darkness. Charlotte's outlook, once deemed impossible, has opened my eyes and touched my scarred heart. There's a brief moment where we stand facing each other, just staring into one another's eyes, almost like we're pleading for the other to see the real them. It's like everything has gone silent. I swear the only thing I can hear is her heartbeat, rivaling mine. But suddenly, the moment is interrupted by a loud shout. That's her! That's the thief!
Chapter 11. Charlotte. Jaod and I are standing staring at each other when a gruff voice interrupts. I turn to see the source, a tall orc with scarred, bulky muscles. I do not recognize this orc. "Stop that thief!" he yells. At first, I don't know who he is talking about. I look around to spot someone looking guilty or running out. Maybe they would be holding some sort of stolen property. Then I realize that he is stomping closer and closer, with his gnarled finger pointed right at me. I haven't stolen anything, so why would he be accusing me? He lumbers towards me. I start to notice details about this unfamiliar orc. He is paler than other orcs I have met, and his ears are longer and pointier. The left ear kind of looks like someone or something took a bite out of it. I see the scar above his right eye that is pulling his eyebrow into a surprised position. This makes his face and expression very lopsided. One side is contorted into a very angry look, but the other looks more comically confused than angry. If he wasn't coming at me and accusing me of stealing something, I might have internally laughed. That odd look on his face is confusing and a little frightening. Instead, I freeze in fear. I start feeling hundreds of eyes on me. I tear my eyes from the brooding orc that is coming closer to me. I see everyone around just staring at me with questions in their eyes. I can see they are believing this orc. As I am looking around, a shadow crosses my vision quickly. I also feel a breeze through my hair. I look back in front of me and see that Jaod has put himself in between me and the other orc. He grabs my arm and pulls me further behind him. That blocks the orc's view of me. "What's going on?" he asks me. I really don't know. My voice quivers with fear and confusion. "Why are you protecting that thief?" the scarred orc questions angrily. "Who are you to make such accusations?" Jaod asks. "She is a thief and has fooled us all," the scarred orc growls. "She is a good-for-nothing human," he adds. "I'm not trying to fool anyone. I haven't stolen anything. Why would I steal from the clan? Everyone has been so welcoming and kind to me. I would never betray that," I protest as tears start to roll down my cheeks. "Shut up, you disgusting swindler. Save your tears, no one buys their lies," the scarred orc yells. I glance around at the people staring at me. They are accusing me with their eyes. I can feel their suspicions burning into me. They are accepting what he is saying without hesitation. "Where is your proof?" Jaod inquires. "I have good authority that she is the worst thief ever to cast a shadow over the Jadestone clan. Hear that? They are our allies," the orc responds. "And what good authority would that be?" Jaod questions. "My uncle is a captain of the Jadestone soldiers, and he wrote me a detailed letter about this thieving human wretch." The scarred orc puffs up his chest, as if his lineage makes him special and beyond reproach. "And what did your uncle say?" Jaod inquires. "He told me that we would be fools to trust her. She has stolen something very important to the clan," he explains. "I swear, I have stolen nothing," I urge. "You have to believe me," I beg through my tears. My mind starts to race. I think of how I could ever have come to a situation where anyone would believe me to be a thief. I recall what brought me here. My sister's voice rings in my ears. She sent me on this mission. She begged me to reveal the secrets and the conspiracies surrounding the Jadestone clan. Charlotte, this is the single most important thing. The world needs to be told. Everyone needs to hear the truth. You are the only one who can do this. You are the only one who can gain the freedom to expose this information. I can hear her begging me. It is so loud, as if she is right next to me. The thought of the last time I saw my sister saddens me. Then I start to grow concerned. What if they find out she helped me leave? She practically forced me to leave. What will happen to her? Will they hurt her, torture her, kill her? These questions fly around in my head as my anxiety grows. Maybe I shouldn't have left. I will never forgive myself if she comes to harm because of my actions and choices. I start to get lost in my own thoughts. I am pulled back to reality when Jaod turns around and looks me in the eye. The look of suspicion and distrust in his eyes breaks my heart. I can see that he does not believe me. If he turns on me now, everyone will. All of their doubts will be affirmed. They will condemn me as a thief, even if I have committed no crime. The crowd starts to whisper around me. I can hear them saying that they never really liked me. They insult my humanity. Some are saying they can see the guilt in my eyes. I don't understand what is happening. I have done nothing to cause anyone to doubt me. I have been so grateful for how everyone has been treating me. I have shown my appreciation to each one of them. I just can't wrap my head around how they could just turn on me now and believe these accusations without real proof. I feel my heart clenching. Everything is closing in, crushing me. I feel like I might implode. I am lost in my head and worry that I am unaware of what is happening around me now. A rough hand grabs my arm with such force, I think that it might rip my arm off. The gnarled nails are digging into my flesh. I'm pulled out of my thoughts with a scream. I try to pull away, but he squeezes harder. It takes me a little time to understand what is happening. Then I look at the owner of the hand around my arm. It's the scarred orc. Up close, I can see that his bottom fangs protrude out far more than any other orc I have ever been around. I stare into his terrifyingly lopsided face with fear of what he plans to do with me. I feel my arm being jerked, and then it is released. It happens so fast that I cannot grasp what is happening. Before I know it, Jaward is inches from the scarred orc's face. He is growling a low, guttural growl. He is gripping the scarred orc's face with such force that I can see his nails tearing into the scarred pale flesh. Without warning, the grip loosens, and Jaod shoves him to the ground with a loud thud. "Don't you ever touch her!" Jaod bellows loudly. "If you ever think about coming anywhere near her again, I will rip your arms off and beat you with them," he threatens. The scarred orc looks at Jaod in surprise and fear for a brief moment. Then he glares at him. He then gets to his feet and gets in Jaod's face. "Protect that wretch all you want. Your treacherous behaviour will not go unpunished. I will ensure that," he warns with gritted teeth. The crowd falls silent. They are unsure of what they should do. The questions in their eyes grow. I can see that they are not sure what to believe. Jaod's defence of me makes them wonder. The tension is so thick that it can be cut with a knife. The scarred orc continues to glare at Jaward as he starts to leave. The crowd parts to make room for him to stomp out of the area. They watch as he disappears. Then they look back at Jaward, who is breathing heavily and gritting his teeth. I can see in the eyes of the crowd that we all have the same question. We are all wondering why Jaod would defend me and why with such violence. I look at him, a little afraid. I have never seen him so angry. I am afraid to speak to him, even to thank him, just in case he turns his anger on me. I really thought he didn't believe me. Maybe he doesn't believe me but refused to let the orc hurt me. I open my mouth, but I cannot make a noise. Jaod looks at me. His face still shows that he is angry, but his eyes do not show it. They seem worried but gentle. It comforts me. albeit slightly. The crowd stays silent. They are all in shock, just as much in shock as I am. I really don't know what I should do. Then I feel the eyes back on me with questions. The pressure is eating me alive. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Proththea, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothea's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 12. Jaod. The scene unfolding is nothing short of chaos. Everyone must sense the tension in the air because more and more orcs continue to shuffle into the madness in an attempt to figure out what is happening. Charlotte cowers behind me, clutching her arm. Her face is ashen and her eyes are filled with fear. There is a time and place to unravel all these claims and accusations, but here is not it. I look back to Charlotte, hiding behind my back. The look of confusion and hopelessness in her eyes, accompanied by her wet cheeks, is heartbreaking. There's no way the woman that I've spent the day with is capable of what all the orc is claiming. She has this innocence about her I admire, and a wholesomeness that is contagious. I'll be the first to admit I was skeptical at first, but spending more time with her has changed my beliefs. This has to be a huge misunderstanding. Perhaps he has confused her with someone else. And even if she's stolen from the Jadestone clan, so what? If it's true that they're slave-holding traitors, they deserve so much worse than that. Regardless, it all boils down to the fact that I have very strict instructions from Loki to keep her safe, and I always follow through with what is asked of me. My concern with Charlotte's well-being in her current state seems to further anger Urim. He steps towards me, pointing his finger in my face as he demands answers. "Why are you protecting this worthless human?" he yells. "Have you lost your mind? She's manipulating you." I stand tall. "She is under my protection by order of Loki. I cannot allow you to continue to harass her." The orc spits at the ground by my feet. "You fool! Can't you see she's just using you? She's probably spying for those humans in her clan, trying to learn our secrets. We've seen plots like that before." I shake my head. "You are mistaken. Charlotte is not capable of such deception. Loki has plans for her. It is not my place to question." "Plans? Ha!" Urim laughs mockingly. "The only possible plan he should have is what he is going to do once she turns this whole place into ashes." I feel Charlotte recoil behind me. "I promise," she cries. "This is all just a big misunderstanding." He reaches for her, but I quickly step between them, holding out my arm to block him. "Stop! She is under my protection. Touch her and you deal with me," I say sternly. The orc's face twists in anger. "You stupid bastard. You're so bewitched by this little wench you can't even see the truth. She's whispering lies into your ear, turning you against your own kind. Poor Anita. If she saw you now, she would roll over in her grave." My heart falls to my stomach at the mention of her name. "You will not speak of her ever again!" I roar, my anger reaching to a whole new level. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of impure thoughts, such as murdering him right here with my bare hands. I act only according to Loki's command. Question my loyalty, if you dare, but you will not lay a hand on her, and you will not bring Anita into this without there being hell to pay." Urim spits again and steps back. "Mark my words, she will betray you. And don't come crying to us when your precious human sticks a knife in your back and destroys us all. You are a traitor. When Loki hears what she—" "Enough!" I bellow. pulling my spear from the holster on my back and banging it on the ground. The entire crowd gets quiet, perhaps even ceasing to breathe. I will not stand here and allow you to tarnish my faith and loyalty any longer. Urim smiles wickedly, seeing he has struck a nerve. Oh, did I offend you? Good. It's time someone knocked you off your pious pedestal. He continues hurling more insults and crude taunts, seeking to provoke me to violence. I seethe with growing rage as he mocks my devotion to Loki and questions my integrity. I grimace, taken aback by his words. You dare question Loki's commands. To protect this woman is his will. How could you defy our leader so recklessly? I question. Your blind obedience makes you a fool, the orc shouts, stepping closer. Can't you see this human has corrupted your senses? Wake up! I stand firm. My mind is clear. Cast your petty grievances aside and obey as I have done. Urim laughs. Petty grievances? This is about defending our clan's honor. But you're too bewitched by that human to care. I begin to lose patience with his insults. I point my spear at his chest. Mind your words again. I serve Loki above all else. Do not question me again. Have fun with this measly human. You disgrace us all. She will be all used up and gone before we know it anyway. Fury rises within me, but I restrain myself. I've heard enough of your petty insults. Leave now before you cross a line you regret. He steps forward until his nose is almost touching mine. The only regret is trusting you to serve this clan. You have failed us all, you fool. With an angry roar, I push him back. Go, before your insolence gets the better of you. Your petty grievances are not my concern. He glares at me with pure hatred. When she betrays you, I will revel in your misery. He smiles as he turns and starts to stalk away. The orc's vile insults push me past my limit. I can tolerate no more of his disrespect toward Loki and doubts about my dedication. I've also had my fill of him degrading Charlotte. My vision blurs with rage. Urim! I shout, advancing closer to him. I refuse to let your vile disrespect taint this place any longer. I challenge you to combat so we may settle this honorably. The orc grins savagely, toying with his axe. At last, we will come to blows. I'm going to enjoy putting you in your place once and for all. I raise my spear, muscles tense for battle. When I emerge victorious, let it end your slanderous attacks upon my faith and my clan. Urim spits at my feet. When I defeat you, I'll say whatever I please, but I'll happily accept a chance to bloody your face. We stand poised on the brink of violence, staring, ready to duel to first blood or submission. Insults have escalated into an open challenge. He is the first to bow. See you over at the arena, he sneers. I'll make sure your human takes real good care of you while you're knocking on death's door. With that, he turns to leave in the direction of the grounds. I take a deep breath to calm myself before turning back to Charlotte. She has stepped back and is cowering behind a tree, tears streaming down her face. I approach her cautiously. Pay his words no mind. By Loki's grace, I will keep you from harm. Her safety is my responsibility. No amount of insults will make me abandon my sworn duty. This is all my fault, she cries, grabbing onto my arms for stability. You could be killed, and all because I came here seeking refuge. I should just go. I cut her off by placing my hand softly across her mouth. Her eyes widen in disbelief, but then the fear subsides. Charlotte, you have nothing to worry about. This is nothing. Just don't leave. You don't have to be present at the duel if it makes you uncomfortable, but please don't leave, I say as I remove my hand and stroke her cheek with my thumb. Please be careful, she says with rueful eyes. Always, I reply.
Chapter 13. Charlotte. This is all my fault, I think as I shake my head. I know this would not be happening if I had never come here. This mission is going to get people killed. Now Jaod will at the very least be hurt because of me. He could even be killed. That scarred orc looks pretty strong and willing to do anything to win. I'm sorry, I say in a low voice. Sorry for what? Jaod inquires. For getting you into this, I respond. Jaod stops and turns to me. You have nothing to be sorry for. You have done nothing to cause Urim's accusations. You certainly did nothing for him to insult me. Urim made his own choices. Now he must suffer the consequences, he assures me. I will deal with this, for honour, and to shut his arrogant mouth. It's about time someone did. It is my fault that you are fighting today. You may not have had to fight him at all if it wasn't for me. You may have found another way to take care of him, or someone else would have, I urge. This is a long time coming. He has been running his mouth since his uncle was promoted within the Jadestone clan. He thinks that he is someone just because he shares blood with a captain. He has done nothing to earn that arrogance, Jaward explains. You don't have to watch. No, I will be there to support you. That is the least I can do for causing so much trouble, I counter. I follow him to the arena. I have to jog to keep up with his quick, wide gait. As we approach the arena, I can see that there are a lot of people gathering to witness the fight. I catch bits and pieces of their conversations. There is speculation about who will win and why there is a fight. Some had not witnessed what just happened, but they are still ready to see some blood. There is excitement in the air as we enter the arena. In the middle of the arena is a stage made of dark wood. I can see that there have been many fights on this stage. There is still visible dried blood. Urim is already on the stage, hyping up the crowd. When he spots Jaod, he turns and starts taunting him. Jaod starts growling at the scarred orc. Stand over there and don't you even think about intervening, Jaod says to me and nods his head towards the front row of the crowd. He climbs onto the stage. Before he is ready, Urim rushes and slams his shoulder into Jaod's gut. I scream as contact is made. The attack drives Jaod to the corner of the stage on his butt. I start to worry when I see the shock on Jaod's face. The surprise dissipates from Jaod's face and is replaced with pure rage. He gets back on his feet and stares down his opponent. Is this how Jaod is in battle? I wonder. Jaod starts hitting Urim with extreme force. I can see through the blood seeping from the scarred orc's face that he is adding more scars to the count. I cringe at the sight of the blood, but I force my eyes not to leave the scene. Jaod is a ball of fury and fists. It is not long before he has the upper hand over Urim. Urim continues to get a few good hits in, but Jaod counters with strength and precision. I doubt they can even hear the crowd. The crowd chose their favourites and is now cheering and booing as each blow makes contact. I don't know why these people are so excited about this barbaric display. Why would they cheer as someone gets their face bashed in? Although I do fervently hope that Jaod wins, I still won't cheer this event on. I take a stand in my mind. I won't lose myself to the crowd mentality. Famous last words. I don't know what is happening, but as the fight goes on, I feel myself getting more and more invested. I start cheering Jaod on. I get swept up in the excitement of the crowd. Break his nose! I yell out before I can stop myself. What am I doing? This is awful, I tell myself. Then it seems that Jaod has made this a one-sided fight, and I am cheering as loud as everyone else. I internally kick myself for supporting this fight. Urim falls to the ground, motionless. It seems that the fight is over. I smile and cheer with the crowd at the victory. Jaod stands above his fallen enemy, blood dripping down his face, and he is huffing from the exertion. He spits blood in the face of his enemy. Urim slightly opens his eyes, but still doesn't move. I excitedly run to the stage and climb up. I run over to Jaod and hug his waist. I look up at his mangled face with a smile. Good fight, I say. My eyes grow wide, realising what I just did. I release him quickly and step back from him. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I apologise with my head down. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. He waves his hand. I can still hear the confusion in his voice. There is a silence between us for a few moments. Let me bandage those wounds, I offer. We can just go to the nearby clinic. You really aren't responsible for this, he assures me. We walk to the clinic together. When we arrive, we can see that they are very busy and don't have a lot of staff. We are told to wait and that someone will be with us as soon as possible. After a while, I can see that Jaod could bleed out before they can get to us. I get up and approach a nurse who just finished talking to another patient in the waiting room. Excuse me, I can see that you are very busy here, but my friend needs some medical attention. He is bleeding, I say. I understand, Ma'am. We are getting to everyone as quickly as possible. There are some who have life-threatening conditions that need us more. Please be patient, the nurse responds. How about this? You bring me the supplies and I can help my friend. Then he is one less patient you will have to worry about, I suggest. She thinks for a moment. She smiles and tells me to give her a couple of minutes. She returns a short time later with a bag of everything that I will need to treat Jaod. I thank her with a smile and she leaves us to it. I start taking out the supplies. I grab the gauze to help the bleeding to stop. I have never been so close to Jaod. I never realised that his green eyes had a golden ring around the outside of the iris. His hair has subtle grey streaks through it, probably from a life of battle. With our faces just inches apart, I feel something deep inside. Something tells me that I want to be this close to him for extended periods of time. I don't know what this means, and I really don't know if I want to know why I am feeling this way. He is sitting there still as can be. As our eyes meet, I stop breathing. His eyes are mesmerising me. I can feel myself leaning closer. I am pulled from my daze as he grabs my hand with a hiss. I see that I was holding the cotton gauze to his wound too hard. I can see the discomfort in his eyes, but he is not angry. He seems a little distracted too. I am not sure, but he won't look away from me. I remove the gauze from his wound quickly, and he winces from the sudden movement. Sorry, I didn't mean... It's all right, he interrupts me. I am embarrassed that I allowed myself to get so lost in his eyes and my own thoughts. Several moments of silence were broken when he spoke. Are you all right? He asks. I look up into his face and can see the concern etched into the bloodied surface. Yeah, I'm fine. I will just finish bandaging you up. I stumble as I try to recover from my embarrassment. I try not to look into his eyes while I clean up his wounds. I bandage the ones that have not completely stopped bleeding. As I fix him up, I kick myself internally. I don't know why I am acting like I have no sense. I don't understand why I can't control myself. I am annoyed with myself, but I try not to show it to him. I see Jaward give a little smirk. I don't think that I am hiding my internal struggles very well.
Chapter 14. Jaod. I sit in the sterile confines of the clinic, my senses overwhelmed by the sharp scent of antiseptic. Charlotte sits close to me, and as she bandages me up, I can't help but gaze at her face. This is the closest I've been to her, and I'm acutely aware of every detail, the soft curve of her cheek, the weariness etched in the lines around her eyes. Something stirs within me, a protective instinct I didn't know I possessed. I find myself wanting to shield her from further harm, to ease the burden she carries. It's an unfamiliar feeling, this concern for another. I'm here, I say, the words escaping before I can stop them. If you need anything... Her small smile in response warms something deep inside me. However, something's worrying me about her. Charlotte's shoulders are slumped, her usual radiant presence dimmed. Has the vile rumor spread by that wretched orc taken root in her mind? I curse under my breath, wishing I could shield her from their cruel words. As I stare at her, her amber eyes meet mine, and I see a flicker of doubt within their depths. My heart clenches. This strong, beautiful human should never have to endure such baseless allegations. Charlotte, I rumble, my voice low and urgent. Pay Urim no mind. His words hold no truth, only malice born of envy and ignorance. I long to pull her into an embrace, to offer the comfort and reassurance she deserves. But I resist the urge, knowing such intimacy would only breed further speculation. Instead, I hold her gaze, willing her to see the unwavering trust I have in her. Charlotte's lips curve into a small smile, and my shoulders relax slightly at the sight. His words don't matter, she says, her voice steady despite the hurt lingering in her eyes. What matters is you, Jaod. You've just emerged from battle, injured yet victorious. She gestures to the fresh gashes adorning my arms, evidence of the hard-won fight. I grunt, dismissing the wounds as mere scratches, but Charlotte's brow furrows with concern. I didn't give those foul whispers a second thought, she continues. My mind was solely focused on you, praying for your safety. How does one offer comfort to a soul so pure, so unfairly maligned? My tongue feels leaden, weighed down by the unaccustomed swell of emotions stirring within me. The clinic falls silent, everything else fading into white noise as I gaze into Charlotte's eyes. In that moment, it's as if we're the only two beings in existence, bound together by an inexplicable yet undeniable connection. I open my mouth, but no words come. Instead, I reach out, my calloused fingers gently grazing her soft cheek in a gesture more intimate than I intended. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, and I find myself momentarily stunned by the raw vulnerability in Charlotte's voice. It's okay even if the whole world doubts me as long as there's one person who trusts me. Can you be that person, Jaod? My heart thunders in my chest as I gaze into her pleading eyes, so full of hope and trepidation. Can I be that source of unwavering faith for her? I, a battle-hardened orc warrior, unaccustomed to such emotional burdens. A part of me wants to turn away, to retreat into the safety of emotional detachment. But as I study the delicate curves of her face, the depths of her amber eyes, I find myself utterly captivated. This human woman, so resilient yet so vulnerable, has awakened something within me, a fierce protectiveness I cannot ignore. I grip her shoulders gently but firmly, forcing her to hold my intense stare. Charlotte, look at me. My voice is thick with emotion as our gazes lock. What sorcery is this woman weaving over me? The anguish lacing Charlotte's voice cuts through me like a blade, her words heavy with sorrow and desperation. It's as if her entire world hinges on my response, her ability to carry on inextricably tied to whether I can offer her the trust she so desperately craves. I open my mouth, intent on reassuring her, but the words catch in my throat. Trusting another does not come easily to me. A lifetime of hardship and betrayal has honed my instincts for self-preservation. And yet, here stands this human woman, a virtual stranger whose very presence has stirred emotions within me I scarcely knew existed. My gaze drops to her trembling lips, her flushed cheeks, and I see it. The raw, unguarded pain etched into her delicate features. At that moment, I know with certainty that she speaks nothing but the truth. There is no deception in those soulful amber depths, only a desperate yearning for acceptance, for solace from the cruelties of this unforgiving world. Almost of its own accord, my head gives a firm nod of assent. Yes, I rumble, the single syllable carrying the weight of an unbreakable vow. I will trust you, Charlotte, no matter what the world says. My faith in you shall never waver. Relief washes over her features, quickly giving way to a torrent of emotion as fat tears spill down her flushed cheeks. Before I can react, she sinks weakly down beside me, her slender form pressing against my side as she rests her head upon my shoulder. I stiffen instantly, my entire body going rigid at the intimate contact. How did we find ourselves in this compromising position? Heat prickles along the back of my neck as I become achingly aware of every point where her soft curves meld against my battle-hardened frame. Is this truly acceptable? To allow such closeness with one who is little more than a stranger? Raw, primal instincts clamor within me, urging me to embrace her, to offer the comfort her soul so desperately craves. Is it okay if I borrow your shoulder for a minute? Charlotte whispers, her warm breath caressing my neck and sending an involuntary shiver coursing down my spine. At that moment, I am utterly powerless to deny her. Though every instinct screams at me to extricate myself from this perilous situation, I find myself rooted to the spot, utterly transfixed by the heat of her body pressing against mine. My heart races, pounding an erratic staccato against my ribcage as waves of unfamiliar sensations crash over me. I have faced countless foes on the battlefield, stared death in the eye without flinching. Yet here, now in the face of this woman's vulnerability, of the beguiling intimacy of our embrace, I find myself entirely disarmed. I open my mouth, fully intending to extricate myself from this situation before it spirals further out of control. But the words die on my lips as I turn to face her, my gaze instantly ensnared by the glistening trails her tears have left upon those flushed cheeks. In that moment, she is the very embodiment of fragility, of exquisite beauty worn ragged by a cruel and unforgiving world. And deep within the core of my being, an unfamiliar yearning takes root, the primal urge to shield her, to gather her into the protective circle of my arms and never let go. Yes, I rasp, the single syllable carrying far more weight than I could have anticipated. At that moment, I surrender fully to the foreign yearning stirring within my soul, letting my heart lead where logic and self-preservation have long held sway. Her eyes meet mine, a storm of vulnerability and hope swirling in their depths. In that instant, I feel the last of my defenses crumble, swept away by the tide of emotion rising between us. You can lean on me, any time. The words tumble from my lips, weighted with a depth of emotion I scarcely recognized in myself. Yet even as I give voice to the vow, I know in my heart that it rings with truth. This woman, this captivating, infuriatingly vulnerable creature, has utterly disarmed me, stripping away every hard-won barrier I've erected over the years. As if in a trance, my arm encircles her slender shoulders, drawing her trembling form more firmly against my side. The heat of her tears seeps down my arm, branding my skin in a way no blade ever could. Yet I make no move to withdraw, to re-establish the safe distance propriety demands. Instead, I find myself utterly entranced by the rise and fall of her chest, the delicate fluttering of her lashes against those flushed cheeks. In this moment, she is the entire world, a radiant beacon calling to the long-neglected embers of tenderness still smoldering in my calloused heart. A tentative smile blossoms across Charlotte's features, the simple curve of her lips carrying more power to disarm me than any blade. "Thank you," she murmurs, her voice rich with sincerity and quiet wonder. Our gazes lock, amber and green, and in that endless moment I feel utterly laid bare before her. It's as if she can see straight into the depths of my very soul. Past the gruff exterior, this cruel world has forced me to don as armor. The intensity of her stare is too much to bear. I tear my eyes away, clenching my fists so tightly that my nails bite into the calloused flesh of my palms. She is dangerous, a threat to everything I've built my life upon. With a mere look, a simple smile, she has reduced me to what? A love-struck fool, captivated by a pretty face.
Chapter 15. Charlotte. I blink slowly as the first rays of the sun manage to penetrate through the window, lighting up the room. My body aches from yesterday's ordeal, but my mind races. Thinking about Jaward's fierce protection sends a shiver down my spine. "You're safe here," he had growled, his massive form a shield between me and the other orcs. I sit up, rubbing my necklace absently. "What now, Laura?" I whisper to myself, wishing my sister could guide me. The day ahead looms like a mountain to climb. Will I be believed? Can I prove myself? Jaod's gruff kindness gives me hope, but I know the path ahead is treacherous. I take a deep breath. One step at a time, I murmur, swinging my legs off the bed. Whatever this day brings, I'll face it head on. The memory of last night's events plays vividly in my mind's eye. The desperate plea that tumbled from my lips, the tears that streaked my cheeks as I laid myself bare before Jaod. A shudder ripples through me as I recall the raw vulnerability I exposed, the unguarded openness with which I allowed him to glimpse the anguish riddling my soul. He is the one guarding me, keeping me a prisoner in this strange place. And yet, in that moment of weakness, I turned to him, seeking solace in the embrace of my captor. The realization leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, a burning sense of shame flooding my veins. I am a fool, helplessly entangled in the web of my own misguided emotions. Burying my face in my hands, I fight back the fresh tears stinging my eyes. How could I have been so reckless, so utterly devoid of sense? Jaod may have offered me a gentle understanding in that fragile moment, but he is not to be trusted. Beneath that gruff exterior, he is my jailer, nothing more. And I have handed him the key to unravelling me, exposing the depths of my weakness for his scrutiny. Curling into a tight ball, I berate myself for this momentary lapse in composure. How could I have lost control so completely? To allow the floodgates of emotion to burst open in such a devastating torrent. My cheeks burn with shame as I recall the vulnerability I exposed, the raw anguish I laid bare before Jaod's watchful gaze. He had seen me at my weakest, my defences utterly disarmed by the maelstrom raging within. Surely he was just being kind, extending a comforting hand as any decent person would. There is no deeper meaning behind his reassuring words, his offer of an understanding ear. I am projecting my own desperate yearnings onto innocent gestures, tainting them with misplaced hope. As the morning stretches into afternoon, that nugget of rationality becomes my lifeline. I cling to it with every ounce of restraint I can muster, using it as a shield against the treacherous whispers of my heart. Jaod is just being nice, nothing more. Yet that mantra does little to quell the awkwardness that settles between us like a leaden weight. I purposely avoid his searching gaze, his tentative attempts to engage me in conversation. Guilt gnaws at me with each rebuffed overture, but the risk of allowing myself to be drawn into his orbit once more is too great. The afternoon light filters weakly through the curtains of the small house, casting long shadows across the earthen floor. I sit on a rough-hewn stool in the corner, while Jaod's massive form looms near the hearth, stoking the dying embers. The air is thick with the lingering scent of our earlier midday meal and the ever-present musk of orc. As the day wanes, the silence between us grows heavy, almost palpable. The creaking of the wooden beams overhead and the distant sounds of the orc settlement outside only serve to emphasize the tension within these four walls. Finally, Jaod's deep voice cuts through the stillness, sending an involuntary shiver rippling through me. "Charlotte," he rumbles, turning his piercing gaze towards me. "Is something wrong?" The question hangs in the air, as unexpected as it is loaded. I meet his eyes, trying to decipher the mix of curiosity and wariness I see there. I stiffen, pointedly avoiding his penetrating gaze as it bores into me. Of course he has noticed my reticence, my deliberate attempts to evade him at every turn. The weight of his stare is suffocating, demanding an answer I am loath to give. "Were you avoiding me because of yesterday?" The cautious lilt to his words cuts straight through my defences, stripping bare the truth I have so desperately tried to conceal. I open my mouth to deflect, to weave a thin veil of falsehoods, but the words wither on my lips. I cannot lie to him, not after he witnessed the unvarnished vulnerability of my soul laid bare. "Yes," I exhale, the simple admission cracking the facade I have so carefully curated. I was avoiding you. Jaod is silent for a long moment, holding my averted gaze until I can no longer resist glancing up to meet his piercing green stare. There is no censure in those endless depths, only a gentle understanding that somehow manages to both soothe and unnerve me. "It's all right," he murmurs, reaching out to grasp my hand in one of his calloused palms. The simple contact sends a jolt rocketing through me. I meant what I said yesterday. You can always lean on me, Charlotte, anytime. Why are you being so nice to me? The question tumbles from my lips before I can rein it in, brimming with the vulnerability I had so desperately tried to conceal. Don't you think I'm lying? That I'm just trying to manipulate you? Jaod regards me steadily, his thumb tracing gentle circles across the back of my hand. The simple gesture is achingly intimate, stoking the embers of something frighteningly tender deep within me. "I listen to your heart, Charlotte," he rumbles, his voice a deep, soothing baritone that seems to reverberate through my very core. And it speaks nothing but the truth. I blink owlishly, taken aback by the unexpected profoundness of his answer. How can this warrior, this imposing figure often cloaked in stoic reserve, so easily lay bare the unvarnished truth thrumming between us? Words fail me, and I can only gape wordlessly as the weight of his declaration settles over me like a swathe of finely spun silk. The rest of the day blurs into a whirlwind of quieter moments shared between us. That night, we cooked together, our bodies moving in an oddly synchronized dance within the confines of the small kitchen. As the mouth-watering aromas fill the air, Jaod begins to speak of Burning Sun, the clan in which we find ourselves. His rich baritone carries me along, painting vivid tapestries of the wonders contained within these walls that I have yet to glimpse. I hang on his every word, enraptured by the passion that underlies his deep cadences. He speaks of his work here with a devotion bordering on reverence, and I cannot help but be swept up in his infectious fervour. This is no mere job to him. It is a calling, a sacred duty to which he has given himself over fully. As he expounds on the myriad possibilities awaiting us, the sheer wonderment crackling in his obsidian eyes sets my heart aflutter. The pleasant hum of conversation eventually lapses into a comfortable lull as we linger over the remnants of our meal. I pick idly at my plate, suddenly hyper-aware of Jaod's steady gaze trained upon me. Before I can think better of it, the words come tumbling out in a breathless rush. "I'm worried about my sister." Jaod says nothing, merely inclining his head in silent prompting for me to continue. I draw a shuddering breath, steeling my nerves against the torrent of emotion threatening to overwhelm me once more. We were together when they took us in as slaves. While they kept us in those terrible conditions, we were always there for one another. We took care of each other always. When she was in a better social position within the clan, she would always sneak some extra food for me, I murmur, unable to meet his intense stare as the memories claw their way to the surface. I don't know if she's okay, or if they've done anything to her now that I've left her and abandoned her. My voice cracks, the rest of the sentence dissolving into a choked sob. Tears burn hot trails down my cheeks as the full weight of my fear crushes down upon me. What if Laura paid the price for my moment of desperate rebellion? The thought is utterly unendurable. To sacrifice my beloved sister upon the altar of my selfish actions. They know I escaped, I rasp, hating the way my voice trembles with scarcely leashed anguish. If anything happened to her because of me, because they were trying to punish me or send some twisted message, I don't know what I'd do. The admission hangs heavy between us, a fragile spectre of the darkness that haunts my every waking moment. I can't bear to examine the depths of my own dread too closely, for fear that the truth may utterly undo me. Jaward's hand finds mine once more, his calloused palm engulfing my trembling fingers with a strength and solidity that momentarily anchors me against the raging tempest. Our eyes meet, his gaze filled with an emotion I cannot quite put a name to. A heavy silence hangs between us in the wake of my raw confession. Jawd's thumb traces soothing arcs across my knuckles, but his eyes remain unreadable pools of beautiful emerald. For a moment, I fear I have pushed too far, peeled back the layers of my anguish to reveal truths for which he has no frame of reference. How could he possibly understand the depths of my terror? The screaming voice in my mind that whispers my sister has already paid the ultimate price for the grievous sin of my escape. Just as I am about to withdraw into myself once more, to erect the tattered shields that are my only refuge, Jaod leans forward. His free hand comes up to cradle my jaw, the calloused pads of his fingertips featherlight against my tear-stained skin. "Charlotte," he rumbles, the familiar baritone reverberating through me. There is a raw vulnerability in my name on his lips, a hushed intimacy that steals the very breath from my lungs. His gaze bores into me, stripping away every last vestige of pretense until I am laid utterly bare before him. I should feel exposed, vulnerable under such intense scrutiny. And yet, at this moment, I have never felt so utterly seen and understood. My eyes slip shut of their own accord as his forehead comes to rest against mine in a breathtakingly tender gesture. Our mingled breaths intermingle in the scant space between us, the world narrowing until there is only the solid warmth of him against me. And then his lips find mine, softly coaxing and utterly shattering in one exquisite instant. The kiss is light as a breath, barely a whisper, and yet it sends a cataclysmic shockwave ricocheting through my entire being.
Chapter 16. Jaod. I pull back slowly, my lips still tingling from the unexpected kiss. Charlotte's amber eyes are wide, a mix of surprise and something else. Something that makes my heart race in a way I haven't felt in years. The scent of her, so foreign yet intoxicating, lingers in the air between us. I shouldn't have... I start to growl, but my voice trails off. My mind is a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Did I make the right choice? I meet her gaze, searching for answers. Right or wrong, there's no going back now. What happened, and I can't change that. Her lips are like a siren's call, soft and intoxicating against mine. At this moment, the world seems to fall away until there is nothing but the exquisite press of her body against me. The tantalizing taste of her that I hungrily drink in. It feels magical. As if some ancient force has woven its tendrils around us both, binding us together in an unbreakable tether. A primal part of me howls in triumph, relishing in the way she melts so perfectly into my embrace. But even as desire blazes white-hot through my veins, something darker stirs in the shadowed recesses of my soul. Unbidden, the memory of another woman's smile ghosts across my mind's eye, the way her raven tresses would tumble freely over her shoulders as she threw her head back in carefree laughter. Anita, the name lances through me like a physical blow, a brutal reminder of all I've lost, of the dream so cruelly shattered, and the light that was extinguished from my life far too soon. With a strangled cry, I tear myself away from Charlotte's intoxicating orbit. She looks up at me with wide, startled eyes as I stagger back, chest heaving with ragged breaths that seem to scald my very lungs. I'm sorry, I rasp, swiping a hand over my face as if to physically banish the haunting specter that has arisen between us. That shouldn't have happened. The tendril of emotion unfurling in my chest is dangerous, a siren song that could well spell my utter undoing if I allow it to take root. I will not allow another to breach the fortress I've built around my battered heart. As the phantom caress of Anita's memory fades, rage surges in its place, a white-hot fury directed inwards at my own moment of unforgivable weakness. Shame burns in the wake of that searing anger as I brutally smother the fragile bud of tenderness that has dared blossom anew. I am a warrior, hardened against such frivolous dalliances. To lose myself in meaningless passion would be to profane the sanctity of the only love that has ever truly anchored my soul. With an iron will, I ruthlessly squash those treacherous feelings, locking them away where they can never again see the light of day. Charlotte cannot be allowed to awaken wants and needs that I had carved from my own heart long ago. The past is a graveyard, and I am its grim caretaker, no matter how intoxicating her embrace may be. My resolve must be as unyielding as the steel of my blade. Forcing my turbulent emotions into a tightly leashed coil, I turn back to face Charlotte. Her lips are still parted, slightly swollen from the fevered press of our forbidden kiss, and a treacherous part of me aches to close the distance between us once more. Duty, honor, sacrifice. These are the pillars upon which I've built my life. That kiss, I begin haltingly, steeling my resolve against the silent entreaty blazing in her expressive eyes. It shouldn't have happened. The words seem to physically impact her, her shoulders tensing almost imperceptibly as hurt flickers across her delicate features. But in a blink, the emotion is masked, her expression settling into one of studied nonchalance. "It's nothing," she replies with an airy wave of her hand, as if brushing aside a mere trifling inconvenience. The offhand remark is like a viper's strike, the venom of her words lashing me with the sharp sting of guilt. Of course she would react with such cavalier disregard, no doubt anticipating the inevitable rejection that must follow any intimate overture. The very notion causes bile to rise in my throat. She should never have cause to brace for such callous treatment, least of all for me. I've crossed a line, overstepped boundaries in a moment of unforgivable weakness. "Charlotte," I rasp, my voice catching over the syllables of her name. "I never intended. I would never take advantage of you like that. You must know that." I search her eyes beseechingly, praying she can see the truth burning in my earnest gaze. I'm no snake in the grass, no predator seeking to exploit her vulnerability for my own sordid gratification. Charlotte's expression softens almost imperceptibly, her eyes holding mine in an unflinching stare. "I'm okay, Jaod," she murmurs, her voice low and laced with a melancholy resignation that lances straight through me. "Really, I don't mind." She offers me a small, rueful smile that somehow manages to splinter what remains of my resolve into thousands of jagged shards. How can she be so nonchalant in the wake of my moment of unforgivable weakness? "I'll just—" Charlotte gestures vaguely towards the hallway, already beginning to extricate herself from the suffocating tension rapidly building between us. "Excuse me." I can only nod numbly, rooted to the spot as she slips away like smoke dissipating on the breeze. My gaze remains fixated on the doorway long after she has disappeared through it, the soft snick of the latch echoing in the cavernous silence enveloping me. It is in that profound quiet that the harsh reality of my predicament comes crashing down upon me with the weight of an inexorable tsunami. I cannot remain here, bound to this woman whose mere presence has awoken wants and needs I had carved from my soul with my own blade. The fragile flicker of attraction that her lips against mine ignited threatens to consume me utterly if I allow it to burn unchecked. My jaw sets in a hard, unyielding line as the decision solidifies within me. I will return to the solitary existence that has long been my sole companion, walling myself off from any who would dare breach the icy fortress shielding what remains of my heart, even if a deeply buried part of me screams in agonized protest at the thought of removing Charlotte's warmth from my life. As the hours bleed onwards into the night's embrace, I remain a silent sentinel in the wake of her departure. I do not sleep, nor eat. I simply exist in a numb, hollowed-out state as I wrestle with the grim choice stretching before me. When the first pale streaks of dawn begin to etch the horizon, my path is set. I will extricate myself from Charlotte's orbit before her presence can shake the very foundations of all that I am, no matter how haunting the specter of her parted lips or the phantom echoes of her skin against mine. The weight of my decision presses heavily on my mind as I stand before Loki in his chambers. The flickering torchlight casts dancing shadows across the room, highlighting the deep furrows of concern on the clan leader's face. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what I'm about to say. "Loki," I begin, my voice low but firm. "I have a request regarding the human girl." The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air between us. The old orc's eyes narrow slightly, his tusks gleaming as he leans forward in his seat. "Speak, Jaod," he rumbles. I explain my idea, choosing my words carefully. As I finish, Loki arches one thick, quizzical brow, but thankfully he does not press for details. A flicker of understanding ghosts across his weathered features as our eyes meet, and he gives a solemn nod of assent. "As you wish," he rumbles, rising from his cluttered desk with a creak of protesting joints. "I'll have Sula collect the girl and bring her to the residential quarters." A wave of relief crests over me, swiftly doused by a pang of something I dare not examine too closely. I murmur my gratitude, turning on my heel before Loki can glimpse the warring turmoil I know must be searing across my expression. The following hours blend into an indistinct haze as I wander the chamber's halls in a fog of grim determination. I don't know him well at all, but Sula maintains an appropriate demeanor as he follows Loki's orders. As the sun continues its inexorable descent, I linger out on the grounds, filling my lungs with the bracing chill of the crisp evening air. Only when the last ruddy tendrils of twilight have faded to inky blackness do I finally force my leaden steps back towards the modest dwelling I've called home these past few years. The moment I cross the threshold, a hollow ache blooms in my chest, as if the very walls are pressing accusingly. The living area is immaculately tidy, not a single item out of place, and yet the emptiness seems to mock me with its stark desolation. My boots strike the bare floor with hollow echoes as I prowl from room to room, searching for any lingering trace of Charlotte's presence. But there is nothing, not so much as a stray hair or a forgotten trinket to betray that she had ever set foot beneath this roof. Finally, I find myself in the kitchen, bracing my palms against the well-worn countertop as I stare sightlessly at the crusted remains of last night's meal. The plate sits abandoned, the uneaten scraps offering up a mocking reminder of the easy camaraderie we had shared over that simple meal. Of the way her melodic laughter had filled this space with a warmth and vitality I had not dared let myself acknowledge. A ragged exhale gusts past my lips as the harsh truth settles in my marrow. She is well and truly gone from my life, as it should be. And yet, why does this empty house feel more like a haunting specter than the sanctuary I had envisioned? The oppressive silence stretches onwards, surrounding me in an inexorable vice, till I feel as though I am slowly suffocating beneath its smothering weight. The silence had once been my sole companion, a balm against the lingering ghosts and shrapnel memories that could never be fully exorcised. Now it rings with deafening accusation, each infinitesimal creak and groan echoing like a discordant dirge through the empty rooms. My home has become a hollow mausoleum, one which I have inadvertently rendered achingly empty with my own selfish actions. Growling a vile curse, I rake my hands through my disheveled hair as an unfamiliar ache takes root behind my breastbone. This arid aloneness should be as natural as breathing after so many years of solitude. I had grown accustomed to the solitary existence, hardened myself against any fleeting longings for conversation or camaraderie. Yet in the span of a few short days, that fragile equilibrium has been irrevocably shattered. Gritting my teeth, I pivot on my heel and stride from the stifling confines of my home with purposeful strides. I cannot remain trapped within these suffocating walls a moment longer, lest the discordant echoes of memory drive me utterly mad.
Chapter 17. Charlotte. I open my eyes to what is now a familiar sight of the room with all its quirks, and the distinctive smell of a wooden house. Sunlight filters through the thin curtains, casting a pale glow across the room, As I stretch, the old bed frame creaks, and I let out a small sound of enjoyment. The worn floorboards beneath my feet groan as I shift my weight, a daily reminder of this house's age and secrets. I run my fingers along the rough-hewn windowsill, tracing the knots and whorls in the wood that I've come to know by heart. Another day, I murmur, swinging my legs over the side of the mattress. A muffled thud breaks my reverie. Voices drift, too indistinct to make out words but familiar enough to identify, yet I can't be bothered that much. I sigh, wondering what today will bring. Something nags at the back of my mind, an unfinished thought that refuses to go away. I can't stop replaying that kiss over and over in my mind. Jaod's strong arms enveloped me, the roughness of his calloused hands cradling my face so tenderly. The aroma of smoke and earth surrounded me as his lips crashed against mine with an urgency that stole my breath away. Jaward awoke feelings in me I didn't even know I was capable of. Excitement, passion, desire. They all blazed within me like a raging wildfire. But now, just one day later, it's as if that all-consuming flame has been ruthlessly snuffed out. My heart dropped when the brutish orc Sula arrived to take over guarding me. The house which once was a sanctuary, now is only a memory, as I was led to a different place, a different home that doesn't feel like mine anymore. And just like that, he's gone, leaving me alone with this glowering stranger. I finger the necklace my sister made me. The familiar grooves a small comfort as turmoil swirls inside me. What did I do wrong? Why is Jaward pushing me away after that searing kiss that felt so right? Regret winds its tendrils around my heart as I trudge back to my room, painfully alone with only my churning thoughts. Sula stands stoically outside my door, his massive frame blocking most of the hallway. I eye him warily as I emerge from my room to fetch some water. His perpetual scowl deepens as our gazes meet briefly before I skitter past him. The brooding energy that seems to radiate constantly from this orc is suffocating. A heavy silence follows me like a dark cloud as I make my way to the kitchen. I can feel his distrustful stare burrowing into my back the entire time. Back in the relative safety of my quarters, I sink onto the simple cot, still struggling to process Jaod's abrupt coldness. How could he so easily discard me after that fervent, all-consuming kiss? The memory of his calloused hands on my skin still burns. I bring a trembling hand up to trace my tingling lips, trying to recapture that feeling of being utterly consumed by passion and desire. But it's fading, being rapidly extinguished by hurt and confusion over Jaod's actions. Why would he have this surly brute Sula watch over me? The orc's mere presence is like a self-imposed prison sentence. His constant glares and foul mood hang over me like a guillotine ready to drop at any moment. Why shut me out like this? Why subject me to Sula's snarly disdain? Regret continues to eat away at me over whatever mistake I made to prompt this treatment from the orc I'm impossibly illogically drawn to. A week has crawled by since Sula brought me to live with him in his private quarters. I spent those first few days in a daze of hopefulness, waiting for him to open up and give me some clarity. Sula has been my constant hulking shadow, silently judging my every move. I can't shake the feeling that he knows what transpired between Jaod and me. The way he looks at me, top lip curled in a perpetual sneer of disgust, makes my stomach roil. Does he think I seduced his friend? That I used my human wiles to lead the mighty Jaod astray? A defiant spark flares within me at the insult, but I'm powerless to do anything about Sula's superiority complex. Life with Sula in these cramped quarters has become a suffocating, miserable existence. We eat together in tense silence, me pushing food around my plate, while he avoids all eye contact. I retire to my small room afterwards, trying to ignore Sula's condemnatory glowers. At night, I often find myself pressing my ear against the thin walls, straining to hear any sound, any clue, about why he's shut me out so completely. All I'm met with is silence and regret over whatever I did to deserve this. I'm back to feeling adrift, alone, and so terribly confused. Hurt blossoms in my chest as I sink down on the bed, fingers reflexively seeking out my necklace for comfort. Why did Jaod open himself up just to shut me out like this? Does our connection really mean so little that he can simply discard it without a second thought? I trusted Jaod, foolishly let him break through walls I've had firmly erected for years just to survive. Now regret threatens to pull me under like a rip current as I realise I've gone and gotten my heart involved with someone who cannot, or will not, reciprocate those feelings. Maybe some things really are better left untouched. It's only been a short time since I first laid eyes on Jaod, yet it feels like a lifetime has passed. So much has happened in that fleeting span of time. My entire world has been upended. I was once a lowly human slave, resigned to a life of misery and drudgery serving the vile Jadestone clan. I never would have dared to even make eye contact with someone like Jaod back then. He was an intimidating mountain of muscle and battle-scarred orc ferocity that had me cowering in fear. But then he showed an unexpected moment of kindness, saving me from a brutal panther laying waste on me, and everything changed. Suddenly I found myself unable to look away from the flickers of vulnerability and hurt I glimpsed beneath his gruff exterior. Despite all logic and self-preservation instincts, I became intensely, irrevocably drawn to Jaod in a way I can't fully comprehend. With each subsequent interaction, each snippet of his tragic backstory he reluctantly revealed, I found myself falling harder. Perhaps that's why his abrupt cold shoulder cut so deeply now. He gave me a tantalizing glimpse behind the elite orc warrior's calloused emotional walls, then swiftly sealed himself off again after our combustible kiss. I know I should regret ever letting myself get attached to someone like Jaod. He's an unfathomable enigma. Brutal one moment, gentle the next. He is a hardened warrior, yet he has an unexpectedly tender side that he goes to great lengths to conceal. In those few stolen moments where I felt like he truly saw me, the real me, not just a weak human. One of those nights started off sombre, as Jaod and I spoke in hushed tones about my wretched past as a slave in the Jadestone clan. I recounted tale after harrowing tale, the back-breaking labour, the cruel lashings, the utter degradation of being stripped of my humanity. Jaod listened with an unreadable expression, but I could see the muscle ticking in his clenched jaw as flickers of rage burned in his amber eyes. For reasons I couldn't fathom, he seemed deeply affected by the ugly truths I was divulging. As the words spilled relentlessly from my lips like a dam finally bursting, I found myself unable to stem the tide of long-buried emotions. Tears began streaking silently down my cheeks as I relived the most traumatic moments in visceral detail. I expected Jaod to remain stoically unmoved, as was his way, but then his rough, calloused hands were cupping my face, thumbs swiping at the damp trails on my cheeks with unexpected tenderness. Then, with no preamble, Jaod's lips crashed against mine in a searing, needful kiss. I gasped at the shocking intimacy before melting helplessly against the scorching heat of his body. This brutal orc warrior was devouring me with a startling, single-minded intensity that betrayed the depth of his long-suppressed desire. However, it seems like all of that is gone now. One night, and all went wrong.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofproththea.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Proththea's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 18. Charlotte. I lie in my bed, restless and tense, my fingers twisting nervously around the necklace. The worn sheets rustle with each anxious movement, a subtle reminder of my confinement. Please, I whisper to the ceiling, my voice barely audible. Let them believe me. I can almost hear Laura's voice, urging me to stay strong. The thought of her, still trapped with the other slaves, makes my heart ache. I clutch my pillow tighter, seeking comfort where there is none. However, I've learned that you need to turn pain and hardship into motivation in order to move forward with your goals and missions. That's what I also intend to do. No matter how difficult the road gets, I will still give it my all, even if it means I will die in the process. Insomnia plagues me again tonight, my mind too restless to allow any semblance of respite. I toss and turn futilely on the scratchy sheets, trying in vain to find a comfortable position. No matter which way I arrange myself, there's no escaping the formless sense of dread coiled in the pit of my stomach like a venomous serpent. Just when I think exhaustion may finally claim me, muffled voices reach my ears from beyond the door. I bolt upright, straining to make out the indistinct conversation. Curiosity rapidly morphs into concern as the cadence of the gruff, rumbling tones registers. Those are definitely orcs out there. But why would they be conversing outside my chamber in the dead of night? With trembling hands, I slip from the bed and creep towards the door, every nerve electrified with apprehension. My bare feet make no sound on the rushes as I inch closer, movements preternaturally stilled by mounting trepidation. Pressing my ear against the weathered wood, I try to decipher the low murmurs, but the words remain maddeningly unclear. Throwing caution to the wind, I carefully unlatch the door and ease it open just a crack. Cool night air washes over my clammy skin as I peek out into the shadowed hall, holding my breath against any errant sound betraying my eavesdropping vigil. Even squinting, I can't discern any figures in the dim hallway lighting beyond the wavering pool of torchlight. But those disembodied voices persist just out of sight, grating consonants and growled inflections distinctly non-human. My pulse thrums with rising unease as the unmistakable impression takes form. Are they talking about me? But what could elite orc warriors want secreted away like this? Dread coils through my veins as scenarios ricochet through my fevered imagination, each more unsettling than the last. The human girl. My breath catches in my throat as a gravelly voice finally carries through, underscored by a derisive snort from another party. They are talking about me. At first, the fragmented phrases I overhear make little sense, merely stroking my bewilderment. The menacing undertones are unmistakable, causing icy tendrils of trepidation to slither through my veins. But the actual meaning behind their furtive discussion remains obfuscated by the vagueness of the snippets bleeding through the door crack. I press closer, barely daring to breathe as I strain my every sense to gather more context. Surely if I can just decipher a few more telling morsels of their conversation, the full insidious picture will clarify. The rough scrape of leather on stone reaches my ears as one of the orcs seemingly shifts his stance just out of view. A scuff of boots, the clink of armour plates, the sounds are maddeningly innocuous yet perversely ominous all the same. At long last, another gruff murmur wafts through the sliver of open space. I can't make out the individual words, but the declarative, decisive tone raises the hairs on the nape of my neck. Then, the response that shatters what little remained of my naively oblivious existence. My back flattens against the unforgiving stone as those damning words cleave through the stillness, shrapnel to the soul. Watch her well, observe her and get evidence from her. Evidence? What unfathomable atrocity are they attempting to frame me for? My muddled thoughts careen as panic takes over every rational faculty. Then kill her. The gruff declaration slices through me more lethally than any blade. Make it look like a suicide or accident. Bile burns in my throat as the magnitude of their murderous intent crystallizes. They don't simply plan to end my life. They intend to erase any existence I ever had. The consummate, unwitnessed death. No lingering trails to follow. How? How could such depravity take root here? I thought the Burning Sun clan was different. A choked sound halfway between a sob and a retch tears from my constricted airway. Distantly, I recognize the frantic pounding in my ears as my own pulse thundering towards oblivion. The voices beyond the door still, leaving only the oppressive silence awaiting their next calculated move against me. I curl into myself, nails scoring lines into my clammy skin as I try to physically contain the cataclysm raging within. They're enemies. The damning realization solidifies into an immovable truth as that telltale metallic rasp echoes like a death knell. I stifle a cry, clapping a trembling hand over my mouth as my spine presses harder against the unforgiving stone wall. In that suspended moment, my overwrought senses roar with hyperclarity. The heavy tread of armoured boots, the dull thud of a weapon hilt striking gauntleted palms in what can only be menacing anticipation. Paralysed, I can merely gape at the door, willing it to remain the impregnable barrier separating me from the orchestrators of my untold demise. But then the knob begins juddering with unmistakable intent. Pure self-preservation response takes over. I wrench myself away from the wall and stagger blindly backwards into the room, legs rubbery and numb. The world tilts kaleidoscopically as I fumble for the latch, finally managing to engage the heavy lock with clumsy desperation. For a shred of a suspended heartbeat, I sag against the secured portal, harsh pants tearing from my constricted airway. But the fleeting reprieve lasts only until my wild, roving gaze alights on the lone window recessed into the adjacent wall. A choked whimper escapes as I take in the solid stone exterior, visible beyond the wavy, imperfect glass. No escape that way. It would be far too loud. My legs buckle as the severity of my predicament reaches a crescendo. I'm trapped, ensnarled like a hapless rabbit as the hunters draw ever nearer to their cornered prey. Helpless tears scorch blazing trails down my ashen cheeks. Then, the creak of those heavy boots now directly beyond the door. A shadow shifts across the muted glow filtering through the bottom crack. The hairs along my nape prickle in primal warning as the knob begins juddering again in a series of dull, percussive thuds. Dread solidifies into a leaden weight that steals my every shallow inhalation as the percussive impacts against the abused door reach a fevered crescendo. Any moment now it will splinter apart, leaving me disgracefully exposed. Tears blur my vision, but I blink them back with vehement desperation. I won't surrender the sight of my last, agonizing moments to such debilitating weakness. My ragged breaths slowly cease as I instinctively prepare for whatever brutal fate awaits me. The world contracts into a claustrophobic tunnel of hyper-focused awareness. The splintering groan of tortured wood, the coarse grunts of exertion as a heavyweight slams against the buckling barrier again and again. My heart pounds in sync with each thunderous impact, a frantic drumbeat of terror. Then, silence. They're leaving. A fragile spark of hope flickers through my constricted chest. Perhaps they've merely grown frustrated with the door's impregnability for now. Surely this merciless hunt can't be over so soon. The gasping exhalation wrenches from my lips before I can abate it, a soul-rending expression of overwhelming relief now that the immediate threat seems to have passed. I sag back against the wall, drained as the jagged tension slowly bleeds from my seized muscles. That's when the thunderous impact directly against the threshold jolts me upright again. An amplified cry escapes as the door ricochets inward, the lock clearly breached. There's no time to scramble for any pitiful last defence or beg for mercy before the towering shape fills the frame. I flinch away, curling in on myself as I instinctively seek the flimsy refuge of bed covers pulled protectively over my head. Every fibre constricts and coils as I strain for the barest whisper of sound that might warn when the impending attack will descend. The prospect of never knowing my fate is almost more agonising than the brutal finality I had braced for. At least brutal certainty provides a finite boundary, no matter how cruel. This aching limbo destroys me from the inside with each unanswered inhale. My mind races, conjuring 1,000 terrible scenarios. Each passing second feels like an eternity, filled with dread and possibility. I strain my ears, desperate for any sound that might betray their intentions, but the silence is oppressive and suffocating. Have they merely retreated to strategize further torments? Or do they lurk just beyond my muffled sanctuary, drinking in every infinitesimal quiver and plaintive whimper with sadistic relish before striking? Then a sound fractures the abusive silence, the lightest possible footfall barely even there. My jolt is visceral, bladed shards of adrenaline detonating through my veins as that singular whisper resonates with baleful promise. Is this the precursor to my oblivion finally descending? Or the cruel game continuing to stretch my torment into infinity? Sweat beads along my craven brow as I strain towards the source of that faintest disturbance. Only the deafening beat of my own pulse answers as the swirling nightmare consumes me anew. What will become of me now, on the other side of that violated threshold? The question reverberates unanswered as my sanity steadily unravels.
Chapter 19. Jaod. The forest blurs around me, but the thoughts I'm trying to outrun remain sharp and clear. Charlotte's face, the kiss, the looming threat. They all swirl in my mind like a relentless storm. Damn it all, I growl, pushing myself harder. Sweat drips down my green skin, my muscles burning with exertion. This usually works, the physical strain drowning out the mental noise. But not today, not with her. I skid to a halt, my fists clenching in frustration. Why can't I shake this? The trees offer no answer, just the sound of my own labored breathing. I close my eyes trying to center myself, but all I see is amber eyes and freckled skin. The mission, the clan, my duty, it's all tangled up with feelings I thought long dead. With a frustrated grunt, I turn back towards the clan settlement. My run has taken me further than I realized, and the sun is already high in the sky. As I approach the outskirts of the Burning Sun clan's territory, the sounds of civilization gradually replace the forest's quiet. Soon, I'm back among my people. I quicken my pace, the hard soles of my boots pounding against the packed earth as I run through the bustling settlement. The rhythmic thud of my footfalls is drowned out by the cacophony of voices and activity surrounding me. Orcs of all sizes stride purposefully through the bustling clan, their gruff tones mingling with the clanging of weaponry and the occasional bray of a beast. Ahead, I spot a group of patrol officers, their muscular frames adorned with the clan's colors and insignia. As I draw nearer, they turn to face me, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. "Greetings, brothers!" I call out, raising a hand in salutation. Grok, the burliest of the group, nods in acknowledgement. "Jaod," he rumbles, his deep voice carrying a hint of respect. Beside him, Thok and Zarna simply grunt in response, while young Dorback eyes me with barely concealed admiration. I slow to a brisk walk, weaving past them without breaking stride. "Everything all right, Jaod?" Leisha, the patrol's keen-eyed scout, asks as I pass. I offer a curt nod, not trusting myself to speak more than necessary. My mind, however, remains preoccupied with a single, persistent thought. Charlotte. Where is she now? Who among our clan has taken charge of her? I can't seem to shake the nagging sense of concern that tugs at my core whenever I think of the human slave. I shake my head, dismissing the thoughts that plague me. Pressing onward, I stride with renewed determination, my gaze fixed on the path ahead. And yet, after only a few steps, I find myself slowing to a halt, my feet rooting themselves to the spot as if anchored by an invisible force. I turn, my eyes scanning the bustling activity around me, searching for... what? A sign, a clue, anything that might shed light on Charlotte's whereabouts and well-being. The questions continue to swirl, unanswered, a relentless torrent that refuses to be quelled. With a frustrated exhale, I clench my fists, silently vowing to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Pivoting on my heel, I retrace my steps back towards the patrol officers, my strides now fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. As I approach, they turn to regard me once more, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and bemusement. "Brothers," I call out, my voice carrying a weight that demands their attention. "I must ask you something of great importance." A few of them exchange furtive glances, while others simply nod, silently granting me leave to continue. "The human Charlotte," I begin, her name rolling off my tongue with an unexpected familiarity. "Do any of you know who currently oversees her care and well-being? Is it still Sula, or has she been handed over to someone else?" A brief silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the ambient sounds of the bustling clan. The patrol officers exchange a series of meaningful glances, their expressions revealing shared knowledge that seems to transcend the need for words. Finally, one of them, the same burly orc who had spoken earlier, turns to face me once more. "Aye, it is still Sula who tends to the human," he confirms with a solemn nod. As if on cue, the others begin to disperse, their forms melting back into the ever-shifting tide of activity that surrounds us. Soon, only the one orc remains, his gaze holding mine for a lingering moment before he too turns and lumbers away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. A frown creases my brow as I mull over this newfound information, Sula's name echoing like a refrain within the confines of my mind. And then, like a wisp of smoke coalescing into a tangible form, a fleeting recollection takes shape. Sula. He is not one of our own. Not truly. His allegiance lies with another tribe, a smaller, lesser-known clan that had sought refuge within our ranks some time ago. The Red Mountain clan, I recall now, a fractured offshoot of our own, their numbers dwindling until they had no choice but to seek the protection and solidarity of a larger, more formidable tribe. And so, they had come to us, their battered remnants folding seamlessly into the fabric of the Burning Sun clan. My frown deepens as I consider the implications of this revelation. An outsider, a stranger from a foreign tribe, now entrusted with the well-being of a human woman whose very existence seems to hold an inexplicable weight within the depths of my being. Unbidden, a surge of unease ripples through me, fueled by the uncertainty of Charlotte's fate in the hands of one whose loyalties and motivations remain shrouded in mystery. I shake my head, as if to physically dislodge the disquieting thoughts that threaten to take root. Whatever doubts or misgivings I may harbor, one thing is certain. I must seek out Sula, must lay eyes upon Charlotte and assure myself of her continued safety and well-being. The compulsion burns within me like an inextinguishable flame, driving me ever forward, heedless of the consequences that may await. Sula's dwelling must be a solitary one, I muse, segregated from the communal dwellings that house the majority of our clan. A detached, isolated abode befitting an outsider, one who has yet to fully integrate into the fabric of our society. The thought solidifies into a conviction, prompting me to alter my course with a subtle adjustment of my stride. I veer away from the well-trodden paths that crisscross our settlement, instead steering towards the outskirts where the structures become more sparse, more isolated. I do not know precisely which dwelling belongs to Sula, but a strange, insistent pull tugs at my core, spurring me onwards with an urgency that defies rational explanation. It is as if an invisible tether binds me to Charlotte, drawing me inexorably towards her, heedless of the consequences or implications. "It's not as if I miss her," I mutter to myself, the words carrying a hollow ring that fails to convince even my own ears. "Or feel guilty for—" My voice trails off, the rest of the sentence hanging unspoken in the air. For being a jerk? For shutting her out? For erecting impenetrable walls that kept her at a distance, even as some unfathomable force seemed to draw us together? Perhaps. Or perhaps it is something else entirely, some deeper, more primal yearning that I dare not give voice to. I press onwards, my strides lengthening as I navigate the increasingly secluded terrain. The cacophony of the clan's activity fades into a distant murmur, replaced by the rhythmic pounding of my boots against the packed earth and the cadence of my own ragged breaths. Guilt? Longing? Or something else entirely? And yet, I cannot stem the tide, cannot quell the inexorable compulsion that drives me ever forward, propelling me towards an inevitable confrontation, with Sula, with Charlotte, or perhaps with the truth that lurks within the depths of my own soul. The path ahead stretches out before me, beckoning me onwards, and I find myself powerless to resist its call. The weight of destiny hangs heavy in the air, each step carrying me closer to an uncertain future. But I have to push through and do this, no matter what. My pace quickens as I draw nearer to the outskirts of our settlement, the buildings thinning out until only the sparse, scattered dwellings of the outermost fringes remain. It is here, amidst the encroaching wilderness, that I hope to find Sula's abode, and by extension, Charlotte herself. A sudden movement in my peripheral vision snags my attention, a fleeting blur of motion amidst the dense foliage that borders the tree line. I falter mid-stride, my head whipping around as I strain to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. There, a subtle rustling of leaves, the faint crunch of underbrush being trampled underfoot. Without a second thought, I pivot and give chase, veering off the beaten path and plunging headlong into the verdant embrace of the forest. My boots pound against the uneven terrain, weaving between the gnarled trunks and lush undergrowth as I follow the elusive trail of movement. Branch after branch whips against my face, leaving stinging welts in their wake, but I press onwards undeterred. And then, through the tangled veil of greenery, I catch a glimpse of a hulking figure, its massive frame dwarfing the surrounding foliage as it lumbers ahead with someone clutched in its grasp. My heart seizes in my chest. The motionless form being dragged unceremoniously along the forest floor is that of a human. A flash of tattered fabric, a glimpse of pale skin, and suddenly, the world seems to grind to a halt around me. I know that face. The cry that tears from my throat is a primal, anguished roar, ripped from the deepest depths of my being. At that moment, all semblance of coherent thought, of reason or restraint, is obliterated by a single, all-consuming imperative: to protect her, to save Charlotte from the clutches of her brutish captor. I explode into motion, every ounce of my considerable strength propelling me forward as I hurl myself at the towering orc. My body slams into his with the force of a battering ram, the impact jarring us both, but fueled by a berserker's rage. I refuse to relent. Fists and elbows rain down in a relentless barrage, each blow driven by the ferocity of my desperation, my sole focus narrowed to the unconscious form crumpled at our feet. Charlotte. The world fades into a blur of violence and chaos, but through it all, a single, resounding truth echoes within the chambers of my heart. I will not lose her, not while I still draw breath. Chapter 20. Jaod. As I lay into Sula, time seems to slow, the world around me warping into a surreal tableau of violence. The air thickens, becoming viscous, as if trying to impede my progress. Yet I push through, my body moving with a primal urgency that defies the constraints of this distorted reality. My fist connects with Sula, the impact reverberating through my arm like a shockwave. I can feel the give of flesh and bone beneath my knuckles, a a sensation that should sicken me but instead fuels the inferno raging within. I launch my full force into the assault, my body becoming a weapon honed by desperation and fury. At this moment, I'm berserk and a total savage. I can only see red now. Something is filling me with rage that's different and more powerful than before. How did I know? I think, ducking a vicious swipe. The realization hits me harder than any blow. I shouldn't be here. Yet something, some inexplicable force, pulled me this way. This can't just be a coincidence. I need to save her. Sula staggers, his footing momentarily thrown off by the ferocity of my assault, and I seize the opportunity to press my advantage. Fists clenched into fury, I unleash a relentless barrage of blows, each strike fueled by the all-consuming rage that courses through my veins. "You bastard!" The words tear from my throat, a guttural snarl that barely resembles the cadence of speech. "What did you do to her?" Blow after blow rains down upon Sula's bulky form, my knuckles splitting open as they collide with the unyielding planes of his flesh. But the behemoth of an orc refuses to crumple, refuses to yield. He is a mountain of muscle and sinew, an immovable force that withstands my onslaught with gritted teeth and flaring nostrils. A vicious backhand catches me square across the jaw, the force of the blow whipping my head to the side, with enough force to send spittle and flecks of blood scattering through the air. I stagger, my vision swimming, but before I can regain my bearings, a well-placed kick to the midsection drives the wind from my lungs in a harsh, wheezing exhale. I crumple to the forest floor, my body folding in upon itself as I struggle to draw breath. And that's when I see her. Charlotte, lying motionless amidst the tangled undergrowth, her pale skin marred by a constellation of ugly, mottled bruises. My heart seizes in my chest as my gaze settles upon the discolored contusions encircling her slender neck, vivid reminders of the brutality she has endured. The sight of those bruises, stark against her pale skin, ignites a visceral response within me. Each mark is a testament to her suffering, a cruel signature left by hands that had no right to touch her. The purples, blues, and sickly yellows blend into a horrifying canvas that sears itself into my memory, stoking the flames of my rage to new, terrifying heights. A primal roar tears itself from the depths of my being, a sound so visceral, so anguished that it barely seems to originate from my own throat. It starts low in my gut, a rumbling like distant thunder before surging upward through my chest and erupting from my lips in a bestial cry that echoes off the walls. The raw emotion carried in that sound, pain, fury, desperation, is almost palpable, hanging in the air like a physical force. My vocal cords strain with the intensity of the roar, and I can taste blood in the back of my throat, but I'm beyond caring about such trivial concerns. The sound seems to go on forever, draining the last vestiges of my energy and leaving behind something feral and unrestrained. It's a battle cry, a lament, and a promise of vengeance, all rolled into one primal utterance. The world narrows to a singular focus, everything else fading into irrelevance. My mind, usually a complex tapestry of thoughts and emotions, is wiped clean, replaced by this one driving purpose. The need to protect Charlotte burns through me like wildfire, consuming every other consideration. It's more than just a desire or a goal. It's become the very essence of my being, as vital and instinctive as breathing. I can feel it in every cell of my body, a fierce primal urge that overrides all else. The intensity of this feeling is almost overwhelming, threatening to tear me apart from the inside out if I don't act on it immediately. I surge back to my feet, every muscle in my body coiled, ready to unleash its pent-up fury upon the orc who dared to lay his hands upon her. The movement is explosive, fueled by adrenaline and rage. My body hums with barely contained energy like a powder keg on the verge of detonation. Each breath I take feels supercharged, oxygen flooding my system and feeding the inferno of my rage. Another guttural, animalistic roar rips forth from my throat. It is a cry born of anguish and rage, fueled by the sight of Charlotte's battered form and the burning need to make her assailant answer for his transgressions. Without a shred of hesitation, I hurl myself at Sula once more, my body a whirlwind of unbridled fury and savagery. Reason, restraint, such concepts hold no sway over me at this moment. I am a force of pure, unadulterated violence, driven by an instinct more primal than any I have ever known. Blow after bone-jarring blow rains down upon Sula's hulking frame, each strike fueled by the inferno of rage that burns within the depths of my soul. I am relentless, uncompromising, heedless of the counter-strike that splits my lip, that sends rivulets of crimson cascading down my chin. Pain lances through me with each retaliatory blow that Sula lands, but I barely register it, my mind consumed by a single all-encompassing goal: to protect Charlotte, to ensure that no further harm befalls her delicate form. We are locked in a deadly dance, a whirlwind of primal fury and unbridled savagery, two titans clashing in a battle that can only end when one of us lies broken and bloodied upon the forest floor. Sula's fist connects with the side of my head in a sickening crack, the force of the blow causing my vision to explode into a kaleidoscope of stars. I stagger, momentarily disoriented, as his meaty fist slams into my midsection. I double over, gasping for air, but the respite is fleeting. Sula's boot connects with my ribs in a bone-jarring kick, and I feel something give way with a sickening crunch. White-hot agony lances through me, stealing what little breath remains in my lungs, but I refuse to yield, refuse to succumb. With a feral snarl, I surge back to my feet, propelled by a wellspring of sheer, unadulterated determination that defies the limitations of my battered body. My knuckles are split and bloody, my breath's coming in ragged, wheezing gasps, but I'm beyond caring, beyond feeling anything but the all-consuming drive to protect Charlotte. I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart with my bare hands if I have to! Perhaps Sula recognizes the truth in my words, the depths of the primal fury that has taken hold of me. Or perhaps he simply senses the futility of continuing this battle against an opponent who has surrendered all semblance of reason, of self-preservation. Whatever the case, his stance shifts ever so slightly, his muscles coiling in preparation for another onslaught. But I do not give him the chance to make the first move. With a feral roar, I launch myself at him once more, a whirlwind of flailing fists and elbows, each strike fueled by the unbridled savagery that courses through my veins. We collide in a tangle of limbs and grunts of exertion, a maelstrom of violence that threatens to consume us both. For Charlotte, I will endure. For her, I will fight until my last, gasping breath, until the forest floor is painted in the crimson testament of our battle. I surge forward once more, heedless of the consequences, heedless of the toll this merciless onslaught is taking upon my battered form. The world around us dissolves into a maelstrom of primal fury from which there can be no escape, no respite until one of us lies vanquished on the blood-soaked earth. My vision narrows, tunneling until all I can see is my opponent. The thunderous pounding of my heart drowns out all other sounds, save for the grunts and gasps of our desperate struggle. Time loses all meaning as we grapple, neither willing to yield, both driven by a force beyond reason or comprehension. I feel my muscles screaming in protest, fatigue seeping into every fiber of my being. Yet I push on, drawing upon reserves of strength I never knew I possessed. Each blow landed is a small victory, each hit taken as a reminder of the stakes at hand. The taste of copper fills my mouth, whether from a split lip or something more dire, I cannot tell. In a moment of clarity amidst the frenzy, I spot an opening. With every ounce of remaining strength, I launch a devastating combination. A feint to the left, followed by a crushing right hook. The impact reverberates through my arm, and I watch with a mix of relief and horror as my opponent's eyes glaze over, his body going limp. As he crumples to the ground, the adrenaline that has sustained me begins to ebb. The world comes rushing back into focus, sounds and sensations, assaulting my battered senses. I stagger backward, my legs suddenly unable to support my weight. I collapse against a nearby tree, sliding down to the floor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I sit there, chest heaving, my body a canvas of bruises and lacerations, but victorious nonetheless. A trembling hand wipes away the rivulets of crimson that obscure my vision as I turn my gaze towards Charlotte's motionless form, a silent vow burning in my heart. I will protect her no matter the cost.
Chapter 21. Charlotte. I float in a haze of pain, consciousness returning like a cruel tide. Every inch of my body throbs, a dull ache punctuated by sharp stabs of agony. My stomach churns, threatening to expel what little contents it holds. Laura. I try to whisper, but no sound escapes my lips. I can't open my eyes, can't move. The darkness presses in, suffocating and final. Is this how it ends? All my plans, my hopes for freeing the slaves, saving my sister, all of it slipping away like sand through my fingers. A wave of sadness washes over me, as heavy as the paralysis gripping my body. I want to cry, to scream, to fight, but I'm trapped in this broken shell. I'm sorry, I think, wishing I could reach for my necklace one last time. I tried, Laura. I really tried. Darkness envelops me, a suffocating blanket of oblivion that weighs heavily upon my senses. My mind is a hazy, disjointed jumble of fragmented thoughts and half-formed memories. Where am I? And then, like a tidal wave crashing against the shores of my awareness, the memories come flooding back, a torrent of images and sensations that threaten to drown me in their wake. Sula. The name echoes through the chambers of my mind, a visceral chill rippling down my spine as I recall his towering form looming over me, his massive hands grasping, reaching, dragging me from the sanctity of my bed. I remember the struggle, the futile thrashing of my limbs as I fought against his iron grip. I remember the sickening crack as my head collided with the unyielding surface of the wall, stars exploding behind my eyes in a dizzying kaleidoscope of pain and disorientation. And then his fingers were at my throat, squeezing, constricting, cutting off my desperate gasps for air with each inexorable tightening of his grasp. I clawed at his hands, my nails raking against his flesh, but to no avail. The world grew dim, the edges of my vision blurring and fading as the precious oxygen was leached from my lungs. I fought, struggled, until the last vestiges of my strength ebbed away, and the darkness claimed me once more. The memories come rushing back in fragmented waves, each one more visceral and haunting than the last. I can still hear their voices, guttural and coarse, reverberating through the hazy recesses of my mind. The memory of that horrific night floods back, vivid and visceral, as if no time has passed. In my mind's eye, I can still see the scene unfolding, still feel the terror and helplessness that gripped me. I remember the sneering voice of one of the orcs, his words dripping with disdain as he taunted, "Look at her, the little human wench. Thought she could hide from us, did she?" The chorus of mocking laughter that followed still raises the hairs on the back of my neck, even in recollection. Their cruelty was palpable, a living thing that seemed to poison the very air. At that moment, I couldn't see them clearly. The encroaching darkness had obscured their forms, but their words alone were enough to ignite a primal terror within me. I recall the desperate urge to scream, to lash out, to fight with every ounce of my being. But Sula's iron grip had held me fast, his fingers digging into the tender flesh of my arms with bruising force. His voice echoes in my memory, a rumbling timbre that seemed to reverberate through my very bones. "Enough of your games," he had growled. "We have our orders. The master wants her alive." Even now I can feel the chill that ran through me at those words, at the implication of what awaited me. The collective groan of disappointment from the unseen orcs still rings in my ears. Their bloodlust had been denied, at least for the moment, but the underlying threat in their voices, the promise of future torment, had been unmistakable. I remember struggling feebly against Sula's hold, my limbs growing heavier, my movements more sluggish with each passing second. The darkness had been encroaching, inexorable, and I had felt myself slipping deeper into its embrace. As consciousness had threatened to abandon me, I had clung to their voices, committing the guttural tones to memory. Even then, in that moment of utter despair, a part of me had vowed that if I survived the ordeal, if I managed to escape the clutches of these monsters, I would remember them. Now, as I reflect on that harrowing experience, the emotions it stirs are no less potent. The fear, the anger, the determination to survive, they all come rushing back, as fresh and raw as they were on that fateful night. It's a reminder of how far I've come, and of the battles that still lie ahead. Awareness returns in jarring waves, each one more disorienting than the last. My eyes flutter open, and I find myself enveloped in a world of chaos and crimson. It takes a moment for my senses to coalesce, for the hazy blur of my surroundings to resolve itself into tangible shapes and forms. But when they do, the sight that greets me is one of sheer, unadulterated horror. There, mere feet away, lies the prone form of Sula, his massive bulk sprawled upon the ground in a grotesque parody of repose. His eyes are open, glassy and lifeless, fixed in a permanent expression of surprise. And from the gaping wounds that mar his flesh, rivers of crimson continue to flow, pooling beneath his motionless form. A scream tears itself from my throat, a visceral expression of terror and revulsion that seems to reverberate through every fibre of my being. The sound is raw, primal, a cry born of pure, unadulterated fear. But before the echoes of my scream can fade, another sight catches my eye. A figure, hunched and feral, its form streaked with gore and glistening with the crimson evidence of a brutal clash. Jaod. The realization hits me like a physical blow. His features are twisted into a rictus of fury, his eyes wild and unfocused, burning with a primal intensity that sends a shudder rippling down my spine. I barely recognize him in this state. The orc that I first knew has been replaced by something feral, something dangerous. He saved me. The thought echoes in my consciousness, reverberating with the weight of its truth. Jaod, this feral, savage being, is the one who rescued me from Sula's clutches, who fought with every ounce of his strength to ensure my safety. I stumble over to him, staring into his eyes. Jaod, please, I whisper, my voice a raw, tremulous thing. It's over. You saved me. You can stop now. At first, he remains rigid in my grasp, every muscle coiled like a tightly wound spring, poised to unleash another onslaught of violence at the slightest provocation. But gradually, as the seconds tick by, I can feel the tension begin to ebb from his frame, the primal fury that had consumed him, giving way to something else entirely. Then, without warning, his arms are around me, crushing me against his blood-soaked form, with a ferocity that steals the breath from my lungs. A moan of pain slips unbidden from my lips, the sound equal parts agony and relief as the full weight of his embrace settles upon my battered body. Instantly he stiffens, his hold loosening as if burned by the mere sound of my discomfort. Charlotte, he rasps, his voice a guttural, tortured thing. I'm sorry, His words trail off, swallowed by the tumult of emotions that war across his features, concern, shame, and a lingering hint of the feral rage that had gripped him mere moments ago. It's okay, I murmur, tightening my own embrace in a silent reassurance. I'm okay, Jaod. You saved me. The words seem to break through whatever remaining haze of savagery still clouds his mind, and his arms enfold me once more, this time with a tenderness that belies the brutality of the battle he has just endured. The world around us fades into a blur, the chaos and carnage of the brutal clash receding into the periphery as we cling to one another. At this moment there is only us. Two souls bound by a shared ordeal, a harrowing experience that has forged an unbreakable connection between us. Jaod's arms tighten around me, and I can feel the tremors that ripple through his form. His breath is ragged, his chest rising and falling in a staccato rhythm against mine, as he struggles to regain control over the maelstrom of emotions that must surely be raging within him. For a long moment, we remain locked in this embrace, drawing strength and solace from the simple act of holding one another. The world beyond our entwined forms seems to fade into insignificance, a distant and unimportant thing in the face of the bond we now share. Then, with a soft exhalation that ghosts across the curve of my neck, Jaod speaks, his voice little more than a hoarse whisper laced with a vulnerability that cuts straight to my core. "Let's go home, Charlotte." The simple phrase carries more weight than I could have imagined. It's not just an invitation, but a lifeline and a feeling of serenity for me. Jaod's words linger in the air between us, heavy with meaning, laden with the weight of our shared trauma and the promise of respite, of sanctuary that lies ahead. For a heartbeat, I am rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the torrent of emotions that surge through me in that moment. Then, as if a dam has been breached, the tears come, hot, silent rivulets that trace their way down my cheeks, carving glistening paths through the grime and dried blood that streaks my skin. They flow unbidden, unstoppable, a physical manifestation of the relief, the sheer, unbridled gratitude that blossoms within my chest. "Yes," I whisper, the word emerging as little more than a tremulous exhalation. "Yes, Jaod, I want to go home." The tears continue to fall, each one a crystalline testament to the tumult of feelings that war within me. Fear and sorrow, relief and hope, all intermingled in a heady, dizzying tapestry. I make no effort to stem their flow, nor do I feel any need to hide them from the man whose arms I am enfolded in. For in this moment, there is no room for shame or weakness, only the raw, unvarnished truth of our shared experience, a bond forged in the crucible of unspeakable hardship and violence. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 22. Jaod. My body aches from the recent skirmish, but Charlotte's injuries worry me more. I can't bear to let her go, to let any more harm come to her. "These are nothing compared to yours," she says softly, tending to the gashes across my chest. We settle in my humble dwelling, the shadows of flickering candlelight dancing across the rough-hewn walls. Charlotte's delicate hands work with surprising strength, cleaning and binding my wounds. I grit my teeth, but insist. I'm used to it. Don't fret over an old orc's battle scars. Her amber eyes meet mine, filled with the tenderness that clutches at my heart. In that gaze, I see how she sees me. Not the fearsome orc warrior, but someone's reason for living. Someone's everything. The way she looks at me. I shake my head, banishing such fanciful notions, allowing myself to feel, to hope, to dream beyond this harsh existence. Foolishness. Hope is the first step on the path to a world of hurt. And yet when Charlotte's warm smile finds me once more, receptive and trusting in a way I've not known for an age, that kernel of hope stubbornly remains. "A bath would be nice," Charlotte says suddenly, rising from her ministrations. I grunt in affirmative, still wrestling with the unruly stir of emotions her caring touch has roused. She moves to the washroom annex, and I follow, giving her privacy as she disrobes. The sound of water fills the small room as she lowers herself into the wooden tub with a contented sigh. Only once she is submerged do I allow myself to turn and face her. My gaze finds the back of her head, tendrils of damp hair clinging to the nape of her neck. The gentle curve of her shoulders protrudes above the water surface, droplets glistening on her skin like morning dew on rose petals. I swallow hard. A fraught storm of conflicting thoughts swirls in my mind. Appreciation for her beauty warring with the need to look away. Long dormant urges struggling against deeply ingrained restraint. "Everything all right?" Her melodious voice breaks the tense quiet. I give a non-committal grunt, unable to find the words to describe the tempest raging within me. Slowly, I move to kneel at the tub's edge, hesitantly allowing my fingers to trace the fading bruise on her shoulder. She doesn't flinch at my callous touch. If anything, her posture seems to soften further, growing more at ease despite the lingering aches of battle. My jaw clenches as the force of fresh anguish washes over me anew. I'm reminded of what I've lost before, of Anita and how I was unable to protect her. Yet, in the shadow of that waking nightmare lurks Charlotte's brilliant light, her unshakable serenity. With her near, the festering wounds of loneliness and sorrow finally know longed-for respite. I can no longer deny it. What I feel transcends the fleeting pull of physical desire. This brave, beautiful human woman has sundered the iron walls around my heart. Whether I wish it or not, she has claimed a part of me mere infatuation can never satisfy. Pushing aside the stormy whirlwind of my ruminations, I focus on the task at hand. Gently, I scoop up handfuls of the heated bath water and allow it to flow over Charlotte's shoulders and back. She releases a soft moan of contentment as the soothing liquid courses down her skin. The involuntary sound sends a jolt through me, primal instincts stirring. I freeze, cursing my body's unbidden reactions, willing the fiery flicker of arousal to abate. Charlotte's eyes fly open, her hand flying to cover her lips as a flush of embarrassment colors her cheeks. I did not mean... Her words trail off as our gazes lock. In her amber eyes, I see a complicated swirl of emotions. Uncertainty, longing, perhaps even appreciation. My calloused fingers trace the faded bruise marring her delicate shoulder, and she trembles almost imperceptibly at my feather-light caress. Is that a shiver of fear, or... With monumental effort, I tear my eyes away, fixing my stare firmly on the wall before me. To look upon her undressed form any longer would be unforgivable. And yet my being strains toward her with a searing, primal intensity. Charlotte. I finally break the heavy silence, my gravelly voice barely above a rumble. I must apologize for what happened earlier. I never should have allowed you to be with Sula alone. You nearly paid the ultimate price for my mistake. She turns to face me fully, water sluicing off her curves. Though averted, I can feel the intensity of her gaze weighing on me. I fear for my life here, Jaod, Charlotte whispers, barely audible. Without a second thought, I reach out and gather her slick form against my chest, holding her trembling body flush against me. She stiffens initially at the intimate contact, but then melts into my embrace. Hush now! I rumble, the words tumbling out in a molten rush. I will not allow any harm to befall you, this I swear. You have my word as an orc, and as the male who has utterly lost his heart to you. The admission tumbles forth before I can rein it in. No harm shall come to you, Charlotte, not while I still draw breath. My rough palm cups her soft cheek, holding her wandering gaze captive. will protect you, whatever the cost. This I swear. For a long moment, she is silent, searching my expression as if gauging the sincerity behind my oath. Then, with a slow grace, Charlotte rises from the bathwater's embrace, rivulets streaking down the feminine curves of her form. I cannot help but drink in the vision before me, earthy want warring with profound reverence within my chest. It is as if the divine has momentarily deigned to take on corporeal shape, so overwhelming is her radiant beauty. At last, she turns to fully face me, water dripping from her hair and glistening skin, like crystalline jewels refracting the candlelight. Her eyes, those molten amber pools, bore intensely into mine as she parts her lips to speak. "Then take me in your arms, Jaod," Charlotte whispers with a tender conviction that steals my breath. "Make me yours." My gaze drinks in every inch of her, from the gentle swell of her bosom to the lithe curves of her hips and thighs. It's as if I'm seeing her truthfully for the first time, not just an impossibly beautiful human woman, but an embodiment of everything my starved soul has longed for. At this moment I realize there is no going back. The threads of my iron restraint, my stern avoidance of any entanglements beyond combat, have been severed. I'm utterly undone by the force of my desire for this woman, my want, my need, my everything. Charlotte holds my hungry stare, utterly unguarded and fearless. It's that fierce spark of courage that finally breaks the spell restraining me. With a guttural rumble of longing, I surge forward and crush her slick form against me, claiming her lips with searing intensity. She melts into my embrace with a soft moan, supple curves yielding against the hardened plates of my musculature. My calloused hands roam the silken expanses of her back as I pour years of pent-up starvation into our heated exchange. This is madness. My lust-addled mind registers faintly, even as my body and soul cry out in vehement denial. I'm utterly lost, adrift in Charlotte's intoxicating taste, her warm softness, her trusting surrender to my ravenous wants. There's no going back. Not that I have any shred of desire to. Charlotte is mine. And by the fiery longing within my body, I am hers. Now and for all the days granted to me by cruel fate. At this moment I have finally found my home, my reason for living again after all this time of just surviving. Now I want nothing more than to have her in my arms and spend the rest of our life together.
Chapter 23. Charlotte. The taste of him is incredible. Jaod is like honey dipped in salt, an impossible combination of sweet and sharp that makes my head spin. I pull him closer, desperate for more of this intoxicating blend, my hands tangled in his hair, as if I could anchor myself in the storm he stirs within me. The room falls away, swallowed by the intensity between us. His hands trace fire down my back, every touch igniting something deep and primal. We move together, a dance as old as time, yet fresh and fervent with each step we take. Outside, the wind howls, a wild serenade to our union. It rattles the windows and whips through the trees, but it's no match for the storm happening inside this small, secluded cabin. Jaod pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, those deep pools of midnight that promise endless mysteries. "Charlotte," he manages as I bite his neck. "I was going to ask if you're sure you want to do this, but I think I have my answer." I chuckle. "I want you inside me," I tell him. The thought of a massive 7-foot all-orc asking if I'm sure is comical. But I'm more than sure. Jaod scoops me out of the tub and carries me bridal-style to the bed, laying me down gently on the soft, quilted comforter. The heat from the fireplace casts flickering shadows across his broad, muscular shoulders, accentuating the contours of his tattooed skin. His green eyes gleam with a mix of desire and reverence as he looks down at me, his expression both fierce and tender. I reach up, tracing the sharp line of his jaw with my fingertips. Jaod leans into my touch, closing his eyes for a brief moment before opening them again, now burning even brighter with raw emotion. He's a creature of both strength and vulnerability in this instant, a combination that only pulls me deeper into him.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofproththea.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Proththea are waiting for you.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 24. Charlotte. Warm sunlight dances across my face, gently rousing me from the depths of sublime slumber. I stretch languidly, reveling in the tingle of satisfaction that courses through my body. A contented sigh escapes my lips as last night's magical memories come flooding back. The taste of Jaward's rough but passionate kisses. The burning trail of his calloused hands blazed across my skin. The breathless gasps and guttural groans as we joined as one, unified in ecstasy. Just thinking about it sets my heart racing with renewed desire. It was better than anything I would have wished for. I whisper to Jaod, hoping somehow he hears that even though he's sleeping. I wake up enveloped in Jaod's powerful arms, his warmth surrounding me. A contented smile spreads across my face as I gaze upon his sleeping form. His chest rises and falls with each deep breath, completely at peace. I lean in and softly kiss his rough cheek. A low rumble escapes him, but he doesn't stir. Trying not to wake him, I carefully extricate myself from the tangle of blankets, furs, and his embrace. As I sit up, memories of last night flood my mind, his calloused hands caressing my skin, the mingling of our breaths, the pure ecstasy of becoming one. Heat rises to my cheeks just thinking about it. It was all so new, so magical. I can't keep the girlish chuckle from slipping out as I tiptoe across the room, my body still deliciously sore. Jaod deserves a proper breakfast after last night's exertions. Humming an old folk tune, I set about preparing something special for my lover, my heart overflowing with joy. My humming must have roused Jaod, as a pair of powerful arms suddenly encircle my waist from behind. I let out a surprised giggle as he pulls me flush against his muscular chest. "Good morning to you too," I tease, tilting my head back to meet his lips in a searing kiss. The sizzle of breakfast momentarily forgotten. One of Jaod's hands slides up to tangle in my hair as our kiss deepens, growing hungrier. I barely register the acrid smell of burning until Jaod abruptly breaks away with a gruff chuckle. "You'll set the whole place ablaze at this rate, little flame." Flustered, I quickly rescue the meal, my cheeks burning nearly as hot as the ruined portion. We settle at the rough-hewn table, happily devouring the hard-earned food between stolen glances and whispered endearments. That's when the harsh pounding comes at the door, shattering the dream-like bubble of our morning. Jaod's grip tightens on my hand as he rumbles, "I'll need to report to Loki about last night." Dread coils in my belly, even as I nod shakily in understanding. The pounding grows more insistent, and I flinch involuntarily. Jaod must sense my rising fear, as he gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. "Stay inside, little flame. Don't come out, whatever happens." His gruff words only make the knot of dread twist tighter. Through the door comes a muffled shout. "Jaod, get out here and face me." That voice. It sounds like one of the clan's most brutal enforcers. What does he want with us? Jaod rises fluidly to his feet, jaw clenched. He fixes me with a stern look. "Stay put, that's an order." Before I can protest, He strides to the door and slips outside, carefully closing it behind him. I'm immediately on my feet, pressing my ear against the rough wood, desperate to make out their words over the thudding of my own heart. The voices rise and fall, Jaod's rumbling rebuttals clashing with sneering tones. Suddenly, a meaty thud and a pained grunt, then the unmistakable clash of combat. My nails dig into the palms of my hands, breath comes in panicked gasps. Jaod, no, should I? His order rings in my mind, rooting me in place even as the brutal sounds of battle drift through the door. I'm trembling, utterly helpless as the fight rages on outside. The sounds of the struggle intensify until, with a splintering crash, the door bursts inward. My heart leaps into my throat as I whirl to face the intruders, clutching the kitchen knife like a lifeline. There's Jaward on the floor, ferociously battling two massive orcs intent on restraining him. Even as I watch, they manage to force him to the ground with sickening thuds, pinning his tree trunk arms. "Jaod!" I scream, raising the blade. A disdainful sneer twists lips as he shoulders his way inside, eyes narrowing at the sight of my feeble weapon. "Put that down, girl, before you get hurt." He takes another threatening step forward. Adrenaline surges through me, steadying my shaking hands. "Don't come any closer," I snarl, jabbing the knife in his direction. "Let him go right now, or I swear by all the gods." Barks a mocking laugh, even as Jaod lets out a feral roar of rage, nearly bucking off his captors. "You're in no position to bargain, human. Now drop the toy before I have to make you." "We're taking you back to your base," growls, jerking his head towards me. "Evidence shows you stole something important. Can't let a thieving little rat like you run free." My eyes go wide with shock and denial. "What? No, I didn't steal anything, I swear." At my words, Jaward redoubles his furious struggles with an ear-splitting roar of pure, unbridled rage. Like a feral beast, he bucks and twists against the straining orcs. One loses his grip only to have Jaward's massive fist crunch against his face in a spray of black blood. "You lie!" Jaward bellows, veins bulging in his neck. "She's no thief. I won't let you take her." With a Herculean effort, he manages to throw off the remaining orc before whirling on teeth gnashing. My chest clenches at the sight of him, savage, terrifying, yet still fighting for me. Snarls and unsheathes his blade, holding it out in warning as the downed orcs scramble to recover. "Stand down, you rutting fool. The girl's coming with us, one way or another, unless you want to bear the consequences of harbouring a criminal." "I'll cut out your black heart first!" Jaod roars, coiled to attack. It's a heartbeat away from an all-out bloodbath. "They're lying, I didn't steal anything." I cry out desperately, sickened by the rapidly escalating violence. Jaward whips his head towards me, chest heaving. "She speaks true," he snarls, refocusing his wrath on the vile orc. "Charlotte was nearly killed last night by assassins. Is that how you treat your own?" Lip curls in a contemptuous sneer. "Is that the story you're peddling? Well, it changes nothing. You're under just as much suspicion now, Jaod." He jerks his blade towards the bristling warrior. "The penalty for killing one of our own is death. Thanks to your crime against Sula, you'll need to face justice." No, you can't!" I stammer desperately, even as Jaod roars his outrage. But the look in piggish eyes tells me he's already damned us both. "You broke our laws when you harboured this filth," he declares, waving his sword contemptuously at me. "And now you'll pay the price, traitor." I can scarcely process vile words, horror and denial warring within me. No, Jaod was only protecting me. My voice comes out shrill, almost hysterical. How could they condemn him for that? After everything we've been through together. Expression is as implacable as stone. "Then prove you care for this orc's life, traitor. Come along quietly, and he may yet be spared." I suck in a sharp breath, reeling from the implied threat. They can't be serious. My gaze darts to Jaod, straining and snarling like a caged beast, desperate to get to me. Charlotte, don't! He's begging me now, anguish written across his ravaged features. Don't go with them, I won't let you. He lunges again, only to catch the flat of a blade across his face, staggering him. I can't bear to see him hurt any further. Not for my sake. For one trembling moment, the curve of the knife's blade winks in the dim light. Then it clatters to the floor as my fingers go lax around the hilt. This is my choice to make. All right, I whisper, throat tight. I'll go. Just don't hurt him anymore. A wordless roar of denial tears from Jawd's lips, gut-wrenching in its anguish. But I'm already moving, allowing the brutes to seize my arms in their crushing grip. Even as the orcs start dragging me towards the splintered door, I dig my heels in, straining against their bruising grips. I have to say goodbye, have to let him know. Jaod! I cry out, pulling futilely. He stopped struggling for the moment, eyes boring into me with a look of such naked anguish it steals my breath away. Wrenching free for just a heartbeat, I fling myself at him, crashing my lips against his own. He responds with desperate hunger, one broad hand cradling the back of my skull almost reverently as our kiss deepens. All too soon, meaty fists are seizing me again, tearing me away. But I only have eyes for my love in these fleeting moments. Jaod, My voice cracks with the weight of everything unspoken between us. I love you. The words ring out, a vow and a lament in one. Jaward's eyes widen, then scrunch shut against the torrent of emotion, agony written across his features. As they finally drag me away, I catch one last glimpse of him, slumped against the floor, chest heaving with ragged sobs he refuses to let escape. Then the door slams shut, a finality separating us once more. My head drops as the magnitude of my sacrifice crushes down on me. But I don't regret it. Not if it keeps him alive.
Chapter 25. Jaod. I paced the confining space like a caged animal, fists clenching and unclenching at my sides. How dare they? Ripping Charlotte from my arms, from our home, then imprisoning me. The injustice of it makes my blood boil. Loki! I bellow, putting every ounce of my fury into the words as I hurl myself against the unyielding door. A dull ache blossoms in my shoulder from the impact, but I pay it no heed. Face me, you cowards! Silence is my only answer, mocking me. With a guttural roar, I spin and drive my fist into the wall hard enough to send fractures skittering through the stones. Again and again, I unleash my anguish and rage upon the unforgiving surface until my knuckles are split and slick with blood. Where is she? I demand through gritted teeth, leaning my fevered brow against the cool stone. What have you done with my Charlotte? My voice cracks on her name, the only soft thing in this world of harsh brutality. I can still smell the lingering trace of her scent, still feel the phantom brush of her lips against mine. They took her. And there's nothing I can do trapped in this thrice-damned cell. My ragged shouts dissolve into hoarse pants as I slump against the wall, weariness seeping into my very bones. What's the use of this futile struggle? They've taken the only thing that matters. Charlotte's face swims behind my eyes, her soft smile, the determined set of her jaw, the way her emerald eyes shone with unshed tears as she said the words that now echo endlessly in my mind. I love you. A tremor racks my massive frame as I finally give voice to the truth I've kept locked inside. If only I could take it back, turn back the cruelties of fate. But there's no undoing what's been done. Unless... A glimmer of hope sparks in my chest. There is one way, albeit an ancient path fraught with great risk. Pushing off from the wall, I stalk to the doorway and pound my fist against it with renewed vigor. Guard, I must speak with Oscar at once. Several tense moments pass before the gruff tenor of my oldest friend reaches me. Jaod, what in the seven hells is going on? Oscar, listen closely. I lean in, lowering my voice to an urgent growl. I cannot remain here any longer. I must see my mate. Your mate? Oscar echoes, disbelief ringing in his gruff tones. Jaod, are you addled? The girl is human, from another clan at that. She can never be... She is what my heart claims, Oscar, I snarl, cutting him off with a vehemence that stuns even me. Charlotte is my mate now, bound to me by sacred laws more ancient than these defiled clans. A waited pause, then grudging acceptance seeps into his voice. If what you say is true, then she is as good as burning sun by rights. We cannot turn her away, or let her be persecuted falsely. Precisely. I expel a harsh breath, some of the coiled tension inside loosening its grip for the first time since they tore her from me. It becomes a very different story now, does it not? Aye. There's a world of reluctant new meaning in that single syllable. I need to talk to Loki as soon as possible. Can you help me arrange that? I ask, desperately. No sooner have the fateful words left my lips than the heavy door is flung open. Oscar stands framed in the entrance, expression inscrutable. Come, is all he says before turning on his heel. I follow without hesitation, the sinewy ropes of my muscles coiled tight in readiness. At last, I will be heard. As we stride through the dim corridors, our footfalls are joined by others until a grim-faced cadre of clan elders surrounds us. The great doors to Loki's council chamber loom ahead, and my throat tightens. This is it. Though the challenge I'm about to issue will surely test their convictions to the core. We enter into a scene of ordered chaos, the air thick with raised voices until our party draws all eyes. Loki himself rises from his high-backed chair, lips pressed into a severe line. Jaod, he rumbles in that voice that could make boulders tremble. We were just discussing the human girl. My mate, I cut him off, letting the words resonate through the stunned chamber. A murmur ripples through the gathered elders. I meet Loki's narrowed gaze unflinchingly. You heard me. The human Charlotte is now my mate. I love her. My voice catches ever so slightly on that sacred admission, and I would have her as my wife and partner if she'll allow it. The chamber explodes in a tumult of shouts and objections. But I don't flinch, not even when Loki fixes me with a withering glare. I've played my hand. Now it's her turn to decide both our fates. The cacophony swirls around me, but I pay it no mind. Let them protest and bluster all they wish. Nothing can dissuade me from this path. Not when Charlotte's very life hangs in the balance. Enough! Loki's booming bellow cuts through the din like an axe, restoring an uneasy quiet. He regards me with an inscrutable stare, seeming to weigh and measure me against some unknowable scale. When he speaks again, his words are measured, laced with grim finality. You make a grave claim, Jaod. Yet... His piercing gaze bores into me. I have never known you for rashness or instability. Explain yourself here and now. Why does this human hold such sway over you? I take a fortifying breath, laying myself bare before my brothers. Before her, I was as good as dead inside. A hollow, wretched shell going through the motions. You know this. You know my history with Anita. But Charlotte... My throat works as I push past the lump of emotion. From the moment I first beheld her fierce spirit, she awoke something primal within me. Gave me a new fire to burn for. A purpose. The words tumble forth now, raw and unvarnished. I cannot live without her, brothers. She is my heart, my very will to draw breath. And I, hers. Does that not make her worthy beyond question? Silence hangs thick after my impassioned outburst. Then finally, Loki gives a curt nod. So be it. Oscar, bring the human girl here at once. Let Jaod and she determine their fates together, as is only right. Heart thundering, I can only watch as Asuka strides from the chamber. Everything now hinges on what's coming. The chamber seems to hold its collective breath as the doors creak open once more. Then she's there, framed in the entrance. My beautiful, brave Charlotte, chin lifted in defiant poise, despite the wariness written across her features. Something primal and possessive unlocks within me at the sight of her. In 3 long strides, I've closed the distance between us, pulling her slight form flush against mine, as if to anchor her to me in this world and the next. Charlotte's breath hitches, and I feel the tremor that races through her slender frame. But then her arms are winding around my neck, her face pressing into the heated curve of my shoulder as the floodgates open. Hot tears quickly dampen the skin left bare by my sleeveless tunic, her body racked by shudders of pent-up fear and relief. I murmur wordless sounds of solace, cradling her head with one broad palm as the other spans the downy curve of her back. She is everything. My whole universe contained in this single searing point of contact. Pulling back just enough, I cradle her tear-streaked face between my calloused palms and slant my mouth over hers in a devastatingly tender kiss. A benediction, a branding, a rebirth. All that, and so much more conveyed in that scorching moment. When we finally part, I can't help but rain whispered endearments across her damp cheeks, rumbling in a voice thickened by emotion. I love you, Charlotte, more than life itself. Those luminous amber eyes I've come to cherish shine with a renewed intensity as she reaches up to trace the line of my jaw. And I love you, my heart. Her soft words are like a balm to my battle-scarred soul, soothing hurts and inequities I hadn't even known I harbored. I cannot resist capturing those sweetly parted lips once more, losing myself in the velvet heat of her mouth and the delicate strength of her embrace. When we finally part, I'm vaguely aware of the hushed stillness that has fallen over the gathered elders. As if we two stood alone on the pinnacle of all creation, the rest of the world faded into insignificance. I nuzzled the sleek line of her jaw, basking in her feminine warmth and vitality. So different from my own, yet the perfect complement. The light to my darkness, the calm center around which my storm-tossed existence can finally find peace. Charlotte. I murmur her name like a talisman against the madness and the bloodshed that have been my unrelenting companions for far too long. Cupping her face, I hold her shimmering regard as I give voice to the words I've been born to speak. You are my mate, in all but name and sacred right. My partner, my equal. I brush my thumbs along the high sweeps of her cheekbones, drowning in the naked hope and love shining back at me. Will you make it so in truth? Will you be my mate before the eyes of all to walk this life by my side as your path becomes mine?
Chapter 26. Charlotte. I nod, my heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Yes, I whisper, my voice trembling with the weight of the commitment. Becoming Jaward's mate is a decision that will shape the rest of my life, but I've never been so sure of anything. His piercing gaze meets mine, and in that moment, I know I want to dedicate myself fully to this incredible orc who has shown me such kindness and understanding. Loki clears his throat, the sound cutting through the charged silence. It's a different story now that you two are together, he rumbles, his tone grave. We can't send her back to her clan. A jolt of relief courses through me. Thank you, I breathe, my voice thick with emotion. We'll figure this out, he promises, taking my hand. No matter what, I won't let them take you away from me. A sense of belonging washes over me, a feeling I've never truly experienced before. For the first time in my life, I have someone who will fight for me, protect me, and love me unconditionally. And in return, I vow to be the best mate I can be, standing by Jawd's side through whatever challenges may come our way. Ecstasy blooms within me, a warmth that spreads from the depths of my soul to the very tips of my fingers and toes. It's as if a veil has been lifted, revealing a path forward, where once there was only darkness and despair. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, a beacon of hope that guides me toward a future I never dared dream possible. Without hesitation, I sink to my knees, my hands clasped together in a plea. Please, Loki, everyone, hear my story once more, I implore, my voice ringing with conviction. Beside me, Jaod's towering form kneels as well, his unwavering presence a source of strength. I'm awaiting word from my cousin, Jaod says, his deep rumble carrying a note of urgency. I asked him to investigate this matter. His reply might arrive as early as tomorrow morning. My heart pounds in my chest, a rapid staccato beat that echoes the desperation within me. So much hinges on this moment, on the decision these orcs make. Will they grant me a chance at a new life, one free from the shackles of my past? I beg of you, I continue, my amber eyes pleading with each of them in turn. Listen to my tale, and then judge for yourselves whether I deserve a chance at true freedom and happiness. As the last words of my harrowing tale fade into silence, a palpable tension hangs in the air. Brow furrows, his expression one of grave concern. We risk igniting a war with her clan, he cautions, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. But Irish is unwavering. She is Jaod's mate, he declares, his tone brooking no argument. There is nothing wrong in giving them a chance. His words are a balm to my soul, a testament to the unbreakable bond that ties me to Jaod. Jorgen steps forward then, his weathered features etched with understanding. I do not wish to see Jaod lose his life again, he says, his gaze finding my beloved's. He was like a corpse after... Jorgen's words trail off, but their implication hangs heavy in the air. Jaod turns to him, surprise and something akin to kinship flickering across his rugged features. A small smile tugs at Jorgen's lips as he meets Jaod's eyes. I understand the feeling, my friend. I too have a mate. Jaod's powerful voice reverberates through the chamber as he recounts the harrowing details of the attack we endured the previous night. I shudder at the memory, the sound of flesh meeting flesh and anguished cries echoing in my mind's eye. With each word, the gravity of our situation becomes increasingly apparent. As Jaward pauses for breath, a fleeting image flashes before me, a brief glimpse that could hold the key to unravelling this mystery. Wait, I interject, my voice cutting through the tense silence. There's something else. All eyes turn towards me, and I swallow hard, steeling myself. The orcs who attacked me with Sula, they wore cloaks, I continue, the memory solidifying in my mind's eye. And on those cloaks there was a symbol, a crisscross axe. The reaction is instantaneous. Irish rises to his feet, a low growl rumbling from deep within his chest. His eyes blaze with intensity. I clutch Jaward's hand, drawing strength from his unwavering presence. I can't be mistaken, I press on, my voice firm and resolute. I saw it, if only for a moment. The image is seared into my mind, a detail that could very well hold the answers we so desperately seek. Irish's reaction is visceral, his massive body coiling like a tightly wound spring. A feral growl rips from his throat, the guttural sound raising the fine hairs on the back of my neck. It looks like we don't need to wait for tomorrow, he snarls. We can check it right now. I feel Jaod tense beside me. His grip on my hand tightens almost imperceptibly, a silent reminder of the precariousness of our situation. Brow furrows deeply as Irish's booming voice reverberates through the chamber, the weight of his command setting the warriors into immediate motion. Though his expression is etched with worry, he makes no move to stop his comrade, seeming to recognise the futility of such an attempt. The soldiers fall into formation, their movements precise and efficient. The clanking of armour and the shuffle of booted feet only serve to underscore the urgency of the moment. Irish, his massive frame a towering presence at the head of the assembly, turns to face us once more, His gaze is intense, burning with a fury that speaks of a deep-seated resolve. It's a look that brooks no argument, no dissent, a look that says he will see this through to whatever end, no matter the cost. For a fleeting moment, our eyes lock, and I feel as though he's staring straight into the very depths of my soul. A shiver runs down my spine, equal parts fear and awe, as I bear witness to the raw power and determination that radiates from him. Jawd's hand finds mine once more, his calloused fingers intertwining with my own in a steadfast grip. It's a simple gesture, but one that grounds me, reminding me that no matter what lies ahead, I am not alone. As Irish turns on his heel and strides purposefully toward the exit, the soldiers falling into step behind him, I can't help but wonder what fate awaits us on the other side of those doors. But one thing is certain, the wheels of change have been set in motion, and nothing will be the same again. Loki's gruff voice cuts through the charged atmosphere like a blade, his words ringing with an air of finality. "Let's go," he rumbles, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors before settling on Jaod and me. There's a flicker of something indiscernible in his eyes, a hint of concern perhaps, or maybe even a touch of resignation. But whatever internal conflict he might be grappling with, he doesn't allow it to show on his weathered features. With a curt nod, he turns and strides after Irish, his powerful frame cutting an imposing figure as he falls into step behind his comrade. The soldiers part like a great wave, making way for their leader as he passes through their ranks. Jaod rises to his feet, his movement fluid and graceful, despite his immense size. He extends a hand to me, and I grasp it without hesitation, allowing him to pull me up beside him. "Stay close," he murmurs, his voice a low rumble that sends a shiver coursing through me. There's an undercurrent of tension in his tone, a steely resolve that speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation we now find ourselves in. We join the procession, falling into step behind Loki and the others. The air is thick with anticipation, charged with the promise of something momentous, a reckoning perhaps, or the first tremors of a seismic shift that will forever alter the landscape of our lives. The rhythmic cadence of booted feet echoes through the cavernous halls, a steady drumbeat that seems to reverberate in time with the pounding of my heart. With each step, I can feel the tension mounting, the coiled potential energy of a spring being wound tighter and tighter. Glancing up at Jawd's imposing form, I draw strength from his unwavering presence by my side. Whatever lies ahead, whatever challenges or trials we must face, we will confront them together, bound by a love that transcends even the most daunting of obstacles.
Chapter 27. Jaod. My heart thunders in my chest as I stride alongside Irish, our footfalls echoing like the steady beat of a war drum. The weight of the moment presses down upon me, heavy and suffocating, but I refuse to falter. Not now. Not when so much is at stake. "Rish!" I call out, my voice low and urgent. "Let me help you investigate. Apprehend those responsible." He turns his blazing gaze upon me, but then his expression softens ever so slightly, and he gives a curt nod. "Very well," he rumbles, his tone brooking no argument. "But stay close and follow my lead." Without further preamble, he quickens his pace, and I match his stride, our footsteps falling into a synchronized cadence. The corridors blur past us, a mere haze as we move with a singular purpose, propelled by an unshakable resolve. Before long, we come to a halt before a nondescript door, its weathered surface offering no hint as to the gravity of what lies beyond. Irish exchanges a wordless glance with Loki, who has been trailing us with a contingent of soldiers, and then turns to face the door once more. "Haro!" he bellows, his voice reverberating like a clap of thunder. "Show yourself!" For a moment there is only silence, the stillness hanging heavy in the air. Then the door creaks open and a wizened figure emerges, his face etched with lines of age, and what appears to be defiance. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" Haro demands, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. But Irish is undeterred, his expression set in a mask of grim determination. "We have reason to believe you've been harboring secrets, Elder," he growls. "Secrets that threaten the very fabric of our society." Before Harrow can respond, Loki steps forward, his soldiers fanning out behind him. "We're here to investigate," he states, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Cooperate or face the consequences." "How dare you?" he spits, his words laced with venom. "You have no right to barge into my home to make such baseless accusations." Loki steps forward, his expression inscrutable. "We have every right, Elder," he rumbles. "There are suspicions of treachery afoot, and we will investigate until we uncover the truth." With a curt nod, he turns to his soldiers. "Search every room, every nook and cranny. Leave no stone unturned." The warriors spring into action, fanning out across the chamber with a practiced efficiency that speaks volumes of their training and discipline. But Harrow is having none of it. "You'll find nothing here but a lawful citizen of our clan," he snarls, his eyes burning with defiance. "I demand you leave at once or face the consequences." In the blink of an eye, chaos erupts around us. Harrow's men seem to materialize from the shadows, their weapons drawn and poised for battle. The air fills with the ring of steel as blades are unleashed from their scabbards, the sound setting my teeth on edge. Irish moves without hesitation, his massive form interposing itself between Harrow and the advancing soldiers. "Stand down, Elder," he growls, his voice a rumbling warning. "Do not make this any harder than it needs to be." Loki's expression remains impassive, his movements fluid and economical as he deflects Harrow's relentless assault. "So you have been working with the Jadestone clan. Your treachery ends here, Elder," he growls, his words laced with a steely resolve. A feral snarl twists Harrow's features, his eyes burning with a mad light. "I've prepared for this moment for far too long," he hisses, his blade a blur of glinting steel. With a roar that seems to shake the very foundations, he redoubles his offensive, raining down a flurry of blows that even Loki's skill can barely deflect. The clash of their weapons is deafening, the metallic ring reverberating through the chamber like the tolling of a great bell. I force my way closer, my own blade weaving a deadly dance as I cut a path through the melee. Irish is never far from my side, his massive frame cleaving through the ranks of Harrow's men like a force of nature. The air is thick with the coppery tang of spilled blood, the scent mingling with the acrid smoke of scorched flesh and singed hair. Around us, bodies litter the ground, friend and foe alike, their faces frozen in masks of agony or grim determination. Yet still the battle rages on, the combatants locked in a deadly embrace that seems to defy the very laws of physics. Blades spin and clash, punctuated by the grunts and war cries of those engaged in the lethal dance. I catch glimpses of Loki and Harrow through the chaos, their forms little more than blurs of motion as they trade blow after punishing blow. But it soon becomes clear that Harrow is tiring, his movements growing increasingly erratic and desperate. With a feral snarl, he lunges forward, his blade arcing in a lethal arc that seems destined to find its mark. But in that instant, Loki's arm lashes out, his own weapon deflecting the strike with a resounding clang that echoes through the chamber like a thunderclap. And then, in the blink of an eye, it's over. Harrow's blade clatters to the ground, his body frozen in a tableau of stunned disbelief as Loki's weapon presses against his throat, the razor-sharp edge drawing a thin line of crimson. The aftermath of the battle is a grim tableau, one seared into my mind's eye with an indelible clarity. Harrow and his co-conspirators stand bound and shackled, their faces etched with a mixture of defiance and resignation as the weight of their crime settles upon them like a shroud. Irish and Loki exchange a wordless glance, a silent communication passing between them that speaks volumes of the gravity of the situation. With a curt nod, Loki turns to his warriors and utters a single fateful word. Proceed. What unfolds next is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of violence that leaves me reeling. Blades flash in the dim light, and the air is rent with the sickening sounds of steel meeting flesh, punctuated by guttural cries of agony. When the final, agonizing scream fades into silence, I force myself to look upon the grisly scene. The bodies of Harrow and his kin lie crumpled and broken, their lifeless eyes staring accusingly into the void, as if demanding an answer to the question of how it all went so horribly wrong. Justice has been served, harsh and uncompromising, but necessary nonetheless. For the safety and security of our people, sacrifices must be made, no matter how distasteful. It is with a heavy heart that I turn and follow Yrich and Loki from the scene of carnage, the taste of ash and regret coating my tongue like a bitter tonic. The journey back to the heart of our stronghold passes in a blur, my mind awash with a tumult of emotions, too tangled and complex to fully process. But the moment I step through the threshold, any lingering doubts or misgivings are swept aside by the sight that greets me. There, surrounded by a phalanx of guards, stands the one person whose safety and well-being have become the very core of my existence, Charlotte. Our eyes meet, and in that instant, the world seems to fall away, the chaos and turmoil of recent events fading into insignificance. Without a word, she breaks free from the protective embrace of the guards and runs towards me, her movements fueled by a desperation that mirrors my own. I open my arms wide, and she folds into my embrace like a piece of a long-lost puzzle finally slotting into place. Her form trembles against mine, and I tighten my hold, pouring every ounce of love and reassurance I can muster into the simple gesture. Charlotte's slender frame trembles against mine, her shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs. I tighten my embrace, cradling her head against my chest as I murmur soothing words, my voice a low rumble meant only for her ears. "Shh. It's all right, my love," I whisper, my calloused fingers combing through her tresses in a tender caress. "You're safe now, and you've proven your innocence to all who doubted." I cup her delicate face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away the errant tear tracks that mar her porcelain skin. "No one is going to come after you, Charlotte," I vow, infusing my words with every ounce of conviction I can muster. "Not now, not ever. We've rooted out the traitors, the ones who sought to sow discord and mistrust." A tremulous smile tugs at the corners of her mouth, and she leans into my touch, drawing strength from the unwavering certainty of my presence. For a long moment, we simply stand there, lost in the solace of our embrace, the world around us fading into insignificance. Then her brow furrows, and a flicker of something new dances across her features. Concern, but not for herself. "Jaod," she whispers, her voice little more than a fragile tremor. "What about Laura? My sister, is she—"
Chapter 28. Charlotte. The day has come, and today is when all their planning and countless hours of practice gets put to the test. Jaod and his fellow orcs spent the better part of the week planning and strategizing their ambush on the Jadestone clan. Hours turned into days that they spent grueling over finite details such as which entrance would be best to take them by surprise, how many armed orcs should accompany them, what is the best exit strategy. I heard Jaod say multiple times that they have no room for error, so they've spent far longer than usual creating a foolproof plan to get them inside, rescue Laura, and for all of them to return home safe to their mates. "Charlotte, why don't you have a biscuit? I baked them fresh this morning," Mrs. Verena says to me. A look of concern is etched in her eyes. She, along with a few other orc wives, have been tasked with staying here and keeping me sane while we wait. "I'm okay. I had some fruit earlier," I respond. That's a lie, and judging from the look on her face, she knows that too. I've been nothing but a wreck all week. I've hardly eaten anything, my nerves seeming to overpower my appetite. I spend most of my time religiously pacing the floors, looking out the windows for intruders, and seemingly jumping at any small noises. And today, the day of the ambush, it's definitely worse. I know Jaward is concerned about me. I could see it in his eyes, and I can feel it in the way he holds me. I can't help but feel guilty that all of this was brought on due to my arrival. But Jaod just reiterates to me nightly that we are fated mates, that we were meant to find each other despite the circumstance. I just want this all to be over with, and the two most important people in my life home safe. The wait is excruciating. Before leaving, Jaward took me in his arms and promised solemnly that he would bring Laura back to me. That was before dawn, and I've been pacing by the entrance gate ever since, waiting for their return. It feels like an eternity, but it's only been a few hours. I strain my ears for any sign of their approach, but only hear the normal sounds of the clan waking up. I try to occupy my mind with memories of Laura and I as children, playing hide-and-seek in the meadow behind our cottage. I can almost hear her sweet giggle as I'd pretend not to find her right away behind the big oak tree. We were so innocent then, never imagining we'd one day be separated by violence. I cling to the hope that soon we'll be reunited and can feel that joy again. From a distance, I see a scout running towards the gate. I begin running to him, both eager and terrified to hear his news. I get to him, nearly knocking him over from the momentum of my running. "What is the word?" I ask frantically. The scout is doubled over trying to catch his breath, winded from his trek back to the village. He holds his hand up as if to ask for a moment, but I don't have a moment to spare. "Please, I need to know," I beg, fanning the scout with my apron. "All is well? On the way back? With the girl?" He manages to wheeze out. If I could have given him the breath that was then stolen from my chest, I would have. My sister is on her way, rescued from those depths of hell. I run back to our clan territory, unable to contain my excitement. I must tell the other ladies that they are returning soon. I'm sure they would enjoy the relief as much as I did, knowing their soulmates were returning safe and sound. The nightmare is finally over. After all these weeks of agonizing over Laura's fate, she will soon be back in my arms. I try to prepare myself to see Laura again after so long apart. She's been through such an ordeal, held captive by those monsters. I know seeing the toll it's taken on her will break my heart. But none of that will matter now that she's coming home. My breath catches as I finally see them crest over the hilltop, Jaod riding proudly at the front of the returning war party. Even from a distance I can see Jaod looks weary, his clothes tattered and stained from fighting. But his eyes shine brightly when they meet mine across the field. I let out a sob of relief and joy and start running wildly toward them, no longer able to restrain myself. As soon as Jaod dismounts, I launch myself into his arms. He sweeps me up and kisses me fiercely, right there in front of all his soldiers, not caring a whit about decorum. I don't care either. I pour all my longing and gratitude into returning his passionate kiss. We break apart, both smiling and crying. I touch his face tenderly, my heart swelling with love and pride for this brave, noble orc who kept his word and brought my sister back to me. He presses his forehead to mine and whispers, "We rescued her, my love," he says gently. But the torment she endured took its toll. My heart drops as he continues gravely. She fell unconscious on the ride back. The healer says her spirit is still recovering. She's fallen into a deep sleep, a coma. I gasp, tears springing to my eyes once more, but of anguish now instead of joy. My poor sister. Jaod touches my shoulder comfortingly. "Let me take you to her. The healer is tending to her now." Numbly, I let him guide me to the carriage, whispering prayers under my breath for Laura's recovery. Inside, my beautiful sister lies still and silent on a cot, the healer muttering incantations over her. I grasp her limp hand, weeping freely now. The healer squeezes my shoulder. "Do not despair. Her spirit still clings to life, but needs time to heal after her trauma. You must keep her warm and comfortable. In time, she may yet awaken." I nod, wiping my eyes. My poor dear Laura. We made it through so much to be reunited, only for this cruel coma to rip us apart again so soon. I cannot lose her now, not after coming so close to getting her back. Jaod embraces me comfortingly. Stay strong. Laura is a fighter like her sister. She will find her way back to you. I lean into Jaod's broad chest, drawing from his strength. As long as Laura still breathes, there is hope. Jaod rescued her from that vile clan. I will stay by her side every moment, caring for her, talking to her, letting her know she is loved. My sister will open her eyes again. She must. I cannot imagine life without her. As my sobs slow to hiccups, Jaod cups my face, brushing away tears with his calloused thumbs. Listen to me, Charlotte. Laura is going to be okay. Her spirit is still fighting. Her body simply needs rest, but we do need to get her over to the clinic. I nod, sniffling. His calm, assured words help steady me. He's right. My sister is a fighter. She just needs time. I ride in the wagon, my hand never leaving Laura's as we arrive at the clinic. Jaod gestures to the doors. Let's get her inside. The healers will care for her round the clock. Clinging to this sliver of hope, I follow as Jaod lifts Laura's limp form and carries her inside. The healers swiftly get Laura settled in her room and begin administering tonics and healing stones. I cling to every reassurance that her condition is stable as Jaod and I linger anxiously at her bedside. Finally, the head healer approaches. Her vitals are strong, she says gently. With diligent care, there is hope she may yet wake. For now, the best thing is for her to rest undisturbed. I nod, blinking back tears as I smooth Laura's covers and kiss her forehead. Keep fighting, dear one, I whisper. We'll be back first thing tomorrow. Jaod squeezes my shoulder and bends to kiss Laura's hand. Sleep well, brave girl. Heavy-hearted, we take our leave, entrusting Laura to the healer's capable hands. Jaod's sturdy arm around my shoulders is the only thing keeping me upright. My mind swims with anguish over Laura's motionless form back at the clinic. Once home, Jaod gently guides me before the fire. I slump into him, utterly spent. He wraps me in his strong embrace, and I clutch him as if he were all that keeps me from drowning. In a way, he is. We sit in silence for a while, grief and exhaustion leaving no room for words. The crackle of the fire and Jaod's steady heartbeat are my only solace. His hand strokes my hair softly as I stare into the flames through bleary eyes. When tears threaten again, Jaod cups my chin and turns my gaze to meet his. The profound tenderness in his eyes brings a small sob to my lips. He kisses the tears from my cheeks with infinite gentleness. Be strong, Charlotte, he murmurs. I feel myself start to relax ever so slightly, my frenzied mind quieting in the safety of Jaod's arms. His solid presence reassures me all will be well, eventually. As I cling to him, I'm reminded of how Jaod risked everything to rescue Laura for me, because he knew I would be but half a person without my dear sister. My heart swells with love and gratitude. I tilt my head up to look at him. Thank you, I whisper, for my sister, for being my rock. I love you, Jaod. His eyes shine as he gazes at me with touching sincerity. I love you too, Charlotte, more than anything. We spend the next few minutes in hushed silence, listening to the crackling of the fire. I'm close to drifting off to sleep, exhausted by today's events. I've nearly succumbed to sleep when I hear Jaod's warm voice whisper to me, Charlotte, will you marry me?
Chapter 29. Jaod. It's been 3 weeks since the attack, and the scenery looks a lot less dismal around here. There's no divide within the village or its members. If anything, the clan seems closer than ever. They welcome Charlotte with open arms. I had no doubt that they would. These are my people, after all. There is no rival clan wreaking havoc on my people as Jadestone ceases to exist anymore. No one feels like they have to look over their shoulders or walk stealthily and silently. There's no bounty on mine or Charlotte's head. Or should I say, at the moment. I haven't forgotten that we may have eliminated the threat of Jadestone, but the Chieftain's heir still lives. I cannot fully relax or enjoy peace, knowing that vengeance still lurks, biding its time. I know we must remain cautious. We have not won the war yet, only a single battle. I will never let my guard down fully, as long as the Chieftain's heir walks free. Get out of your head, Jaod. I can see your wheels turning from here, Loki jokes as he brings over the ceremonial goblets. Tomorrow the planning can begin. Plans to patrol our borders and prepare for any counterattacks. Plans for protection. But today we celebrate. Not that it's been 3 weeks since we all came back from Jadestone with the upper hand, or even the fact that Charlotte's sister, Laura, is here today and well. No, we're celebrating Charlotte and my mating ceremony, our union as one. A week prior, Laura finally woke up from her deep slumber. We feared she might never open her eyes again after the attack that left her so broken. Charlotte vowed not to have a mating ceremony until her sister could be present with her, and by the grace of the gods, she woke up. Charlotte then said she couldn't wait any longer to be my mate, so we planned this lavish ceremony in less than a week. Laura's awakening brings Charlotte tremendous relief and joy. She has barely left her sister's side this past week. She helps feed and bathe Laura, assisted with her first trembling steps across the room. I now see the profound bond Charlotte always spoke of, and we are both overjoyed to have Laura back with us. Though still weak, Laura improves a little each day. The healers say her recovery will be lengthy, but she is young and strong. She will walk unassisted given enough time. Her legs shake and often give out when she tries to rise, so Charlotte stays close to offer support. Seeing my love so devoted to aiding her sister fills my heart with pride and love. Her compassion and sacrifice for others inspire me to be a better man and leader. Today, as I await my bride at the mating altar, I give thanks for Charlotte's path crossing mine, and I also give thanks for Laura's life, as it has brought a lighter side to my beautiful bride. My love for Charlotte grows deeper every day, witnessing her devotion to Laura. Together, the three of us, myself, my mate, and her sister, will be able to face any threat. The Chieftain's son will not break bonds forged in blood and sacrifice. We will end his evil ambitions, just as we ended his father's reign. Then the sisters can focus not on recovery or war, but on living full and joyous lives. This mating ceremony symbolizes a new beginning for all of us. Though hard trials yet remain, from this day forth we walk united into the future and the light. On reflection, I can't believe this day has finally come. As I stand beneath the flowering arch awaiting my bride, I feel a sense of hope and joy I have not known for many seasons. Today, Charlotte and I will officially join in sacred matrimony, binding our souls as mates for all our days. I gaze upon my beautiful mate dressed in ceremonial white, and all my worries fade away. She's radiant, her eyes filled with the same wonder and anticipation that floods my whole being. This union is a dream realized after so much hardship and loss. Charlotte grips her sister Laura's arm for support as they walk down the petal-strewn path. Though still recovering, Laura stands tall and beams at her sister's side. Their unbreakable bond is a wonder to behold. After Charlotte helps Laura to sit down in the front of the aisle, she takes her place beside me. Our eyes meet and the rest of the world falls away. The horrors we have endured together, the battles we have fought and won, have all led us to this perfect moment. As I look into Charlotte's eyes and say our mating vows, I see my future reflected back at me. Days filled with laughter and smiles, starting a family. Things I once thought were not in the cards for me are now staring me in the face. Her eyes shine with equal happiness as she recites her vows. We are bound in love, but also in a shared purpose greater than ourselves. Together we shall lead our tribe into a new era of unity and prosperity. The darkness that plagued these lands for so long will be banished for good. Our joyful union is a symbol of hope reborn and light overcoming shadow. As we lean in to seal our vows with a kiss, cheers erupt from all those gathered. Though the Chieftain's son may remain a threat, today we celebrate life, love, and new beginnings. Charlotte wraps her arms around me and I lift her up in a passionate embrace. We did not walk an easy road to find each other, but now we shall never be divided. The festivities stretch long into the night as our tribes feast and dance together. Music plays and laughter rings out across the village. Charlotte never leaves my side, her eyes full of love and life. Seeing her joy fills me with more happiness than I ever thought possible. We have hard roads yet to travel, but we shall walk them together from now until the end of our days. With my mate by my side, I know we can accomplish anything. No threat will break what we have built here today. As I look at my radiant new wife as she speaks to an elder, joy and desire courses through me. I can hardly believe that after it all she is finally mine. She looks exquisite, adorned in ceremonial garb, flowers braided into her hair. The flush of bliss in her cheeks makes her even more beautiful to me. I yearn to whisk her away this instant, but tradition decrees we must stay until sunset. So I content myself with tender caresses and kisses while our people celebrate around us. I constantly find reasons to pull Charlotte into my arms, unable to resist showing my affection. Her shy glances and the warmth in her eyes tell me she feels the same eagerness for what is to come. "Soon, my love," I whisper into her hair. Laura calls to her from the buffet table and Charlotte leaves me with the faintest kiss. I beg for the evening to come. The sun inches lower and our time comes. I cannot wait to make her truly mine in every way, to start our new life together as one. My wife, my heart, my fate, forevermore. Chapter 30. Jaod. I've never seen Charlotte so happy. The moment the sun set, I whisked her away. I want to go home, where we can be alone. Once we reach the threshold of the door, I scoop Charlotte into my arms and carry her inside. Her peals of laughter ring through the air. I don't bother with the lights. The moon provides more than enough illumination, casting a silver glow over everything. Our home is silent and empty, save for us. I gently lower Charlotte onto the plush carpeting of our living room, our bodies bathed in the ethereal moonlight. I lean over her, my fingers tracing the delicate outline of her face, trailing down to the neckline of her dress. Hers met mine in a dance that had been rehearsed countless times before, but this time it held a different meaning. It was no longer just an expression of want. It was also a declaration of adoration, an affirmation of vows exchanged just a few hours past. Her eyes are shining, wide and filled with trust. Those same eyes I've fallen into countless times. There's a warmth spreading through me, making my heart race in my chest for different reasons tonight. Her hands travel up my arm, fluttering against my shirt buttons with dainty fingers that have now accepted to bear my surname. With every breath we share, there is an intoxicating mixture of anticipation and comfort, a familiar environment renewed with new promises whispered between shared smiles and stolen glances. The creaking of the floor beneath us provides a unique harmony to our ceremonious act, two becoming one. As I carefully unfasten the hooks at the back of her gown, she arches towards me like the neck of a swan. Every inch revealed adds another layer to the intimacy of our moment encapsulated by time, as slow as molasses on this spectral night. I watch as she closes her eyes slowly, lost in the sensations rising between us like embers from an intimate flame. Kissing her forehead gently, I whisper into her ear those 3 words that have been imprinted in each beat of my heart since I first lay eyes on her. I love you, Charlotte. The gentle rustling of silk against skin, the intoxicating scent of her perfume mixed with the heady earthiness of our shared exertions, and the low hum of our whispers shared in the night. All these become part of a symphony that celebrates our union. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofproththea.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Proththea.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 31. Charlotte. Has it been 5 minutes yet? I ask Bonnie, anticipation gnawing at me as I sit on the counter in the washroom at the bakery. You literally asked me that less than a minute ago, so no, it hasn't been, Bonnie replies as she refixes her hair in the mirror. This morning at the bakery, while prepping for the morning rush, I started to feel lightheaded. I chalked it up to being starving, since I had yet to have breakfast. So I sat out to sneak into the kitchen to grab a scone. I only made it a few steps before everything went black, and I went down. That's the last thing I remember. Mrs. Verena said had it not been for me falling into the shelf of cookie sheets and creating such a clamour, she would have never known I had fainted. She immediately called Bonnie at the clinic and she rushed over. I came to right before Bonnie arrived. I observed everyone's scared looks and did my best to assure them that I was all right, that I was probably just dehydrated from spending most of the day outside yesterday with Jaod tending to the gardens and then forgoing breakfast this morning because I was running late. Bonnie then checked me over, making sure I didn't have a concussion. She also said she didn't think I was dehydrated, as the vitals she took would have reflected that. So here we are, the both of us camped out in the washroom while Bonnie checks my lower abdomen to cover all the bases. I know the chances of me being pregnant are slim, considering one of the reasons I ran from Jadestone to here was because I was being considered expendable because I hadn't bore any children yet. But I can't help but notice the flutter in my belly at the thought that just maybe some small miracle could happen. Bonnie, you've been doing this for ages. Can you sense anything? I ask her as I wring my hands nervously. Haven't you ever heard that a watched pot never boils, Charlotte? She laughs. Someone is eager to know the results. Is this something you and Jaod have discussed? We discussed our plans for the future recently, I say. We both agreed we were ready for a family, but he is aware of my previous situation. We did talk about the possibility of adopting a child in a year or so. My heart warms at the thought of Jaod and I being parents. There would be no doubt we would love and adore that child as if it were our very own. Well, you can discuss it further this evening when you share with him the news, she says as she lifts her hands from my stomach. You're pregnant, Charlotte. I stare at her in disbelief. Pregnant? It can't be. I was made to believe I was infertile. Jaod and I were just talking about starting a family, sure, but I didn't think it would happen this fast, and naturally at that. Are you sure your test is accurate? I ask Bonnie. Hasn't failed me yet. 36 clan babies and counting. She grins. But if statistics make you feel better, it's over 99% accurate. I feel lightheaded again and have to lean back against the mirror. A baby. Jaod's baby. Our baby. I place my hand on my still flat stomach, trying to imagine the tiny life beginning to grow inside me. How extraordinary it is that I am able to carry life after I was shunned away for not being able to. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. My mind races thinking about everything I'll need to do to prepare for motherhood. I'll have to baby-proof our little cottage. And what will Jaod think? We always said we were going to start a family, but I know this is sooner than either of us expected. I must look pale because Bonnie places her hand on my shoulder comfortingly. It's going to be okay, Charlotte. This is wonderful news. I nod, still in a daze. I'll be going, Bonnie says, as she packs up her medical bag. But if I were you, I would eat something else, and maybe drink some juice. You've got another body to feed now. She gives me a quick hug and heads out the door. The rest of the workday passes in a blur. All I can think about is going home and telling Jaward. Will he be thrilled, nervous, overwhelmed? I feel all those things and more. After helping Mrs. Verena finish up prep for tomorrow's shift, she graciously allows me to leave early. She knew I was bursting at the seams to tell Jaod, so she sent me on my way with a hug and congratulations. I round the bend of the village, and our home comes into view. Having some place to call home still brings tears to my eyes every time I see our little homestead. Jaward must be around back, as I hear the sound of sawing and hammering. I open the gate and see him working diligently on some new project. Today it appears to be a sturdy picnic table, half finished but already impressively crafted. "Hello, my love," I call out, announcing my presence. Jaod looks up from his work, his handsome face breaking into a grin when he sees me. He sets down his tools and pulls me into an embrace. "How was your day?" he asks. I tell him about my usual morning at the bakery, keeping the news of my earlier fainting spell to myself for now. No need to worry him. "And how is your project coming along?" I gesture to the table. "It's getting there. I hope to have it done in a few days, so we can enjoy some meals outside while the weather is still nice." I nod. That will be perfect. My heart flutters thinking about sitting outside, my growing belly heavy with the life Jaod and I created. But I don't want to just blurt out that I'm pregnant. I need to ease into this conversation. "Speaking of projects, I was just wondering," I begin casually. "Do you happen to know how to build a cradle?" Jaod looks at me quizzically. "A cradle? Like for a baby?" I take a deep breath. "Yes, for a baby. Our baby. I'm pregnant, Jaod." He stares at me for a moment as my words sink in. "Pregnant? Are you certain?" I nod, blinking back happy tears. "Bonnie came to test me at the bakery today. We're going to have a baby. You're going to be a father, Jaod." Suddenly his eyes well up with tears and he embraces me tightly. "A baby? We're going to have a baby," he says, his voice thick with emotion. He pulls back to look into my eyes, gently cradling my face in his hands. "Charlotte, I can't believe it." I see a tear roll down his cheek and I wipe it away, my own eyes watery. "So you're not upset this happened so soon?" I ask. He shakes his head, smiling. "Upset? No, this is the most joyful news imaginable." He laughs, a little overwhelmed. "I know we just started talking about a family, but I've dreamed of you as the mother of my children. This feels like a miracle." He places a hand gently on my still flat stomach. "Our baby. A new life we created out of our love. I can't wait to meet him or her." I cover his hand with mine, brimming with emotion. "I was nervous to tell you, but I feel the same way. This baby is going to be so loved." Jaod pulls me into his arms again, holding me close. We stand like that for a long time, envisioning the happy future ahead as we prepare to become parents. The next evening, Jaod asks me to take a walk with him. We stroll hand in hand to the quiet graveyard on the edge of the clan settlement, as the setting sun casts a golden glow across the grassy hills. I know where we are going. To visit Anita's grave, Jaod's ex-lover, who passed away from illness years ago. We stand silently before the simple headstone as a light breeze ruffles the colourful wildflowers we brought. This has become a meaningful ritual for Jaod, a chance to honour the woman he once cared for deeply. I know he still grieves her death at times, but it no longer casts a shadow over us. Jaod gazes at the inscription. "I've come to share some news with you," he says softly. He squeezes my hand, his eyes glistening. "Charlotte is going to have a baby. Our baby." I step forward and place my hand on my belly. "I hope you can see how happy we are from wherever you are now. This child will be surrounded by so much love." Jaod wraps his arm around me, blinking back tears. "I've dreamed of this for so long, starting a family with someone I love." He looks upward. "Thank you for understanding. I'll always miss you, but my heart belongs here now. I lean my head on Jaod's shoulder, overwhelmed with emotion. We stand like that until the stars begin to peek out in the dusky sky. As we finally turn to leave, I turn to Jaod. I know you'll always have a place in your heart for Anita, but I hope you know she'd want you to be happy now, with our growing family. That's the kind of wonderful woman she was. Jaward nods, his eyes glistening. You're right, my dear. I take Jaward's hands in mine. If she can see us now, I know she must be at peace, seeing you so fulfilled and ready for the future. Jaod pulls me into an embrace. You are wise beyond your years, my love. I couldn't have asked for a more understanding partner. He touches his forehead to mine. I'm grateful every day that fate brought us together. My heart swells with emotion. In this quiet graveyard, I feel closer than ever to the man I adore. I love you, Jaod, I whisper. We're going to build a beautiful life together. I love you too, Charlotte. Always. Jaod tilts my chin up and kisses me tenderly under the glittering stars. In that perfect moment, the past and future converge. I can feel Anita's spirit blessing us, even as new life stirs within me. Though there will be challenges ahead, our love will light the way. Hand in hand, Jaod and I turn and walk the path back home. A gentle breeze swirls around us, carrying the faint sound of a woman's laughter. Jaward squeezes my hand and smiles. Can you feel it? She's happy for us, for our little miracle. I grin up at the heavens. Yes, I can feel it too. Together we walk on, ready to embark on our next great adventure, as a family.